In the eyes of the public, Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters is an elite private school with knowledgeable teachers and a special headmaster, Professor Charles. However, this school hides a secret: it is actually a school for mutants. Mutants face many challenges, and Professor Charles aims to guide them onto the right path. Now, due to the theft of gold from a California bank, the professor has dispatched members of the X-Men to investigate, and they are up against a mysterious individual with unknown abilities, making the situation complicated. I witnessed a thrilling confrontation. The dilapidated doors of the warehouse were blasted open by lasers as the 4 X-Men sent by Professor Charles entered, silhouetted against the light. Immediately, the henchmen of the Lion drew their guns and aimed at them, but an attack erupted in an instant. The warehouse was filled with flashes of lightning and lasers, with the floor and walls pockmarked with holes. Jean Grey used her abilities to sense that the mysterious individual was trying to escape through a shadow on the ground, so she used her telekinesis to lift him into the air. However, an old gasoline barrel suddenly crashed down on Jean Grey, hitting her and causing the mysterious person to fall to the ground. Scott shouted, "Jean," and immediately aimed his laser at the mysterious individual. But the mysterious person controlled Logan to crash into Scott, causing the laser to go off course. Scott got angry at Logan, but Logan, feeling helpless, insisted that he was not in control of his body. Next, Logan collided with Storm, but fortunately, she skillfully dodged and fired a bolt of lightning. Logan, however, was used as a shield, and his scream echoed as it startled the birds on the roof. Jean Grey, enduring the intense pain in her arm, regained control of the mysterious individual. But Logan went wild, popping out his claws and swinging them at the mysterious person. At that critical moment, a black figure darted out and pushed the mysterious person aside, and Logan's claws grazed his back, leaving a trail of blood. The mysterious person removed his mask, revealing a little girl, Alice, no more than 10 years old. Seeing this, the Lion was both furious and panicked, fainting on the spot. Alice, with a worried expression, caught the injured Blanche and looked at Logan with a gaze full of hatred. Jean Grey explained to Alice that she could use her telekinesis to help Blanche stop the bleeding temporarily and then instructed the Lion's henchmen to drive them to the hospital. Blanche, enduring great pain, opened a black door, and more than a dozen children of various sizes and a limping golden retriever emerged from within. Alice ordered the Lion's henchmen to keep an eye on the children and instructed Logan to carry the unconscious Lion to the hospital. Jean was concerned about the arms dealer's questionable character, so she asked Scott and Storm to stay behind, and Alice said nothing in response. After Logan and the others left, the atmosphere in the warehouse became somewhat awkward. A doll-like girl asked Storm the reason for Blanche's injury, and upon learning it was caused by the X-Men, she angrily smashed her doll. Scott then accused them of stealing the bank's gold, and a boy stepped up to defend, claiming that the gold was dug up by Alice. At that moment, a little brother pointed out that the bank's gold was processed, while what was here was unprocessed or, still covered in dirt. Scott and Storm exchanged glances, bewildered. I drove urgently to the city hospital, and Blanche was immediately taken to the operating room. At Jean's strong insistence, I followed her into the surgical room. Through the glass window of the operating room, I slowly slid down the corner of the wall, my blood-stained hands trembling slightly in front of me. I have memories from 2 lifetimes. In my previous life as Zhang Xian, my existence was filled with endless arguments. My parents had incompatible tempers and often fought about divorce, which led me to develop a withdrawn and introverted personality. After my parents divorced in middle school, they quickly remarried and formed new families with others. The new family was harmonious and beautiful, but I felt completely out of place. The children of my parents' new families disliked my gloomy and taciturn nature, and I felt superfluous, so I transferred to a boarding school far from home, a choice my parents tacitly accepted. During high school, I rarely returned home, only asking my parents for money when I had no money for food. If the school didn't kick us out for the holidays, I wouldn't leave. In my heart, school felt more comfortable than home. In college, I started working part-time to support myself. My personality became slightly more cheerful, but my relationship with my family remained distant. Aside from obligatory greetings during holidays, I had basically cut off contact with my family. After starting work, I joined a large joint venture company where my boss was a workaholic, often working overtime. To complete important tasks, I went 3 days and nights without sleep, ultimately exhausting myself to death. After a dizzying spin, I became another child in my mother's womb, and months later, Alice was born. This time, my parents came together out of love, showering me with care and raising me as a little princess. A few years later, a brother and sister were born, and the complete family allowed me to invest all my emotions into it. However, a car accident shattered this happiness. On a winding mountain road, our school bus collided with an out-of-control truck and plummeted off the cliff, but thanks to my mutant abilities, everyone was unharmed. However, from that day on, my peers treated me like a contagious disease, and even the teachers were wary of me. I deeply felt the exclusion and discrimination faced by mutants. Even though I was the hero who saved them, I was not treated fairly. At home, my parents wore frowns all day because their child was a mutant, and they suffered along with me. After one outburst of my mutant abilities, I fell into a coma, and when I woke up, I found myself locked in a laboratory, where a group of people in protective suits tried to control me with drugs. I broke free from their control and escaped into the forest, and at that time, I killed many people. Lost in my bloody memories, I was startled by a movement beside me and instinctively threw a coin. The coin pierced Logan's chest like a bullet, and I panicked instantly, getting up to find a doctor. Logan covered my mouth, telling me to calm down, saying his recovery abilities were strong and that this minor injury was nothing. Seeing him pull out the coin with no blood at the wound, I felt somewhat relieved. A little nurse came over, drawn by my shout, and Logan apologized and explained on my behalf. Afterward, he pulled me into the bathroom, and while washing my hands, the red thorn tattoo on my wrist became visible. Logan asked about it, and I responded irritably, questioning who they were and why they had barged into the warehouse. Logan said they were the X-Men, here to investigate the theft of gold from the California bank. I angrily stated that the gold was mined by me and had nothing to do with the bank, threatening that if anything happened to Blanche, I would not let the X-Men off easily. With a cold snort, I turned to leave, and Logan followed helplessly. My name is Alice, and Blanche's surgery lasted 4 hours. Thanks to Jean's timely intervention to stop the bleeding, she didn't die from blood loss on the spot, and she managed to regain her life. When the surgery was over and the green light turned on, I immediately rushed over, tightly gripping the doctor's protective suit, anxiously asking, "Doctor, how is Blanche? Was the surgery successful?" The attending physician took off his mask, revealing a long face. He said the little girl inside was very lucky to have met him. If it had been another doctor, even if she had been cured, she would have been left with disabilities. Upon hearing this, Logan raised an eyebrow and questioned whether he was really better than other doctors. At that moment, a nurse who had just come out of the operating room interjected, saying the lead surgeon was the neurosurgery expert, Dr. Stephen Strange, and that if he hadn't come to the hospital for a lecture, Blanche wouldn't have had such luck. The nurse then asked if I was with Blanche and how she had gotten so badly injured. Logan stammered that it was caused by the claws, emphasizing that it was a misunderstanding. In the intensive care unit, seeing Blanche, who was covered in dark bruises and in very poor condition, I almost cried. That silly girl risked her life for me. I thanked Jean, as she was the one who saved Blanche. But Jean smiled and said it was nothing, mainly because the lead surgeon had exceptional skills, and that this incident stemmed from them in the first place. I informed them that they had the wrong person, and the gold was not with me. Although it was their people who had injured Blanche, Jean had saved her, so it was even out, and they should leave. However, Jean insisted that they couldn't leave just yet, as Blanche was severely injured and needed care, and the children couldn't be without adults. They needed to wait until Blanche's condition improved before leaving. I thanked her once again. Jean suddenly asked about the situation with the arms dealer they had brought. This reminded Logan, who recalled seeing an empty hospital bed in the corridor after entering, and it seemed he had just tossed that arms dealer there. The arms dealer, known as the Lion, woke up, looking bewildered at the bustling hospital. He didn't understand who had brought him here. If it were his henchmen, how could they just dump him here and leave? As he angrily cursed, he reached for his phone, only to find his pockets empty, realizing that he, a weapons dealer, had actually been robbed by some petty thief. He sighed in frustration and took a taxi back to his villa located halfway up the mountain. Throughout the ride, he pondered how to teach his subordinates a lesson when he got back. When he arrived at the villa, he could hear music blaring from the courtyard. The Lion instantly exploded with rage. While no one cared for him in the hospital, these guys were enjoying themselves at his villa. He banged on the door, shouting, "Open the door. Everyone get out here now." I was seething with anger and didn't ring the doorbell. Instead, I pounded on the villa's door, making a loud noise. The driver waiting behind me was visibly anxious and advised, "Brother, the people inside aren't ordinary folks. Aren't you afraid they'll beat you to death for doing this?" I turned around and snapped back, "Why should I be afraid? It's my own house, and when they come out, I'll make sure to give them a piece of my mind." The driver muttered under his breath, "You're just boasting. Who lives in such a big villa without money for the fare?" After grumbling, he started the car, clearly resolved to bolt if anyone inside pulled a gun. After all, life was more important than a few $dozen. The people in the villa argued and opened the door, and the little henchman, seeing my angry face, immediately became respectful. "Oh, the boss is back. Why didn't you call ahead? I could have arranged a car to pick you up." I glared at him in silence, not wanting to bring up the embarrassing incident of being robbed of my phone and wallet. Seeing the little henchman's attitude towards me, the driver realized I wasn't bluffing and said, "Hey, kid, settle this guy's bill, will you? I've got another passenger to pick up." The little henchman, realizing he was treading on thin ice, asked, "Boss, you didn't bring any money with you?" Seeing my face grow even darker, he quickly scampered off to settle the bill. I pointed at the brightly lit villa, glaring at my subordinate, and demanded, "What's all that noise inside? You guys just left me alone at the hospital while you're having a party in my villa? Are you trying to rebel?" The little henchman hurriedly explained, "No, we're not having a party. We're taking care of the kids. They're all the elders' kids, about a dozen of them, making a bit of a ruckus." When I heard this, I reached out to hit him. "Kids? A dozen? That girl is so small and can have kids? Are you kidding me?" The little henchman quickly raised his hands to shield his face, saying, "I'm not lying. She didn't have them, she found and adopted them." I asked, "They're all orphans, and a few are sick with leukemia and heart disease. They rely on the elder to get treatment." I muttered, "Treatment? How can she afford to treat those illnesses?" I suddenly stopped mid-sentence. She actually did have money. Most of it was the money I had given her. Through buying and selling, we were both not at a loss. The little henchman then asked, "By the way, boss, why did you come back alone? Where are the elders? Weren't they with you at the hospital?" After hearing the little henchman explain the situation, I realized I had just been unlucky, being mistaken for a co-conspirator in the gold theft. As for the injured person in the hospital, I guess they were either in the operating room or the morgue. Not wanting to lose face in front of my subordinates and not wanting them to know I had been neglected, I casually replied, "Oh, they're still in the operating room. I came back to check on things first. I'll go to the hospital tomorrow." With that, I walked towards the villa. Upon entering, the sounds of children crying echoed painfully in my ears. There were about a dozen kids. Some were playing by themselves, while others were wailing for their sisters, mothers, or wanting to go home. My usually formidable little henchmen were trying every trick in the book to make the kids happy, and the scene was genuinely hard to watch. It seemed my villa had turned into a daycare. I am Alice. Speaking of Jean Grey, as a telepath, she doesn't need any communication devices to connect with Professor Charles. Even if they are thousands of miles apart, it's as easy for two telepaths to communicate as if they were face to face. After coming out of the intensive care unit, Jean connected with Professor Charles and detailed everything that had happened, expressing her concerns. "Professor, even if I try to delve into Alice's thoughts, I can't grasp them at all. Could she also be a telepath?" But Logan said her power is to control metal. After hearing Jean, Professor Charles closed his eyes and pressed his two middle fingers against his forehead. Jean didn't disturb him. She knew this was a sign that the professor was using his abilities. After a while, Professor Charles opened his eyes and said, "I understand the situation on your end. I'll come over personally first thing tomorrow. Make sure to take good care of the injured girl." Jean nodded in response, "I will, but... Professor, if Alice can control metal, could she be related to Magneto? That's hard to determine. There are many mutants with similar abilities. We need to observe whether she can control the magnetic field or just metal. For now, let's leave it at that. I'll get there as soon as I can." After ending the communication, Professor Charles didn't appear as calm as he did in front of Jean. Not to mention whether Alice's ability to control metal was the same as Magneto's, the fact that she could do so without any external objects made it impossible for the professor to read her thoughts, which shouldn't be underestimated. Meanwhile, in the villa halfway up the mountain, the atmosphere was somewhat strange, half noisy, half gloomy. The noise came from a group of children, while the gloom came from the Lion and two X-Men members, Scott and Storm. Although the mission target had been mistaken, Scott felt that the arms dealer was not a good person, so he maintained his aloof demeanor and said nothing. Fortunately, Storm wasn't the type to be shy. Having been an orphan and a pickpocket, she understood that not everyone in the underworld was entirely bad. After a brief silence, Storm was the first to apologize for their group's blunder. "I'm sorry, we mistook the person. Please accept my apologies." The Lion wasn't a petty person, and being a gentleman, he was more than willing to accept the beautiful woman's apology. especially since he hadn't suffered much loss. It's okay, you don't know someone until you fought them. Aren't you the legendary X-Men team composed of mutants? You know about us? Scott asked. Of course. You operate discreetly, but we're well informed in business. Although I've never seen you, I've heard some legends about you. Oh? What kind of legends? Young people, even if the X-Men did good deeds anonymously, still want to hear how others praise them. The lion immediately showcased his eloquence, embellishing the legends on the street, focusing on the favorable aspects and making Scott beam with pride. Storm noticed that the lion was trying to flatter them. It sounds like you admire us, but we are mutants. Mutants? What's wrong with being a mutant? In this society, strength is respected. If I had mutant powers as strong as yours, I wouldn't just be guarding this small territory in California, afraid to offend anyone. This was indeed the lion's heartfelt confession. His guard over this territory wasn't due to a lack of ambition, but rather a lack of strength, fearing being schemed against. Storm proactively asked the lion if he could share some information about Alice, being fellow mutants and wanting to know more about her. Upon hearing this, the lion instantly looked displeased, but quickly composed himself and proceeded to recount how he met Alice. 3 months ago, one night, Alice, draped in a large robe and wearing a mask, suddenly appeared before the lion to propose a deal. She directly revealed high-quality gold ore and asked for a surprisingly low price. At that moment, seeing Alice, who claimed to be an elder and was alone, the lion felt greed stirring within him and immediately ordered his men to seize the ore. However, Alice merely waved her hand, and they were all pierced by steel needles. While it wasn't fatal, it was excruciatingly painful. Alice's aged, deep voice echoed, "Taking your lives is as easy as breathing, but it holds no meaning for me. Now, will you die here for this gold mine, or will you trade with me for more or in the future?" To the lion, her words were steeped in the mystery of a transcendent being. He recounted that they then entered into a partnership. Alice sold him the gold ore, and he paid her, with all the transaction locations being notified by Alice. It wasn't until today that he realized Alice was just a little girl. He intentionally omitted his thoughts of wanting to manipulate Alice for his own gain and pondered how such a young girl could remain so calm in the face of temptation. After thinking it over, he concluded that although mutants are still human, their psychological states change alongside their physical mutations. Perhaps due to the mutation, Blanche woke up in the middle of the night after her surgery, in unbearable pain in her back, needing painkillers for relief. I gently stroked Blanche's head, feeling immense heartache as I said, "Why are you so foolish? You didn't need to take a blade for me. This sin should have been mine to bear." Blanche smiled weakly, "My life was saved by you, I willingly take the blade for you. You cannot come to harm." I bit my lip, trying to hold back my tears. "Fool, you're really foolish." Blanche smiled her innocent smile, "I'm foolish, and I'm happy to be so, hee." Even her dark skin couldn't hide the joy on her face. Jean looked at the deep bond between us and displayed an appreciative expression. In today's society, where people are restless and prioritize self-interest, such a pure heart is truly rare. Jean gently said to me, "Alice, Blanche is awake. You should eat some late-night snack and get some sleep. She still needs you to take care of her, and if you wear yourself out, she'll be worried." I had been so worried about Blanche that I stayed by the intensive care unit without leaving for a moment. I had only eaten a little of the food Jean brought me. Jean was concerned that I was too young to handle it all. I nodded and stepped out. Blanche took some medication prescribed by the doctor and quickly fell asleep again. The next morning, Professor Charles arrived at the California hospital from New York. Having traveled all night, he showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Logan was surprised by the professor's sudden appearance. "Professor, if there was something to convey, you could have had Jean do it. Why did you come in person?" This time, my misjudgment resulted in someone getting hurt, so I should personally come to apologize. "I'm very sorry, Blanche," Professor Charles said, placing a hand over his heart and bowing slightly to Blanche, who lay in the hospital bed. "No. You don't have to." Blanche panicked, trying to sit up, but I held her shoulder down. "You are the main commander in this matter, and you should apologize. But I want to know, how did you know that I was trading with the lion in that old warehouse? Even the lion's men didn't know the location before." "Because I am a telepath and can see the lion's memories without direct contact," Professor Charles explained. "Mind reading." My expression changed drastically, and a feeling of being violated washed over me. With a thought, I clutched a few coins between my fingers. "Stop!" Logan shouted, popping his claws and stepping in front of Professor Charles, while Jean also nervously extended her hand, ready to use her powers.
Logan, Jean, stop. Alice won't harm me. How do you know I won't harm you? Did you peek into my memories?
My voice was low, filled with anger.
No, I didn't look.
Professor Charles pushed Logan aside and faced my furious gaze. I viewed the lion's and Blanche's memories, but I can't see yours.
Can't see? I froze. What do you mean? It means that neither Professor Charles nor I can see your memories.
Sorry for not informing you earlier, I'm also a telepath, Jean said as she withdrew her hand.
You are too?
So you didn't just come here to apologize to Blanche. Even though I put away the coins, my gaze at Professor Charles was still filled with hostility.
I came to invite you to my school.
Not just you, but also Blanche and those children. I know where the latest leukemia treatment drugs are located, and I'm aware of where artificial hearts are being developed. I have the means to get these resources to those in need.
I was taken aback. You know all this? You did your research? Professor Charles nodded, smiling. Of course, I prefer to be well prepared before acting. Blanche tugged at my sleeve. Alice, if you don't want to go, we don't have to. It's fine to stay the way we are.
I pursed my lips and shook my head, turning to Professor Charles. Do you accept children who aren't mutants?
Absolutely, they are very welcome.
My greatest wish is to see ordinary people and mutants living together in harmony. Changing this from childhood is a great start.
Then, we'll go take a look. You are welcome to visit, I won't force anyone to stay. If anyone wants to leave, they can at any time. Watching Professor Charles smooth my prickly demeanor like a grandpa with candy, Logan couldn't help but marvel at the professor's charismatic personality.
In addition to wanting to bring us back to school, Professor Charles had also come to find out the true perpetrator behind the gold theft. More than 10 tons of gold have mysteriously disappeared, and this matter is too strange. Ordinary people don't have the capability to pull this off, except for mutants. Yet even Professor Charles, who can connect with mutants around the world, couldn't figure it out.
Could it be that a mutant has appeared who can enter bank vaults and is immune to mind reading?
Just when everyone was at a loss, the lion, who came to visit Blanche with a fruit basket and flowers, provided a clue. He said, I heard from my subordinates that a thug on West Street became a mutant not long ago, and his ability seems to be something like wall phasing. A thug like that, who usually has no skills and can't even get into a gang, would definitely come to challenge us big shots if he gained superpowers. But West Street has been very peaceful lately, and I haven't heard of any shootouts.
I was wondering if that kid stole the gold and went to other places to grab territory?
Professor Charles pondered and said, more than 10 tons of gold, not to mention the storage problem, just the circulation is a big issue, and there are no reports of a large amount of gold circulating in the black market. I think we should go check the bank vault, there might be clues there.
Alice, your abilities may come in handy, would you like to come with me?
I nodded in response, sure, but Blanche needs someone to take care of her. The professor arranged, let Jean stay to take care of her, she's a doctor and knows how to care for patients.
Logan, you should come with us too. Logan replied, all right.
On the way to the California bank, the lion also shamelessly tagged along. He didn't want to miss out on something that could broaden his horizons.
Moreover, he wasn't just following for the excitement.
In the speeding car, the perceptive Professor Charles noticed the lion, who seemed to want to say something but held back. He helped him voice his question to me. He wants to know why you chose him as a trading partner. After all, he isn't the most powerful or wealthiest gang leader in California. The lion widened his eyes at Professor Charles, not saying a word, but the professor knew everything. The powers of mutants are indeed terrifying. I glanced at the lion in the rearview mirror and said, I chose you because although you have some ambition, you are not very bold or capable, making you easy to intimidate. Logan, who was driving, didn't give the lion any face and burst into laughter, causing the car to swerve a bit, and the lion's face instantly turned sour. I shifted my tone and continued, but if that's all you had, I wouldn't need to give you so much gold. You are quite chivalrous, willing to help your subordinates when they are in trouble, both financially and with effort. This is a key reason why, even if you aren't particularly smart, your subordinates are still willing to follow you wholeheartedly. Also, you are very magnanimous, like with your girlfriend and your men. The lion seemed to dismissively wave his hand, let's not talk about that. Selena and I are just playing around, she has someone she likes, and I'm just helping them out. I'm not losing anything. In reality, he was sneakily looking at me from the front seat, probably thinking that a little girl asking about this was too precocious. Professor Charles corrected the lion's thoughts, it's precocious, as in wisdom, Alice considers issues very thoroughly.
As he spoke, a gentle smile appeared on his face. The lion tentatively asked Professor Charles if he could read minds.
After receiving a positive response, his face turned bright red. It seemed he couldn't hide the fact that he had been foolishly giving gifts while his girlfriend and little brother were cheating on him. However, if he liked her, he should let her pursue what she wants. This rough man also had a poetic side inside. Alice continued, I do need money, and I don't care who the gold is sold to. But I don't want the gold to be used for immoral things like opening casinos, loan sharking, or selling drugs.
Fortunately, you're just an arms dealer. Setting aside that title, you're actually a good person. The lion was given a good person card, and his heart swelled with joy, his mood instantly brightening, which was all reflected on his face. Elder, you truly have good judgment. Before long, the car arrived at the California Bank, where the bank's chairman, George Viteri, personally opened the door for Professor Charles. Viteri was a well-preserved man in his 70s, with a head full of white hair but not many wrinkles. However, at this moment, the once vibrant elderly man looked haggard. He dared not speak of the gold theft. If it became public, California Bank's reputation and security would suffer a heavy blow, possibly leading to bankruptcy. As soon as Professor Charles got out of the car, the anxious chairman Viteri hurriedly asked, Professor Charles, is there any news about the gold? At this point, Charles was his only hope. Sorry, Viteri, I haven't found the gold thief yet. However, we need to investigate the vault, perhaps we can find useful clues. At Professor Charles's request, Chairman Viteri personally brought a few people into the vault. They opened the thick stainless steel door, revealing an empty vault to everyone. Alice looked around and crouched down to knock on the steel plate floor beneath her feet. Are there any metal pipes down there? No, under the steel plates is a pure cement floor that I had specially poured, at least 3 meters thick. Although Chairman Viteri was puzzled as to why Professor Charles brought a child in, he said nothing out of trust. If that's the case, I think the gold is underground. There are a lot of metal elements down there, Alice said, resting her hands behind her back, tapping the floor with her toes. Chairman Viteri looked at Professor Charles in confusion, and upon seeing the professor nod, he was overjoyed. I'll have someone dig up the floor right away. No need, I can do it faster. Alice had everyone exit the vault, then extended her hand. Soon, a cracking sound came from the 1-foot-thick vault floor, and the metal surface was quickly thrown aside, revealing the gray cement floor underneath. The cement floor also cracked with numerous fissures, and bars of gold bricks exploded out from the cracks with loud bangs. Wow! This was well hidden, even a metal detector couldn't find it. The lion exclaimed, watching the flying gold bricks, the golden shimmer making him dizzy. Beneath the thick cement layer, in addition to the gold bricks, there was a horrifyingly crushed corpse. As Alice curiously peered down into the pit, a large hand covered her eyes. I lifted my head to look at Logan, then glanced at Chairman Witter, who was turning away and unable to stop himself from gagging. I nodded slightly and said, thank you. Logan smirked in response, you're welcome. Earlier, he had told me, it's just a corpse, there's nothing interesting to see. Before long, the identity of the corpse in the cement pit was confirmed. It was indeed the thug from West Street that the lion mentioned. After gaining mutant abilities, this thug had boasted to his companions about stealing from the bank vault, and then he disappeared without a trace. Professor Charles analyzed that there could be 2 reasons for his death. One was that someone who had just gained mutant abilities might lack control over them, leading to unexpected outbursts or failures. It was likely that this thug experienced a failure of his powers and suffocated himself in the cement layer. The second reason was the issue of ability limits. If one attempted to use their powers beyond their limit, it could also be dangerous. This thug, in his greed, likely thought he could steal all the gold at once and ended up trapping himself underground along with the gold. Regardless, dying due to greed was not worthy of sympathy. After retrieving the gold, Chairman Witter profusely thanked Professor Charles and even gifted me a lifetime membership card to the California Bank, which allowed me to enjoy the highest preferential treatment for life. The lion secretly gave Chairman Witter a thumbs up, thinking that by associating with a mutant like me, who had unlimited fighting potential, if I developed well, the California Bank would have strong protection. If things went poorly, he could distance himself by claiming to be just a customer. It was quite cunning. In the hospital, Jean was peeling an apple while chatting with Blanche. Jean asked, Blanche, how long have you known Alice? You two seem as close as sisters. Blanche replied, aren't you supposed to be able to read minds? You should already know. Jean smiled gently, I can sense others' thoughts, but I can't see their memories like the professor. As a telepath, there's quite a difference between me and Professor Charles.
Blanche continued, actually, I've only known Alice for a year. At that time, I had just turned into who I am now, and I was feeling hopeless and wanted to jump into the river to commit suicide. It was Alice who saved me. You say we're like sisters, but actually, Alice, how should I put it, she's more like a mother to me. Blanche came from a wealthy family. Her father was a manager at a large corporation, and her mother was a dancer. As elites, they hoped their daughter would also be an elite. Blanche had two older sisters, both of whom were exceptionally talented and shone brightly, making Blanche feel quite ordinary. Even though she was good at studying and could dance in ways her classmates couldn't, she still couldn't attract her parents' attention compared to her sisters. Blanche loved singing, dancing, small animals, and children, but in her parents' eyes, these virtues paled in comparison to those of her sisters. A year ago, Blanche had adopted an injured stray cat, using all her pocket money to buy it medicine and take care of it, only for the cat to be killed by a neighboring brat. Witnessing that scene, Blanche suddenly transformed into a being that could almost absorb light. Amidst the children's screams of monster, a panicked Blanche fled her home and became a homeless child. During those days of wandering, I experienced humiliations that I had never imagined before. Because of my outward appearance as a mutant, I was easily recognized. Those who hated mutants would spit at me, throw stones, and hurl all sorts of foul language I had never heard before. What made me feel most hopeless was my family's attitude. I kept an eye on the news in newspapers and on television, but I didn't see a single missing person notice for me. In complete despair with life, I went to the riverbank, intending to jump in and end my young life, but I was saved by Alice. From that moment on, I became a shadow that Alice could not shake off. Like me, Alice had lost her family due to being a mutant. However, she was used to being alone and initially didn't want to act with anyone. But in my lowest moments, I clung to her like a lifeline and refused to let go. Eventually, Alice permitted me to become her companion and allowed me to follow her. My ability is spatial. I can open a door to a pocket dimension that is the size of a basketball court, surrounded by an insurmountable gray wall. Currently, this ability has little use other than storing items. Out of compassion, I used this ability to take in one homeless child after another. At first, I worried that my lack of financial means would make Alice dislike me and see me as a burden. However, Alice's tacit approval revealed the soft heart beneath her indifferent exterior. Blanche spoke enthusiastically about Alice. Don't let her stern face fool you, she cares about the kids more than anyone. Everything we need is bought with the money Alice earns, and when Jack, Danny, and Angelica were sick, it was Alice who ran around finding the best hospitals. In her words, Alice was practically a perfect Saint Mary. Jean handed me a small piece of apple and asked, "Has she ever told you about her background?" I replied, "Not at all." I asked her once, but she didn't want to talk about it, so I didn't press her. All I know is that her previous home was called Municar Town, but I don't know the exact location. I think her family must have hurt her too, which is why she doesn't want to mention it. Jean smiled and gently patted my head. I understand how you feel, and I also understand Alice. Many kids at school have similar experiences. I believe you will find new family members there. Since I was injured and not suitable for leaving the hospital for the time being, Alice went with Professor Charles to visit Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, while Jean stayed to take care of me, and Storm looked after the children living in the Lion's Villa. Although the Lion's subordinates were all tough men, they were quite capable of taking care of children. Before Alice left, she went to the villa to take a look, and the usually crying and noisy kids were happily entertained by them. Moreover, the Lion thoughtfully hired a nanny for the youngest baby. The trip back to school was on a cool jet plane, piloted by Scott. After the plane took off, I noticed that Logan next to me seemed a bit nervous. I looked at Alice, neither nodding nor shaking my head. Being a proud man, I didn't want to admit that I, a grown man, was actually airsick. Alice curled her lips and turned to look out the window, saying, "It's nothing. It's just personal constitution. I used to get airsick a long time ago, but now, it's fine." I didn't want to talk, but that didn't mean others would remain silent. Professor Charles spoke up, asking me, "Alice, may I know your full name? You're going to be my student from now on, and I can't be unclear about what my students are called." From Blanche's memories, Professor Charles saw that I was wary of everyone, even with Blanche, whom I was closest to. I had never discussed my past. I turned my head to look at the smiling Professor Charles and eventually said, "Alice." "Batterino." Professor Charles nodded slightly and asked me some questions related to the children Blanche had adopted. Through this back and forth, our relationship gradually became closer. Then, Professor Charles suddenly asked seemingly casually, Alice, your ability is quite similar to that of a friend of mine named Eric Lenshare.
Do you know him?
This caught Logan, who had his eyes closed pretending to doze off, and Scott, who was in the driver's seat, to perk up.
I said, Eric Lenshare? Who is that? I've never heard of him. Logan reminded me, his nickname is Magneto. You must know that, right? Magneto? The terrorist? You're friends with him?
Of course, I knew about the infamous Magneto, who was wanted globally. His news frequently appeared in the newspapers a few years ago, but there hadn't been any recent updates. Professor Charles said, when I was younger, I worked with him.
He was completely different back then.
However, what he does now is also for the benefit of us mutants. I think you should be able to understand that. His words left me in silence. I deeply understood the difficult situation mutants faced in society, unprotected by the law and constantly marginalized and oppressed. Many of Magneto's actions might seem evil to ordinary people, but from the perspective of mutants, they could be seen as good. Right and wrong depended on one's standpoint.
I said, why do you all have to mention him? Just because my ability is similar to his, does that mean we have to be related? I've never even met him. Professor Charles asked again, what about your parents? Did they never mention Magneto?
When my parents were brought up, my eyes turned cold. No, never.
Do you really wish for me to have some connection with him?
No, it doesn't matter whether there is a connection or not. I only know that from now on, you are my student. Logan will be your history professor, and Scott will mainly teach some courses related to instruments. You can take them as electives, Professor Charles said.
I slightly turned my head to look at Logan's muscular physique and asked, aren't you teaching physical education?
My question made Scott unable to help but laugh. What a pity, the martial arts professor isn't him.
Those muscles are just for show.
Scott's words, as Logan's old rival, made him quite unhappy, but the dizziness prevented him from retorting loudly. He could only mutter, I'm proficient in world history and can speak 7 languages.
Do you want to practice with me, Scott? Curiously, I asked, 7 languages? That many? Which ones? There's French, German, Russian, Chinese, Hindi. Logan answered. I can speak Chinese too. Can you say the tongue twisters in Chinese? I asked. What tongue twister?
Eating grapes without spitting the skins, but not eating grapes and still spitting the skins. I threw out a simple tongue twister, and Logan could follow along, but as the difficulty increased, reaching the level of black fertilizer will take effect, Logan was utterly bewildered. It was just too hard. Professor Charles watched me and Logan interact, smiling silently, while Scott looked completely confused, not understanding a word of Chinese. As the jet flew over Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, the grass on the playground slowly parted, revealing a hangar beneath. Once the plane came to a stop, Logan was the first to jump out, exhaling deeply and muttering that it was the most excruciating flight he had ever endured, his mind still echoing with the black-gray wave black-gray sounds. After disembarking, I looked around at the spacious, bright hangar, equipped with everything necessary, giving me a glimpse of the grandeur of this small school. Exiting the hangar, I took an elevator with Professor Charles to the main teaching building above the basement, where students lived and learned. This school was originally a private castle belonging to Professor Charles's family, located in Westchester County, just north of New York City, covering hundreds of acres and over a century old. The castle was built in a Gothic architectural style, grand on the outside and luxurious on the inside, with towering trees throughout the estate creating an elegant and mysterious atmosphere. Professor Charles asked me, this is where the students and teachers live and learn.
Behind the main building, there's a large lawn, playground, garden, and an artificial lake for leisure activities.
I will arrange accommodations for you.
Alice, what do you think?
I looked around at the students who seemed like they had stepped out of a magical world, each with unique abilities. Some could phase through walls, while others controlled paper airplanes with the wind. The variety I saw was astonishing.
I asked, are you planning to arrange for my younger siblings to stay in this building too?
The professor replied, I intend to do so, but I would like to hear your opinion. I scanned the area and, through the window, noticed a row of small houses about 200 meters from the main building.
I pointed outside and asked, what are those houses for? A glimmer of nostalgia flashed in the professor's eyes as he said, those used to be the residences of maids and servants long ago. Some students lived there during renovations, but now they are abandoned.
Occasionally, I have someone go to repair them, as they were built alongside the main building and are over 100 years old.
I suggested, let's go take a look.
If they're decent inside, I would like to live there, I don't really like crowded places. The row of houses I was interested in was located in the southwest corner of the estate, with a line of tall, neatly arranged red maple trees in front. In early August, as the temperature dropped, the leaves of the maple trees had begun to yellow slightly, and by late autumn, they would surely form a sea of crimson clouds. Outside the house was a lush green lawn, and not far ahead was a clear little lake, with willows growing thickly by the water's edge. Their long branches hung down, creating gentle ripples on the surface. Although this place lacked the grandeur and opulence of the main building, its tranquil and secluded environment was very appealing to me. There was a moderately sized courtyard outside the house, and the gate was unlocked. I pushed it open, and a faint sound of weeping drifted into my ears. I was taken aback and asked, "Is someone crying? Did you hear that?" Logan and Scott exchanged glances before stepping forward together to open the door of the room where the crying was coming from. A rush of water burst forth from the room, startling both of them into jumping back reflexively. Inside the room, I saw a student who looked about 13, sitting at a desk and crying uncontrollably. The high-pressure tears streaming from his eyes reminded me of a scene from a movie I had watched in my previous life, where a girl cried just as heartbreakingly. Unfortunately, the boy in front of me was not a cute elf girl but a frail boy. "Vix, have you been bullied again?" Professor Charles asked. Hearing the professor's voice, the boy, Vix Anderson, stopped crying, jumped down from the desk, and stood in water that barely reached his ankles, sniffling as he said, No one is bullying me. I just feel, it's hard inside. You know, no one can hide anything from me. Is it Jamie and the others who are calling you a crybaby again? Vix, I've told you before, your abilities are not a reason to be mocked, the professor continued. But, Professor, I can't do anything other than cry. I can't become an X-Man, I can't do anything, Vix said, feeling deeply pained by his embarrassing mutant ability. I bent down, scooping up the water on the ground and watching it flow through my fingers without any impurities. I asked, "Did you cry all this water? What kind of water is it? Salt water?" "No, it's not," Vix shook his head, nervously putting his hands behind his back. "My tears don't have a taste, I've secretly tasted them." "Then your ability is unparalleled." I looked directly into Vix's eyes with my big black ones. "No one can escape water, water is the source of life, and you are the creator of water. Those who mock you should be mocking themselves, they don't understand the value of your ability." As Vix looked into my calm black eyes, it was as if he saw a guiding light. "You mean my ability is powerful and valuable? I'm not just a useless person who can only cry. Worthlessness depends on what you do, not on a comment from someone else's tongue. No one is truly worthless, only those who genuinely want to be worthless are." I echoed Alice's words, which Vix, being inexperienced, didn't fully understand. But that didn't stop him from feeling a spark of confidence. "I'm not worthless, I don't want to be worthless. But, what should I do? First," I glanced around at the water-filled room. "I'm going to move in here soon, and since all this water is from your crying, you need to take responsibility for cleaning it up. You must learn to take responsibility for what you've done." "Okay. I'll do it right now." Professor Charles watched all this with a smile and didn't say a word. Once Vix cheerfully went to find a bucket to clean up the water, the professor asked Logan and Scott to stay and help me tidy the room. Scott didn't mind at all, he was willing to do whatever the professor asked. But Logan was internally reluctant, however, seeing his old rival Scott staying behind, he didn't want to appear inferior. In the row of 5 rooms and 1 kitchen, I single-handedly took down all the bunk beds that had been left behind. These high beds were not suitable for younger children. After dismantling the beds and some useless items, the next step was to clean the dust and cobwebs from the rooms. Vix came back from the main teaching building with a large bucket of water, only to realize he couldn't lift it once it was full. Scott reached out to help, but I stopped him. "This is his own responsibility, let him do it. If he can't lift a full bucket, he can try with half a bucket." "Can you clean up the water by yourself?" "I can. I definitely can." Vix refused Scott's help, repeatedly lifting a half-full bucket of water and pouring it into the sink outside the kitchen. Scott and Logan exchanged glances, both thinking I was being too serious. After dinner, Professor Charles called me into his office to discuss some questions about my new dormitory, mentioning that I could come to him directly if I needed anything. Then, he shifted the conversation to my abilities. The professor said, "I think you have some misunderstandings about your abilities. You don't control metal, rather, like Magneto, you have the ability to control magnetic fields." "Control magnetic fields?"
If magnetic fields can control metal, isn't that still metal control?
I pondered for a moment, feeling that controlling magnetic fields and controlling metal didn't seem all that different. The professor patiently explained, strictly speaking, the two concepts are entirely different.
For instance, the Earth itself is a large magnetic field. Ignoring the strength of the ability, if you can control magnetic fields, you can control the Earth. There is also the biological magnetic field of a human body, which is generated by bioelectric currents and is crucial for the healthy functioning of many organs in the body. Perhaps due to years of teaching, the professor unknowingly began to delve into theoretical knowledge from textbooks.
Because I was precocious, he overlooked my age and discussed topics like biology and magnetic field theory, which were usually covered in higher grades. I listened attentively, and the knowledge buried in my memory was brought to the surface. After careful consideration, I gained new insights.
After a while, the clock on the wall struck 10, and the professor felt it was getting late. Alice, that's enough for today. You should go rest.
These theoretical concepts are profound. Think them over and feel free to come ask me if you have any questions. I stood up and bowed to the professor, saying, "Thank you, Professor. Your explanations are clear and easy to understand. I have learned a lot." This bow was my expression of respect as a student to a teacher.
The professor smiled and asked, "I'm glad you understood. Do you have any other questions?"
He seemed to be anticipating something. I rubbed my nose and said,
Magneto, do you know him well?" The professor's smile widened slightly. "We worked together in our younger days.
Although it wasn't for long, he was indeed a dear friend of my life. But you seem to be on completely different paths. He is somewhat anti-human." The professor sighed with a wry smile. "I can't entirely blame him. Eric had a difficult childhood. During World War II, his entire family was sent to a concentration camp, and he was the only survivor. Witnessing his mother's death filled him with hatred. Later, his wife and daughter also died due to the negligence of ordinary humans. I tried to change his view of humanity and show him the goodness in ordinary people, but unfortunately, I failed."
"I hope you don't follow in Eric's footsteps."
"I'm not him. Other people's affairs have nothing to do with me," I said, waving my hand as I left the professor's office, ignoring the hope in his eyes.
Watching me leave, the professor clasped his hands together and sighed deeply.
I walked under the moonlight, exiting the main teaching building and heading toward the small house not far away. The row of houses hadn't been completely organized during the day, but I didn't want to stay in the student dormitory, so I set up a temporary bed and bedding in one of the rooms to get by for the night. I had slept in bridge tunnels and old train cars before, so a room that hadn't been cleaned wasn't a big deal. The night breeze was a bit cool, rustling the branches, and the shadows of the trees swayed gently in the moonlight. As night fell, a bright crescent moon occupied half the sky, and under its glow, the stars could only twinkle timidly at the edges of the heavens, far from the moon. I turned my footsteps towards the shimmering artificial lake bathed in moonlight. On the calm surface of the lake, the reflected crescent moon and the moon above seemed like a pair of twin sisters, one in the sky and the other in the water. I couldn't help but pick up a small stone and toss it into the lake. The surface rippled, and the moon's reflection shattered into countless fragmented spots of light, mirroring my current state of mind. When I was very young, before my grandmother passed away, she had told me that my grandfather was a mutant who could control metal. I still could not forget the car accident 4 years ago, when a school bus carrying 45 students crashed through the guardrail and plunged off a cliff. In that instant, the bus was filled with fear and despair. I still vividly remember that feeling. Unlike the overworked death in my previous life, fear felt like thousands of small snakes crawling all over me, stretching that moment infinitely. Just amid the fear, an energy burst forth from my body, freezing the falling bus and truck in midair.
"Alice, can you put me down?" A resigned voice sounded from behind me.
I turned to see Logan floating in midair, unable to move due to my magnetic field.
I asked warily, "Is that you? What are you doing here so late? Are you following me?"
After all, I hadn't spoken much with him, so my guard was still up. Logan slightly moved his fingers and said, "This is a public leisure area. Many people like to walk by the lake at night." I glanced at the shadows of a few people swaying in the trees across the lake and retracted my magnetic field, saying, "Okay, sorry about that." "No, I should be the one apologizing," Logan replied, moving his somewhat stiff neck.
"I hurt your friend, and I'm really sorry."
In truth, Logan didn't have a habit of walking at night. He had seen me walking towards the lake from the window of his upstairs room and had followed me down just to say sorry in person. During the day, he felt too embarrassed to speak in front of Scott. I smirked. "You should say that to Blanche." But I know that silly girl will forgive you, so I'll accept it on her behalf.
If there's nothing else, you can go for a walk now, Professor. However, Logan didn't leave at my dismissal. Instead, he asked, do you really have no connection to Magneto? Why do you think I must be related to him?
I looked up at Logan, my black eyes filled with indifference.
Just because of our similar abilities?
I've been controlled by Magneto before. The feeling is exactly the same as when you control me.
Is that so?
I turned and sat cross-legged on the grass, picking up another stone and tossing it into the lake, causing the almost calm surface to ripple once more.
If I were connected to him, what would you do? Would you take the resentment you got from him and throw it onto me? I'm not that shallow. Logan sat down on the grass beside me.
You are you, and he is he.
I can distinguish between the two clearly. He cannot become you, and I don't want you to become him.
Because of Logan's words, my expression softened a lot. You've been talking so much about you and him, it really sounds like a tongue twister.
This is all your fault.
After hearing you talk so many tongue twisters, my mind is now filled with gray and black, like a swarm of bees buzzing and unable to stop.
Logan gestured to his confused head, making me unable to suppress a laugh. Are you still thinking about that tongue twister?
The difficulty of that kind of tongue twister is something most people can't say. You still need to practice for another 2 years.
Are you praising yourself for not being an ordinary person?
Logan joked along with my words. If you understand it that way, I won't object. I smiled, my eyes crescent-shaped like a moon, with faint dimples on my baby-fat cheeks, making my smile even sweeter. Seeing my rare smile, Logan reached out and rubbed the top of my head, unintentionally adding a tone of indulgence to his voice. You're not humble at all.
Well, I guess it's okay.
I casually dismissed, tilting my head to subtly dodge Logan's hand. I don't like physical contact with unfamiliar people. Logan, who appeared rough but had a delicate side, noticed my resistance. He raised an eyebrow and withdrew his hand without saying anything. At the end of summer, little insects were chirping in the grass. Logan and I, one looking up at the moon in the sky, the other looking down at the moon's reflection in the water, the silent tranquility spread between us, silence but not awkward. The night was cool as water, and the late summer lake breeze carried a hint of moisture, making it feel chilly.
My nose twitched, and I sneezed.
Logan withdrew his gaze and then noticed I was still wearing the thin shirt from the day. The temperature difference between day and night is significant now. You must add more clothes at night, Logan said, taking off his jacket and draping it over me. The oversized jacket made me look like I had just come out of a little people's country. The warm jacket quickly dispelled the chill on my body. I pulled at the jacket, pressed my lips together, and finally uttered 2 words, thank you.
You're welcome.
Logan noticed the slight red showing on my raised wrist. That red thorn that looked like it was dripping blood appeared before his eyes. That thorn tattoo, do you really like it? Hearing Logan mention the tattoo on my wrist, I reflexively pulled my hand back under my clothes. No, just a little interest, I got it for fun. That's not good, don't get tattoos in the future. Before becoming a professor at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Logan had 15 years of wandering time. During those 15 years, he saw many ruffians covered in tattoos. In his eyes, tattoos were associated with bad behavior.
Yeah, I won't do it in the future.
I replied lightly, looking up at the lake's surface. The broken tranquility returned, but this silence made Logan feel uneasy. He looked around, pondering whether he should return to the dormitory or say something more. The row of dark houses not far from the artificial lake caught Logan's eye. The houses without a single light beneath the tall maple trees carried a somewhat eerie atmosphere.
Are you really planning to live there alone at night?
Yeah, Professor Charles wants me to stay in the girls' dormitory, but I don't like living with others. That place is pretty good, quite quiet.
I looked at the distant house, not feeling anything wrong.
Logan asked me, there are a lot of wild cats here at night, their cries sound like children crying.
Aren't you afraid? I replied, I'm used to it, it's fine. After all, I had even lived under a bridge, so how could I be scared of catcalls?
Seeing my indifferent expression, Logan suddenly looked a bit angry. I guessed he didn't understand why Professor Charles would let a 10-year-old girl live alone in such a secluded house. He certainly would never do that. Logan stood up, brushing off the grass clippings. I'm sleeping there tonight.
You can sleep in my room. I live in a single room, and no one will bother you.
I'll take you to my room first. I hurriedly got up to refuse. No need, I think that place is fine. But this time Logan's tone was firm. Don't say anything more, it's settled.
Come with me.
I couldn't refuse and had no choice but to follow him back to the main teaching building.
Logan lived in a single teacher's dormitory on the 2nd floor.
The interior was simple, with the most prominent feature being a bookshelf filled with books in various languages, including English, Chinese, Russian, and French. Logan instructed me, if you can't sleep tonight, just grab a book to read. Turn left when you go out, and there's a public lounge. If you're thirsty or hungry, you can go there to find food and drinks. Good night, Alice. With that, he took his jacket and left. From the second-floor window, I saw Logan exit the teaching building and walk toward the row of houses behind the maple trees. He noticed I was standing by the window and waved at me. At that moment, a girl wearing pajamas and with 2 strands of white hair on her head looked at me in confusion and asked, "Who are you? Why are you staying in Logan's room?" I pointed to the window where the light turned on behind the maple tree and explained, "My name is Alice." Logan was worried I would be scared living alone in that house, so he swapped rooms with me. The girl bombarded me with questions. "That place, hasn't anyone lived there for a long time? I've never seen you before. Are you a new mutant? What is your power? Why do you want to live there alone?" After she finished, I smiled and answered, "I just arrived at the school today, and there will be a dozen or so kids living there soon." As for my power, Professor Charles said I can control magnetic fields. Hearing that I could control magnetic fields, the previously gentle girl's expression changed dramatically. "Control magnetic fields? What is your relationship with Magneto?" I vaguely said, "Well, maybe there's some connection." After all, that relationship wasn't clear yet. The girl exclaimed, "Anyone related to Magneto can't be a good person." After saying that, she turned and left, slamming the door hard, the sound echoing through the entire floor. I heard a girl next door ask, "What are you up to, little rascal?" But then there was no more sound. I stood there in a daze for a few seconds, feeling perplexed, then pouted. Sigh, I must have been dragged into trouble by my not-so-clear relationship with my grandfather, and now she was taking her anger out on me. But I didn't mind. If Professor Charles didn't care, what emotions could I, a student, have? At worst, we'd just be strangers in the future. So, I turned off the light and dove into the soft bed, enveloped by a faint smell of nicotine, and soon fell asleep. After cleaning the room, the following simple renovation work will be handled by the renovation company, so I don't need to worry, just inform them of the renovation style. Both Stormgirl and Sheen have classes and cannot stay in California for long. Therefore, I went to California again to hire a caregiver and 2 nannies to take care of Blanchie and the children. A week later, Blanchie's injuries improved, and she was ready to be discharged. Scott flew the school plane to bring them all back to school. When leaving the Lion's villa, the Lion's subordinates were reluctant to part with the children. The children's tragic experiences stirred the paternal instincts in these tough men, and during this week they made various efforts to bring joy to the kids. At this moment, tears sparkled in their eyes. The Lion looked at his emotional subordinates and erupted in anger. "Are you all men? Why are you crying like women? If you like children, go marry and have your own. Don't embarrass yourselves here." Sasha ran back to the plane. She wanted to give her favorite doll to the Lion because he looked a lot like her deceased father. Growing up in a single-parent family, Sasha was sent to an orphanage after her father died, and she ran away from the orphanage because she was bullied. The Lion felt a pang in his heart and, to avoid losing face in front of his subordinates, he held back tears and squatted down slightly. "Sasha, dear, Uncle will accept your gift and will bring it to school to see you." After the children left, the Lion dismissed his subordinates and walked towards the villa to secretly wipe his tears. The younger brothers who hadn't gone far saw their boss's emotional side and silently decided to give him face. It was the children's first time on a plane, and they were so excited that they didn't want to enter Blanchie's space. The cabin was a bit crowded, but they would soon arrive at school, so a little squeeze didn't matter. Professor Charles was waiting for the plane to land in the underground hangar. Blanchie, still recovering from her injuries, needed to be in a wheelchair for a while. It was a strange sight to see 2 people in wheelchairs together. At that time, it was class time, so the arrival of so many children didn't cause much of a stir. I directly took the children to the newly renovated house, which would be their home from now on. Vix Anderson saw the group of children from the classroom window and knew that the siblings I mentioned had arrived. As soon as the bell rang, he grabbed his backpack and rushed downstairs. The renovation company, according to my request, had transformed several rooms into dreamy children's rooms, complete with desks, lamps, and children's beds. While the children were excitedly dividing the rooms, the doorbell rang. I opened the door to see Vix standing there with his backpack, looking a bit shy. He said, "I just saw the siblings you mentioned arrived, so I prepared some snacks in advance. I don't know if they will like them." Looking at his thoughtfulness, I smiled and said, "Come in, they will like them." Facing the contact of strangers, those children who have suffered from abandonment and violence initially exhibit strong resistance. However, Vix is a very patient boy. He was not hurt by the children's initial cold treatment. Before long, the children deeply liked this quiet and patient older brother. Brother Vix lives in the main building over there. When he finishes class, you can go find him to play. Now, what did you forget to say to brother just now? After getting to know Vix, Blanche quickly became familiar with him, and she expressed her admiration for Vic's unique abilities. Thank you, Brother Vix. Snacks, we love them so much. The children's simultaneous thanks made Vix feel a bit shy. Don't mention it, no need to thank me. I will bring you snacks again in the future. Alright, don't spoil them too much, it's time for dinner. We will go to the cafeteria for lunch, and how about sister makes dinner for you tonight? Okay. A group of scouts marched towards the cafeteria, and the previously noisy cafeteria instantly fell silent. The Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters never lacked children, but most students were over 10 years old. It was the first time seeing so many little kids. Was Professor Charles planning to open a kindergarten? Look! That one in the wheelchair, so dark. Darker than coal. I've never seen someone so dark. A brown-haired boy with slicked back hair pointed at Blanche and laughed loudly, which was particularly jarring in the quiet cafeteria. John! You are so rude. Have you forgotten what the student code says? You must never comment on a classmate's appearance. We all started as ordinary people, it's the mutant genes in our bodies that make us different from others. Quickly apologize. A boy with a hedgehog hairstyle next to slick-back John tried to stop John's rude behavior but was met with John's mockery. Bobby, feeling sorry? You have a girlfriend and you're still speaking up for another girl, aren't you afraid your girlfriend will get jealous? Bobby's girlfriend, the mischievous girl who had previously given Alice a hard time, did not take off her gloves to teach John a lesson like before. She only glanced at Alice, picked up her tray, and walked out of the cafeteria. Hey, mischievous, what's wrong? Bobby looked at the unusually quiet mischievous in astonishment. Go chase her. Otherwise, your girlfriend will run away. Ha ha. Bobby looked at John, who was laughing recklessly, and felt a surge of anger. Don't get too cocky, John, I'm telling Professor Charles right now. What are you telling the professor? Good baby? Are you going to tell the professor I said someone is too dark? I'm just stating a fact. What can the professor do to me? Before he finished speaking, John suddenly grabbed his neck, his eyes wide open, his tongue sticking out, appearing as if he was about to suffocate. The skull necklace around his neck suddenly tightened, making it impossible for him to breathe. Soon, John collapsed weakly to the ground, rolling his eyes back. John's sudden change shocked the students in the cafeteria, and the female students who were afraid of death screamed. Alice, I'm fine, after all, he will be our classmate in the future. Blanche grabbed Alice's arm and said gently. Alice snorted coldly, let go of her hand, and the revived John immediately gasped for fresh air. A sudden scream echoed in the cafeteria, and Jean, Scott, and Logan, who were slowly approaching, rushed into the cafeteria like a gust of wind. Upon seeing John slumped on the ground, they immediately became alert. John! What happened to you? John! Bobby, what's going on with John? Scott quickly crouched down and placed John's head on his knee, looking up at Bobby beside him. He just collapsed suddenly. I really don't know, Bobby stammered, but he had already seen Alice extend her hand and guessed that John had received a lesson, though he couldn't betray anyone. As John's consciousness gradually returned, he looked at Scott and shouted in panic, Someone is trying to kill me. Professor! Someone is trying to kill me. At school, John had always been a little tyrant, bullying and mocking other students thanks to his outstanding abilities. Seeing him so frightened made those who had been bullied by John secretly laugh in their hearts. In less than 2 minutes, Jean figured out what had happened. She instructed the surrounding students who were watching the commotion to disperse, leaving only John, the person involved. John, you were punished this time because you spoke too harshly. You can't do that again in the future. After patiently advising John, Jean let him leave. John felt very wronged, but Jean's words left him no room to argue, and in the end, he could only walk away feeling unlucky, losing his appetite for lunch. After teaching John a lesson, Alice directly led the children upstairs, where the cafeteria was relatively less crowded and offered more space to sit. Logan brought his lunch upstairs and saw Alice eating as if nothing had happened, completely indifferent to the chaos downstairs. Upon seeing the marks around John's neck, Logan understood who was responsible. John was known for being straightforward, competitive, and showy, so receiving such a lesson was within reason.
Professor, it was John who started it, he used to bully me all the time.
Seeing Logan walk straight over, Vix thought he was going to defend John and reprimand Alice, so he hurriedly stood up to exonerate Alice.
Don't be nervous, Vix, I understand what happened. But Alice, you were a bit too harsh this time. After all, you will all be classmates in the future. If you encounter a similar situation again, you can come directly to me or other teachers.
After hearing Logan's words, Alice didn't lift her head and quietly responded. From her attitude, Logan knew that if John hadn't received this lesson, he would face more trouble in the future. Jean and Scott soon arrived on the second floor of the cafeteria, and they didn't mention what had happened downstairs, as if that incident had never occurred. Jean and Scott sat together, and during lunch, Scott would help Jean eat the food she didn't like and would serve her the dishes she enjoyed. The affection Scott had for Jean could be felt even from 2 tables away. Logan, who was intentionally pursuing Jean, chewed on his fried chicken leg noisily. Vix and Blanche secretly admired Logan's strong teeth. Feeling jealous, Logan turned his head and caught Alice's gaze, which was both teasing and amused, and couldn't help but ask, "What are you looking at?" Alice rolled her large black eyes, glancing at Jean and Scott across the table, then at the fried chicken leg that Logan devoured along with the bones, and finally, with a smile at the corner of her mouth, lowered her head to continue eating her food. Logan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, and looked at Alice helplessly, thinking to himself, "This isn't precociousness, it's clearly just maturity." The 2 children sat side by side, their heads lowered as they whispered to each other. Logan's keen ears caught their discussion about whether sweet and sour ribs were more delicious than sweet and sour fish.
"It's all basically sweet and sour, what's the difference when you eat them?" To ease his awkwardness, Logan interjected this line between the 2 kids. "They're not the same. Ribs have their flavor, and fish has its own taste, ribs are definitely better." One child looked up and declared loudly, "No way, fish is way more delicious." The other child argued back. Just as it seemed the 2 kids were about to start a fight over fish and ribs, Alice slammed her spoon on the table with a bang. "Enough. Jimmy, Roger, there will be both ribs and fish for dinner tonight, so you 2 stop arguing now." Alice's voice wasn't harsh, but it held a deterrent effect on the 2 troublemakers, making them shrink their necks and obediently continue eating. "Are they making Chinese food in the kitchen tonight? How do you know?"
Logan looked at Alice in confusion.
"Not quite," Blanche explained.
"Alice is cooking tonight to celebrate us moving into our new home. She's going to make a lot of Chinese and Western dishes.
I used to help her, but now I can cook too. Can I help you, Alice?"
Jean chimed in with a smile.
"But, Professor Gray, don't you have classes this afternoon?" Alice asked hesitantly.
"I only have 2 classes this afternoon, I'll have plenty of time."
"Are you not welcoming me?"
Jean winked and flashed a slightly playful smile.
"Of course you're welcome.
Professor Scott should come too, let's not make it too formal, just think of it as a family dinner." Alice then invited Scott to join for dinner, and Scott nodded in agreement.
Ahem.
Logan held a fist to his mouth and pretended to cough exaggeratedly. Alice turned to look at Logan, a slight smile on her lips. "Does Professor Logan want to join as well?"
I just happen to be free this afternoon.
"I can buy anything you need, the supermarket in town is only a 10-minute drive from here."
"Well then," Alice pondered for a moment, "I'll ride with you.
I need to see some ingredients in person to know if they're good." Vix felt a bit anxious. Alice hadn't explicitly invited him to the dinner, and he was unsure if he was on her guest list.
After hesitating for a long time, Vix cautiously raised his hand. Can I join too? I can help with a little bit." "Of course you're coming. Did you think I would leave you out?"
Seeing Vix looking very unconfident, Alice smiled.
"Just tell me what you want to eat, and we'll make it together tonight."
Vix felt extremely happy at the affirmative reply, grinning broadly. I can eat anything."
Vic's silly expression made everyone chuckle, and Blanche couldn't help but gently pat his head. "Look at you, what are you going to do if you don't eat?" "What I meant was,
I'm fine with whatever." Feeling he had misspoken, Vix shyly scratched the back of his head, smiling bashfully.
After lunch, Alice took the children back to their dormitory.
Since Blanche's injury hadn't healed yet, she needed to rest, so Jean stayed behind to help watch the kids during their nap. Alice then went with Logan to the supermarket in town. The town supermarket wasn't very large, and many of the ingredients Alice wanted weren't available there. Considering that it would take about an hour to go to the city and back, Logan drove swiftly toward the city. The Bronx offers many shopping venues, but the largest ingredient market is undoubtedly the supermarket located in the southwest corner of the Bronx. This 4-story building has everything from daily necessities to fresh meats and produce. Alice carefully selected her items in the supermarket, and Logan, pushing a shopping cart behind her, quickly filled it with various goods including cooking oil, MSG, fruits, vegetables, and meats. Watching Alice move so skillfully made Logan seem like her devoted assistant. Just as they were enjoying their shopping, a bald black man wearing an eye patch approached them with a smile, saying, "Logan, I'm really glad to see you here." In contrast to the man's enthusiasm, Logan's response was quite cold. "Fury, I believe you're just passing by." "Unfortunately, I'm actually here specifically for you." "Is this your student? Another mutant?" Fury asked as he looked at Alice. "Don't get any ideas about her." Logan stepped forward to block Fury's view, then continued, "What do you want from me? I already told you I'm not working for S.H.I.E.L.D. anymore. Don't be so definitive, after all, we used to be colleagues. I'm not here for any big issue, but there's been a bank robbery just 2 blocks away, and there are 12 hostages inside. I hope you can help. Rescuing hostages shouldn't be a big deal for you, right? If it's just regular hostages, I don't think the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. needs to personally intervene," Logan replied, looking at Fury with a sidelong glance, his arms crossed over his chest. "There's a British diplomat and our vice president among them, so we can't afford any mistakes this time." Logan had worked as an agent for S.H.I.E.L.D. for a while before joining the school, but he left because he disliked the agency's methods. While he didn't want to carry out morally questionable missions anymore, he could still help with a rescue. "But Coulson," Fury called out loudly, and a short man with a smile like that of the Buddha came out from behind a shelf, holding a can of canned peaches. "Boss, I think we can add a dessert to our lunchboxes." "Forget the lunchboxes, just continue shopping with this young lady." "Young lady, I'll borrow your teacher for a bit, and I'll return him to you when I'm done." Nick Fury patted Alice on the head and then took Logan away. "Hello, I'm Phil Coulson, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nice to meet you," Agent Coulson said, extending his hand to Alice for an introduction. Alice shook his hand and replied, "Alice, Professor Logan's student." "Alice, is there anything else you need to buy? From now on, it'll just be me accompanying you at the supermarket, is that okay?" "That's fine, but how long will Professor Logan be gone? We still need to save time for dinner." With Logan's abilities, I don't think it will take too long. As Alice and Agent Coulson chatted, they continued shopping. In reality, it was Coulson asking questions while Alice gave simple answers. Although Alice's attitude was somewhat cold, Agent Coulson didn't mind at all, as his warm and friendly smile remained on his face. They bought a total of 4 large bags of items, and Coulson intended to pay but was firmly rejected by Alice. She absolutely wouldn't accept money for no reason. After loading everything into the car, Alice didn't want to just sit and wait, so she asked Agent Coulson to drive to the bank that had been robbed to check on the situation. "It could be dangerous, considering that those robbers are armed," Agent Coulson kindly reminded her, not rushing to drive. "It's all right, I'm a mutant," Coulson replied with an even brighter smile. "I'm not quite sure what your mutant ability is yet. I can't take you into danger." Alice quietly stared at Coulson with her calm, unblinking eyes, not saying a word. Coulson maintained his smile as he looked at her, and after a few minutes of silent standoff, he finally turned the key and started the car. "All right, let's keep our distance and observe carefully." The Weston Bank on Parlag Street is a medium-sized bank in the Bronx, equipped with a standard security system that includes 2 armed security guards and an automatic alarm system. The robbers targeting Weston Bank were a group of seasoned criminals who had carefully planned their escape route before striking. They weren't afraid of the police. Following their usual routine, they would first take down the guards upon entry, threaten the tellers to hand over the cash, and finally take 2 hostages, leading the police on a highway chase. Once they tossed the hostages to the side of the road, they could easily escape. As long as no one was killed, they wouldn't end up in a life-or-death situation. The leader of the robbers was a very cautious man who sought easy gains without risking his life over money, so he would never make the foolish mistake of killing a hostage mid-escape. However, this time, the robbery situation changed unexpectedly, as it somehow attracted the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. The firepower of their weapons was on an entirely different level from that of local law enforcement, making the robber leader doubtless that he would be turned into a sieve the moment he stepped out. After conducting some reconnaissance, the robber leader recognized the vice president, who was disguised and wearing sunglasses, and he felt furious, realizing that this was all brought on by S.H.I.E.L.D. In a dilemma, S.H.I.E.L.D. suggested sending in a negotiation expert to negotiate with the robbers, and the leader reluctantly accepted the proposal.
However, when the negotiation expert entered, the robber leader quickly regretted it. There was no negotiation expert at all. This was clearly a tall, muscular mutant who seemed impossible to defeat. In just 1 minute, the robber leader's men suffered significant casualties, forcing him to grab a bundle of explosives and use the vice president as a shield to negotiate for an escape vehicle. Local police coordinated with SHIELD to seal off the roads surrounding the bank for 3 kilometers. Coulson, using his credentials, drove into the secured area. At a turning intersection, a black SUV came speeding towards him in the opposite lane. Quick to react, Coulson slammed on the brakes and sharply turned the steering wheel to the right, while the oncoming vehicle swerved left to avoid him. However, the 2 cars were too close together, making a collision unavoidable. Yet, the anticipated violent crash did not occur. Instead, both cars suddenly stopped mid-air, suspended in place. Coulson looked at Alice, who had raised her hand, and said with a smile, "Is this your mutant ability? That's impressive." When ordinary drivers encounter an accident, they usually turn the steering wheel to the right to avoid the impact. Why did you turn left? Because you're sitting on the right side. Since Director Fury entrusted you to me, it's my duty to ensure your safety with my life. Facing Coulson's sincere smile, a glimmer of emotion flashed in Alice's eyes. She lowered her gaze and softly said thank you to him. Opening the car door, Alice walked toward the opposite vehicle. The robbers inside, panicking, extended their weapons out of the car, ready to open fire. Alice raised her hand, and the weapons flew from their grasp, turning in midair to point at the tightly bundled robbers inside the car. Are you planning to get out of the car, or are you planning to hit the road? SHIELD personnel quickly exited their vehicles, apprehending the robbers and escorting the hostages to safety. The entire process took only a few minutes before they began to clear the scene. However, despite the successful rescue of the hostages, Fury was not in a good mood. He could have taken down the robbers' weapons in an instant, but Logan had held back, clearly concerned that Fury might have ulterior motives regarding his student. It was as if Logan was judging him through a lens of suspicion. No one paid attention to Fury's inner calculations as Logan drove away with Alice. "Coulson, that kid's ability reminds me of someone," Fury said, hands on his hips, watching the speeding car. "Are you talking about the one locked up in the plastic prison?" "Boss, William Stryker put a lot of thought into containing him. But I think Alice's ability is quite similar to Jean Grey's," Coulson replied with a smile. "Telekinesis?" Fury asked, a look of confusion on his face. "You were so close to her and couldn't figure out her power?" "Mutant abilities are diverse. Aside from Professor Charles, I don't think anyone can accurately know how many types of mutant powers exist in the world. Charles Francis Xavier, although our positions are different," Fury crossed his arms and sighed deeply, "I have to admit, he is indeed very respectable." Back at the school, the lunch break was just ending. Jean handed over the well-behaved children to the oldest boy before heading to class. The only one left to keep an eye on the kids was Logan, acting as their temporary babysitter to prevent them from playing too close to the water. Professor Charles had already contacted a construction team to install railings around the artificial lake and build a few gazebos, with work expected to start in the coming days. The children that Alice and Blanche had taken in, while just as lively and playful as ordinary kids, understood more due to their past experiences, both good and bad. They might squabble over trivial matters occasionally, but they would never fight over toys. This made Logan's job as a babysitter quite easy. He simply had to sit on a stool at the door and watch the children play. With little else to do, Logan enjoyed smoking cigars. However, when he habitually reached for a cigar to light, one boy holding a baby stared at him intently, making him feel embarrassed to continue. "What's your name? How old are you?" Logan asked as he put the cigar and lighter away. "My name is Chad, and I'm 12 years old." 12? Logan was a bit surprised because Chad looked no older than 9. "What's your last name?" "I don't have one." "I hate them," Chad said, his eyes flashing with hatred. "I want to throw away everything they gave me." "Chad." Blanche wheeled herself to the front door. "Did you forget what Alice told you? If you want to throw things away, you need to get rid of everything, including the hatred." Chad lowered his head and murmured, "I'm sorry, I haven't thrown it away yet." "No one expects you to let go right now. They've received their due punishment and will never appear in your life again. You can't punish your future because of their past mistakes. Sasha is being mischievous again. Give me the baby, and you go keep an eye on her." Blanche pointed at Sasha, who was playfully splashing the water with a stick by the lake, and Chad nodded, handing the baby over to Blanche before running off. That kid, Logan's curiosity was piqued by Blanche's words.
but he hesitated to inquire further about someone else's personal matters. Chad wasn't always called Chad. His parents were both addicts with violent tendencies. Eventually, one died from drug overdose, while the other was imprisoned for murder. Chad was placed in a foster home, but due to his past experiences, he couldn't fit in and ran away. Now, he's doing much better than before. I firmly believe that the scars left by his parents will fade away in the near future. Logan slightly parted his lips, wanting to say something, but Blanche's radiant smile made him realize that Chad didn't need pity, what he needed was equal treatment. Letting go of the past, did Alice tell you that? After a moment of thought, Logan skillfully avoided the core issue. Exactly. Blanche beamed, her dark skin unable to hide the sparkle in her sky-blue eyes. When Chad poured out his hatred for his parents to Alice, she told him he could either forget them completely or remember every single thing they did. After thinking for a moment, Chad said he couldn't remember a lot anymore, and then Alice said that since forgetting was so difficult, he should choose to forget. One day, he might even forget his parents' names. What was clearly a serious matter was made light by Blanche, who mimicked the expressions of Chad and Alice, first frowning, then adopting a calm demeanor, which made Logan chuckle. After finishing her 2 afternoon classes, Jean rushed over to help. Scott had one more class than Jean, and as the sky began to darken, he changed into formal attire and arrived with gifts, accompanied by 2 others. Alice, you really made this old man sad by forgetting me. Upon opening the door, Professor Charles's playful remark eased the awkwardness of his and Storm's uninvited appearance. Oh no. It's my fault, I didn't consider it well, Alice said, scratching her head sheepishly. Professor Charles's arrival brought gifts that were different from the flowers from Scott or the candies from Storm, thick stacks of red envelopes. Not only the children, but also Jean, Scott, Storm, and even the enigmatic Logan received a sizable red envelope. Of course, Alice would be keeping the baby's envelope for her. Since these are gifts from elders to their juniors, we can't leave any out, otherwise, it would seem too biased on my part. Right, kids? Professor Charles's tone lifted, sounding like a playful old man. Yes. The children echoed Charles, clapping their hands and laughing joyfully. Logan smiled and stuffed the first red envelope he ever received into his pocket. It was a brand new experience for him. Jean was also quite skilled in the kitchen and could cook many dishes, but upon seeing Alice's culinary skills, she couldn't help but feel inadequate. Alice, where did you learn to cook so well? Jean asked, smelling the enticing aroma of chicken soup wafting from the pressure cooker. By reading books and watching cooking shows on TV. As long as you follow along and practice a few times, you'll become proficient, Alice replied, managing the frying pan without looking back. This was her self-invented method of exercising her abilities, allowing her to both cook and train simultaneously. In the past, to improve her cooking skills, Alice had moved out of her university dormitory and shared an apartment with classmates. Because chefs earn a good income, even if she couldn't find a job related to her major, she could still work in a restaurant as a cook. After graduation, she was fortunate enough to land a high-paying job right away. Who would have thought she would end up with a boss who pushed her to the brink of exhaustion, working her nearly to death? She would have been better off as a chef. Behind the maple trees, there was a house with a storage room next to the kitchen. During the renovation, Alice had the workers knock down the wall between the 2 rooms, transforming them into one large space. A big oval dining table could comfortably seat more than a dozen people without feeling cramped. When a table full of rich and diverse Chinese dishes was brought to the table, the colorful and fragrant appearance made everyone's mouths water. Come on, eat up. What are you waiting for? After Alice had set all the dishes on the table, she noticed that everyone was still sitting there without picking up their forks and knives. The host hasn't taken her seat yet, how can we eat first? Alice, even for a family dinner, you need to give a little opening speech. Why don't you say a few words? Professor Charles said with a smile, and others echoed his sentiment. Suddenly the center of attention with dozens of eyes on her, Alice felt a bit shy. After thinking for a moment, she slowly spoke, "You, all eat well and drink well, that's it." That's it? That opening line was too short. Professor Charles held a fist to his mouth and revealed a slight smile. It seems our host is shy, so let's begin the feast. We can't let Alice down. Starting with the eldest, Professor Charles, everyone at the table picked up their chopsticks, and the tantalizing array of delicacies made everyone eager to dig in. Although there was an etiquette of not talking while eating, no one paid much attention to such formalities. Professor Charles was a person with both high intelligence and emotional intelligence, and under his influence, the entire dinner was filled with a joyful atmosphere. After the meal, A few people enjoyed dessert in the dining room for a while. By around 9 o'clock, some of the children began to yawn and gradually left. Professor Charles sent the others back to rest, leaving only Jean. He asked her to push him for a walk by the artificial lake. The moon in the sky was much fuller than it had been a few days ago, its oval reflection rippling in the water. After a while of looking at the moon's reflection, Professor Charles slowly spoke, "Jean, tomorrow morning, you need to go to a place called Municarl in Colorado and find a middle-aged man named Gellinis Battolino. You need to obtain a blood sample from him. Remember, it's best not to let anyone else notice, and don't alarm his family." Upon hearing the name of the person Professor Charles wanted her to find, Jean furrowed her brow slightly. Battolino? He might be Alice's father, or he could be Eric's son. Might be? Does he not even know himself? I think the one who knows everything best is Gellinis' mother, Winifred Battolino, but unfortunately, she passed away from a stroke 5 years ago. I need a DNA sample from Gellinis for comparison. But even if we get Alice's father's DNA sample, we don't have Magneto's DNA sample for comparison. That's not difficult. I'll take care of it. The next morning, as dawn broke, the grass on the school's playground was opened up, and a sleek jet took off from the school, heading for Colorado. Jean and Storm went together to complete the task given by Professor Charles. Jean, what exactly did Professor Charles assign you? Why are you not sharing anything with me? Storm, piloting the plane, asked. It's not an important task, it's some personal matter of Professor Charles. You'll know later, Jean said, keeping Professor Charles's instructions in mind and not revealing any information to Storm. Storm simply acknowledged her response without questioning Professor Charles's arrangements. Not long after the plane took off, Scott drove the vehicle, taking Professor Charles toward Washington, where Magneto, Eric Lenscher, was imprisoned in a plastic prison. Upon arriving at the prison and going through a series of checks, Professor Charles was escorted by security personnel into the facility. Inside, Magneto and Professor Charles began an intense game of chess using a set made of synthetic crystal, exchanging moves with vigor and intensity. Despite their lack of verbal communication, everything they wished to convey was expressed vividly through their silent chess match. As the game progressed to a stalemate, Eric suddenly looked up at Professor Charles, his face filled with shock, and asked, "Granddaughter?" "My?" Professor Charles nodded slightly, then placed 2 fingers against his temple. In an instant, the image of Alice appeared in Eric's mind. As Professor Charles continued to inject memories into Eric's consciousness, he saw a girl who appeared delicate, aloof, and distant, yet was soft-hearted and strong within. Alice's grandmother was Winifred Battolino. Does that name ring a bell? While Professor Charles could see through Eric's memories, he was no longer the naive young man he once was and chose to respect Eric's privacy regarding his memories. Eric tapped the chess piece in his hand repeatedly against the plastic table, producing a dull sound. He slowly responded, "Of course I remember. She was a woman I loved, but how is she now?" Professor Charles's answer made Eric pause his movements, and a long silence spread through the relatively small space. "I need your DNA for the final verification." After the silence, Professor Charles stated solemnly. "Verification of what? To confirm that I have an ordinary son? Charles, even if he is, he's just an ordinary human who cannot change my views on ordinary humanity." "It's meaningless." A hint of dissatisfaction crept into Eric's tone. "Gellinis is an ordinary man, but Alice is not. She is a mutant, and her heart still belongs to ordinary people." "So what?" Eric curled his lips into a sarcastic smile. "Are you planning to control her mind, to make her into what you want her to be? Just like your precious X-Men, foolishly serving ordinary humans?" "Eric, I will not interfere with that child's growth. I will allow Alice to become who she wishes to be. Likewise, Eric, I hope you won't interfere either." "I understand your abilities," Professor Charles said with a serious expression. Eric leaned closer to Professor Charles, slowly leaning in and lowering his voice. "Charles, as long as she is my descendant, she will ultimately walk the same path as I did. Just like our powers, they are inherently not meant to be bound by anyone." Professor Charles shook his head with a smile and said, "You are mistaken, Eric, that child will never walk the same path as you." Eric straightened his posture, using his chess piece to take one of Professor Charles's pawns. He smirked meaningfully and said, "Then let's wait and see." After Professor Charles left, Eric fell into memories of the past. He remembered Winifred Battolino as a woman with golden hair and a sunny disposition. If he had not met the gentle Magda, perhaps. Thinking of his wife Magda brought memories of his daughter Anya, both of whom had tragically died right before his eyes. Eric tightened his grip on the chess piece, resolutely believing that victory could only belong to mutants. The spiritual ability of Chin, besides being able to move objects with her mind and sense human thoughts, also possesses the incredible skill of altering the sensory perceptions of her targets with her thoughts. This allows her to distort the vision, hearing, and smell of others. In simple terms, it means she can make others unable to see what she doesn't want them to see. With this ability, Chin easily entered the house right under the eyes of the Batterino family's nanny. In the living room, a wall filled with photos instantly captured Chin's attention. These photos were hung in a certain order, indicating that the Batterino couple was keen on preserving memories of the past. Each photo was accompanied by a small annotation. From the day the couple moved into the new house, to Mrs. Batterino's first pregnancy checkup, followed by the birth of their first child, Alice, and then Alice's first steps in first run. The wall full of picture frames seemed to exude a strong scent of happiness. However, when Chin looked closely, she noticed that the timeline of the photos suddenly stopped in 2002. Aside from a few pictures of the Batterino couple with their twin children, there were no more photos with clear dates or annotations. This seemed to indicate that Alice's departure had a tremendous impact on the Batterino couple. After obtaining a blood sample from Alice's father, Jelens, Chin quickly returned to school. 2 days later, the paternity test report between Jelens and Magneto was released, clearly stating that there was indeed a biological father-son relationship between them. Although Professor Charles had already been 90% certain about the relationship between Alice and Eric in his heart, he couldn't help but feel emotional upon seeing the report. The reason Eric hated ordinary people so much was precisely because his blood relatives had been persecuted and killed one after another. Now, with the appearance of a descendant so closely related to him both by blood and ability, Professor Charles hoped that through Alice, Eric's views on humanity could improve. The Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters was divided into 3 stages based on age: small class, middle class, and large class, corresponding to elementary school, middle school, and high school. Another week passed, and when Blanchia's injuries had basically healed, her and Alice's class schedule was arranged. Blanchia's age was suitable for the large class, while Professor Charles initially planned to place Alice in the middle class, but she refused. "I want to go to the large class. I am fully capable of completing high school studies." Although Alice was only a first-grade student before becoming a mutant, she no longer wanted to learn with a bunch of little kids. "Alice is a genius. She taught me a lot of what I know," Blanchia chimed in, supporting Alice's statement. "All right, then Alice will be in the same class as Blanchia. Blanchia, if you don't understand anything, feel free to ask Professor Gray. She will be your teacher from now on. Alice, I think you should be completely familiar with the school environment by now. I plan to start your ability training, combining learning and ability training. Do you think you will feel pressured?" Professor Charles asked Alice with a warm smile on his face. Alice nodded and said, "No problem, I think I can handle it." Under Chin's guidance, Alice and Blanchia arrived in Class 3A, where they, like all the new students, introduced themselves. "I am Brittany Harris. I love singing and dancing, and my ability is a kind of spatial power." Blanchia demonstrated her ability by sending the chalk eraser from the desk into her space and then taking it out again. "Oh, that looks so impressive. This ability is really convenient. I wish I could have it too." The students under the podium were quietly discussing Blanchia's ability. Blanchia's power made those with very ordinary abilities feel a twinge of envy. "Ha! Do you want to have dark skin like her too?" John, who still hadn't learned his lesson, sneered at the few students who were expressing admiration for Blanchia's ability. "I am Alice Batterino. I don't have any special hobbies, and my ability is..." Alice extended her hand towards John, and suddenly, the silver cross necklace around John's neck flew up into the air, taking John with it as he was seated. Terrified, John quickly removed the silver cross from his neck. "I can control metal," Alice said as she retracted her hand, causing the silver cross to fall to the ground beside John. John looked at the cross on the floor as if it were a dangerous beast. "John, your thing fell." Bobby, sitting next to John, kindly bent down to pick up the cross and handed it back to him. But John felt especially annoyed looking at Bobby's smiling face. "Humph, I don't want it." "Just throw it away," John huffed coldly, sitting down and clenching his fists, feeling a wave of frustration. Chin slightly curled her lips, smiling at Alice's sudden display of mischief, before quickly regaining her composure. "All right, everyone has met the new students. Alice, Blanchia, please take your seats. Let's start the class now." Alice found the high school curriculum not too difficult. Professor Jean Grey's teaching style was clear, well-structured, and highlighted key points, making her an exceptional teacher.
Alice, how did you find today's lesson? Was there anything you didn't understand?
After class, Jean approached Alice's desk and asked with concern.
Not at all. Professor Grey, your teaching is very easy to understand, I feel great. Alice looked up at Jean and smiled. That's good to hear.
Jean reached out and ruffled Alice's hair.
The next class is math.
If you come across anything you don't understand, feel free to ask the professor directly.
Don't hesitate to bother her. Okay, I will.
After Jean left, the girls in the class immediately surrounded Alice.
They were full of curiosity about this younger classmate.
Batterino, you're only 10 years old and you're in the large class.
Can you really understand the lessons? One classmate asked curiously. Alice can, of course. She teaches me all my homework. Alice is self-taught.
Blanchia was the first to assure everyone, emphasizing that Alice was a genius.
Wow! That's amazing. Your ability is just like Magneto's.
What's your relationship with him? A girl with curly brown hair asked with curiosity.
I'm not too sure, at least he's not in my family tree, Alice replied with a faint smile, giving a vague answer to the questioning girl. Oh, I see. But having the same ability as another mutant isn't too surprising. There are 2 boys in the next class with the same power. They can also make objects float, but only for a few seconds, which is a bit weak. The 2 little girls in the small class have the same ability too.
A girl with pink hair counted off on her fingers, sharing information about those with similar abilities. Well, that's settled, it's just the same ability, nothing more, Alice said with a smile, shrugging her shoulders, neither denying nor confirming, appearing quite diplomatic. Magneto is so powerful, maybe Alice will be like him in the future.
Why don't we give her a nickname? It might even be passed down through history.
A girl with short brown hair affectionately ruffled Alice's hair, her face full of anticipation. I'm Katie, by the way. I can walk through walls, and everyone calls me Phantom Cat. Since there's Magneto, there definitely needs to be a magnet princess or something, another classmate chimed in. That might not be a good idea, Alice already said she has no relation to Magneto, one classmate countered, mistakenly interpreting Alice's ambiguous response as confirmation.
How about calling her Magnet Girl?
I think it fits her ability pretty well, another student suggested.
That sounds so uncreative and cliché. Everyone began to discuss animatedly.
Alice tilted her head slightly, smiling faintly as she watched the girls passionately debating what nickname to give her.
Blanchia eagerly joined the discussion. Little Mischief, what do you think Alice should be called? Magnet Girl?
Bobby, finding the situation amusing, turned to the Little Mischief at the neighboring desk.
I don't know, why does it matter to me?
Little Mischief shot Bobby an annoyed glance and turned to leave. Bobby was taken aback by Little Mischief's anger and quickly got up to chase after her. Alice saw the 2 of them through the crowd, still unaware of the complicated relationship between the girl with white streaks in her hair and Magneto, and she didn't want to know either.
Alice, how about this? Isn't this nickname cute? Blanchia's voice brought Alice back to reality. Nickname? What nickname? Little Magnet. Doesn't it sound super cute? Do you like this nickname? Phantom Cat Katie pinched Alice's slightly chubby cheeks.
Alice's soft cheeks always made Katie want to pinch them. Alice subtly tilted her head back to evade Katie's playful hands.
It's alright. What about Blanchia's nickname? Shadow.
Although it doesn't really relate to my ability, I just like it. From now on, Blanchia will be Alice's shadow. Excited, Blanchia jumped up and hugged Alice, rubbing against her, prompting Alice to exclaim, "Get off me, Blanchia! You're going to crush me!" In the corridor outside the classroom, Little Mischief was stopped by Bobby. Little Mischief, whether Batterino and Magneto are related or not, you shouldn't take your anger out on her.
Angry? I'm not angry. Why should I care about their relationship?
Little Mischief crossed her arms, rolling her eyes and looking petulant, stubbornly insisting she wasn't mad.
Bobby was at a loss for words.
He turned Little Mischief to face him and lowered his voice.
Alright, don't be upset.
Magneto is in prison now, he got what he deserved.
I won't let him hurt you again. I told you it's not because of that.
Little Mischief covered her forehead, unsure how to explain to Bobby that her anger wasn't entirely due to Magneto. That night when Alice first came to school, Little Mischief had quietly followed Logan when she noticed his unusual behavior by the lake from the dorm window. Little Mischief hid behind a big tree by the lake, staying there as long as Alice and Logan did, even though she couldn't hear their conversation. The warm and cozy atmosphere between them inexplicably made Little Mischief feel a twinge of imbalance in her heart. Later, when she saw Logan giving his room to Alice, her sense of imbalance intensified, and once she discovered Alice was connected to her enemy Magneto, that feeling grew even stronger. Later, Little Mischief pretended to casually bring up Alice's connection to Magneto in front of Logan. Logan told her not to think too much about it and shared all the good things about Alice with her, hoping she could become good friends with Alice. Since then, she felt as if she had lost some kind of support. When the class bell rang, Bobby pulled Little Mischief back to the classroom. Inside, Little Mischief watched Alice listening attentively, feeling her heart tangled in confusion, unable to absorb anything the math professor was saying. Although Professor Charles had hired a nanny for the children, Alice and Blanchie, concerned for their well-being, hurriedly left the classroom after school. However, they were called back. Blanchie. Alice. Wait. Wait for me. The two turned around to see Vix, out of breath, running towards them. Alice chuckled at Vix's panting state, teasing, "Vix, what are you doing? Being chased by a ghost?" Vix stopped, waved his hand, and gasped, "I want to walk with you guys." Blanchie pointed towards the cafeteria and asked, "Why? Aren't you going to eat?" Vix opened his backpack, which was stuffed full of cookies, fries, and chocolates. "I brought a lot of snacks for them, I want to join you. Besides, I won't be late if we eat together, hee." Ever since he had tasted Alice's cooking, the food lover Vix had been making all sorts of excuses to tag along for meals. Seeing the snacks in his backpack, Alice raised an eyebrow and said, "If you want to mooch off meals, just say so. Having so many snacks will only encourage them to develop a habit of eating junk food. Plus, your allowance isn't that much, what will you do when it's all spent?" Vix scratched his head sheepishly and nodded, then adjusted his backpack and jogged to catch up with Alice, bouncing along like a rabbit. The nanny that Professor Charles hired was a Filipino woman named Fayez, who spoke English very well. She was a short, warm-looking middle-aged woman with a slightly yellow complexion. Both her mother and daughter worked as nannies, and with decades of experience, Fayez kept the small courtyard where the children lived clean and tidy. Initially, Fayez was hired specifically to take care of the little baby. However, after hearing about the children's experiences, the enthusiastic, kind, and hard-working Fayez took on all the household chores herself, managing to care for all the children very well. The youngest baby was found by Alice, and it was actually that limping yellow dog who saved the baby. It happened 6 months ago in spring, right after winter had passed, and the nights were still very cold. One night, a child suddenly developed a fever, and Alice took her to a nearby private clinic. On their way back, a dirty yellow dog dashed out from an alley, barking at Alice and looking back repeatedly. Alice sensed something was off and followed the dog into the alley, where she discovered a baby abandoned there, less than a month old. The only thing with the baby was a note stating that the mother was still a minor and unable to care for the child. It was unclear whether that young mother was cruel or ignorant, leaving the baby in a rarely visited alley. If it weren't for the alert yellow dog, the chilly winds of early spring might have claimed the child's life. Good people are rewarded, and good dogs are rewarded too. This was something Fayez often said while patting the well-fed yellow dog's head. After school, Fayez had already prepared the dishes to be cooked. Even Fayez, who had cooked for decades, was amazed and eager to see Alice's culinary skills. At dinner, Alice made a table full of dishes with a good mix of meat and vegetables, and Vix ate until his belly was round. However, he noticed that Alice hadn't eaten much at all. Alice covered her cheek and said, "I don't feel like eating, my tooth hurts. I'll just have some soup." Vix, eager to help, offered to contact the dentist, Dr. Hurlton, for Alice. "Toothache? You should see the dentist. Dr. Hurlton lives not far from school, we all go to him when we have toothaches. I had a bad toothache too, and it got better after it was pulled." But Alice declined his offer. After saying that, Alice left her seat to help Fayez wash the dishes. Vix bit his finger, watching Alice hurry away, feeling that she seemed to be afraid of something. The round moon hung high in the sky when suddenly a cloud slowly drifted by, instantly covering the bright moon, as if it also obscured the beautiful dreams and nightmares of the people below. In her dream, the bright light pierced the ceiling like a sword, preventing Alice from opening her eyes. A group of people in biohazard suits moved back and forth in her vision like ghosts, their distant voices muffled by thick glass, fragmentary sounds reaching her ears. Subject 628. Experimental data, abnormal reaction, severe response. The scene abruptly shifted, and Alice found herself running through a lifeless, desolate forest. The withered branches resembled countless dry corpses struggling desperately, stretching out their skeletal limbs towards the direction Alice was running. Crimson blood surged from the tops of the dead trees, forming torrents that gathered on the ground into a rushing river of blood. Suddenly, a large wave surged, and Alice was completely engulfed by the crimson liquid, plummeting into an endless abyss, falling. Wow! A baby's cry suddenly pierced through the nightmare, jolting Alice awake. In the darkness, the sudden light made her feel uncomfortable, and she squinted her eyes. "Baby, don't cry, don't cry. Sister will hold you." Blanchia swiftly turned on the room light and picked up the wailing baby from the crib, gently patting and soothing the baby to sleep. Alice threw back the covers and sat up. "Is the baby hungry?" "No, he's already asleep again." "Alice, you should hurry and get back to sleep too." "I can't sleep, my tooth hurts a bit." "I'm going to find some ice." Alice stood up and started to walk out. "The fridge doesn't have any ice right now." "I'll check the main building, maybe they have some there." "You take care of the baby." "I'll go check it myself." Alice waved her hand and opened the door. "Alice, Vic said there's a dentist nearby, why don't you just get that tooth pulled? You're in your teething phase, and it'll grow back quickly." Getting a tooth pulled, maybe not. I'll just let it fall out on its own." Alice, afraid of getting her tooth pulled, covered her cheek and stammered, then hurriedly left the room. Behind her, Blanchia's nagging voice became intermittent. Under the moonlight, the entire campus was quiet except for the occasional sound of chirping insects. Alice walked on the grass towards the main building, the rustling sound of her footsteps clearly audible. She gently traced the thorny vine tattoo on her wrist, then looked up at the moon. It seemed as if the moon was playing a game with her. When she walked forward, it moved forward too. When she stopped, it stopped as well. Although it was already late at night, the main building was not completely dark. The dim yellow wall lights cast a hazy glow over the building. Alice pushed open the large door and followed the route she remembered, heading towards the public lounge on the first floor. Chirp, 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 a faint sound of birdsong caught Alice's attention. She looked around but saw no sign of any birds. Chirp, 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 the bird's song continued without stopping, growing more urgent, as if a little bird was desperately trying to break free from a cage that confined its freedom. Following the sound of the chirping, Alice approached a closed door. The chirping inside the room grew louder, and to her astonishment, 2 pots of orchids leaning against the wall were eerily floating in midair. "Can't sleep?" The sudden voice startled Alice. She turned to see Professor Charles smiling at her from behind. "My tooth hurts, I came to see if there were any ice cubes." "Is this normal?" Alice looked at Professor Charles and pointed at the floating orchids. "It's Cheen." Professor Charles turned his wheelchair and knocked on the door of the room. Before long, Scott, wearing white pajamas and red glasses, opened the door. "Professor." "Alice?" Scott said, his face filled with surprise, completely not expecting to see Alice in the main building at this late hour. "Hello, Professor Scott." Alice slightly bowed, greeting Scott, who nodded in acknowledgement. "How is Cheen doing?" Professor Charles asked with concern. "She's having a nightmare, I didn't dare to wake her," Scott said, opening the door to let Professor Charles enter. Alice followed closely behind him into the room. Once inside, Alice immediately noticed that some lighter objects in the room were floating in mid-air, just like the orchids by the door. Cheen lay quietly on the bed, but her tightly furrowed brow clearly indicated that she was not having a peaceful dream. It seemed she was enduring some immense pain. "She's been having nightmares lately. It used to take all her focus to make a book float, but now." "Professor, what's wrong with Cheen?" Alice's tone revealed her anxiety. In contrast to her worry, Professor Charles appeared very calm. He approached Cheen's bedside, placed his hand on her forehead, and closed his eyes. After a short while, the floating objects in the room slowly returned to their places, but Professor Charles did not immediately open his eyes. He was weaving a mental cage within Cheen's body. "What are you looking for?" Concerned for Cheen, Scott noticed Alice looking around the room, seemingly searching for something, and asked, "Where's the little bird in your room?" Alice inquired, puzzled. "Little bird? What little bird?" "I've never kept birds," Scott replied, looking bewildered at Alice, not understanding why she would ask that. "Ah, maybe I misheard," Alice said, a bit embarrassed. "It's so late, what brings you here?" Scott continued to ask. "I have a toothache, so I came to see if there were any ice cubes around, and then I ran into the professor." "What's going on with Professor Gray?" Alice explained.
I'm not sure.
Ever since the last battle with Magneto, her powers have become unstable, Scott said, frowning, a look of sympathy in his eyes that others couldn't perceive.
Do you have a baby?
After a moment of silence, Alice suddenly asked.
What? A baby?
We don't have one, Scott replied, looking at Alice curiously, not understanding why she would suddenly ask such a question. Maybe if you had a baby, Professor Gray would get better.
Isn't there a saying, a mother is strong? Alice suggested, sharing her thoughts.
Scott crossed his arms and stroked his chin, beginning to consider the feasibility of this idea. After a moment, Professor Charles withdrew his hand, and Sheen's brow gradually relaxed, sleeping as soundly as a baby.
It's all right, Scott.
You should get some rest, Professor Charles said. But Sheen, Scott expressed his concern. Don't worry, I will find a way to help her, Professor Charles said, turning his wheelchair to leave Scott and Sheen's room.
What's wrong with Professor Gray? Is her power out of control?
Alice asked curiously, following beside Professor Charles.
Charles shook his head without answering Alice's question and instead asked, Did you notice anything unusual just now?
I heard bird sounds, but there are no birds in Professor Gray's room. Maybe it was just my imagination.
Ouch, my gums are hurting more and more. I need to find some ice.
Alice exclaimed, her worsening gum pain distracting her from everything else. She hurried past Professor Charles and quickly headed toward the lounge area. The spinning wheelchair suddenly came to a stop as Charles watched Alice's departing figure, his expression changing unpredictably. The power he had trapped within Sheen manifested itself as a bird, a fire phoenix. In the middle of the night, Logan, unable to sleep, got up and went to the fridge in the lounge to grab a drink. As he sipped, he focused intently on his thoughts. While drinking, he noticed Alice hurriedly walking in, taking an ice cube from the fridge and pressing it against her face.
That feels nice, Logan, Professor? What are you doing here?
Alice turned around and saw Logan, dressed in a white tank top and casually enjoying his drink.
I've been here.
But you, what's wrong with your face? Logan pointed to his own face, gesturing to her. I have a toothache, just a little thing. It's nothing, Alice replied. A little thing can turn into a big problem over time, Professor Charles said as he entered the lounge behind Alice.
Let the dentist take a look in the morning.
You're in your teething phase, any teeth that need to come out should be pulled.
No, there's no need, it'll fall out on its own. I'm going back to sleep.
Upon hearing about getting her tooth pulled, Alice immediately tried to slip away, but Logan caught her quickly. Listen to the professor, go see the dentist tomorrow.
Really, I don't need to.
Getting a tooth pulled helps the new teeth grow in.
That way, your teeth can be neat and white in the future.
Professor Charles began to explain the benefits of tooth extraction, while Logan nodded in agreement from the side. Recalling her not-so-straight teeth from her previous life, Alice finally steeled herself, okay.
I'll get it pulled.
It sounded easy, but when it came time for the extraction, Alice was extremely nervous. As she tensed up, she unconsciously released her magnetic field, causing metal objects in the clinic to fly around everywhere. It took Dr. Hurlton a great deal of effort to pull a tooth. Touching her numb jaw, Alice kept wanting to lick the gap where her tooth had been, but remembering Dr. Hurlton's instructions, she had to resist.
Alice! Look! This is the tooth they pulled.
Blanchia shook a transparent glass jar in her hand, proudly showing Alice the baby tooth that had just been extracted.
Why did you bring that back?
Throw it away, it looks disgusting, Alice said with a look of disdain at the tooth. Humans are a strange species, while teeth, hair, and nails are part of their bodies, they go to great lengths to care for and beautify them. Yet once these things are separated from the body, a sense of disgust easily arises, as if they have suddenly turned from living things into dead matter. I want to keep it, it's a testament to Alice's growth. Blanchia disregarded Alice's words and tucked the jar away, while Alice rolled her eyes skyward. Decades ago, when Professor Charles and Eric Lenscher were both young men, the ambitious Charles helped Eric, who was at a bottleneck, enhance his powers, enabling him to become the fearsome Magneto. Even though Charles's telepathic abilities made him one of the most intelligent humans in the world, he was still a smart and naive youth back then. Now, after years of experience and worldly knowledge, Professor Charles had become more thorough in his dealings. The training plan he had set for Alice was different from the methods he had used for Eric. Charles could draw out the brightest, warmest memories from Eric's mind to inspire a deeper control over the magnetic field, but this method did not apply to Alice at all. Alice, you can try to recall those beautiful memories from your past and evoke those positive emotions.
This is very helpful for the expression and control of your abilities. I've been involved in mutant education for decades, and I can confidently tell you that most mutants lose control of their powers due to a surge of negative emotions. Professor Charles patiently explained the principles of ability control to Alice. With decades of educational experience, even without using his telepathic ability, Professor Charles was still an exceptionally good educator. Although Professor Charles was indeed a guiding teacher, the fundamental truths he was sharing were already well known to Alice, and she found herself feeling drowsy. In previous classes, Professor Charles would use his abilities to help students focus, but in this case, he felt quite helpless with a student who had no direction. "Professor, why not let her jump straight into the practical phase?" Logan, who had come as an interested observer, suggested after noticing Alice's unfocused eyes. If Alice was feeling confused, Logan himself was feeling dizzy from the abstract principles as well. "Alright then, Alice, why don't you tell us how you usually control your magnetic field?" With the prospect of avoiding more theory, Alice immediately perked up. "Well, I don't really control it much on purpose. When I do chores, I sometimes control the broom or household appliances. I've also tried to reshape metal, but I haven't succeeded. It feels like trying to pull steel wire with bare hands, it just doesn't move." "Well, you can try another method. Use your imagination, don't think of metal as a whole," Professor Charles said as he pulled a small silver metal ball from his pocket and placed it on the table. Metal is made up of metal atoms. To the average person, metal appears as one solid object, but your ability to control the magnetic field allows you to sense the radiation emitted by each individual metal atom. In your mind, you can perceive these metal atoms as independent entities. Under Professor Charles's guidance, the silver metal ball began to float in front of Alice. She focused intently on the metal ball and reached out her hand. With the assistance of her hands, the once solid surface of the metal ball began to take on a bumpy texture. Behind Alice, Logan floated helplessly in the air, glancing at the metal objects in the room that were also floating. He thought to himself that perhaps he really shouldn't have come to this gathering. After the training session, Alice discussed some matters with Professor Charles. She wanted to find families willing to adopt the children and hoped that Professor Charles could help her ensure that the parents would treat the children well. "That's not difficult, I can help them find truly kind and genuine parents," Professor Charles replied with a smile, respecting Alice's decision. "But, will they be willing to accept new families?" Logan asked. After learning about the children's experiences, he was unable to determine if a new family could heal their inner wounds. "Logan, a family is very important for every child. Take Chad, for example, he has been deeply hurt by his parents. Not to mention Sasha, who became an orphan due to losing loved ones. Deep down, they all long for a home, something that this school cannot provide for them. Alice, I will help them find the most suitable adoptive families, but you also need to prepare the children mentally, as they have already come to see you as family," Charles said. After hearing Professor Charles's words, Alice nodded and quietly left. To be honest, she felt reluctant to part with them. However, she knew she couldn't provide the emotional connection and love that the roles of parents could offer. She didn't want to raise a group of children who were as cold and indifferent as she had once been. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and as the yellow maple leaves gradually transformed into a vibrant crimson, a sign reading Maple Red Pavilion was hung outside the gate of the courtyard where Alice and her friends lived. This antique sign seemed out of place against the European-style house, yet Alice was filled with joy. With Professor Charles's tacit approval, the 1 acre and 3/10 of land surrounding the Maple Red Pavilion had become Alice and Blanche's exclusive territory. Under Professor Charles's careful guidance, Alice had made remarkable progress in controlling her abilities. Now, she could not only move much larger objects using her magnetic field but also levitate off the ground. While she couldn't achieve the rapid speed of flying like a sword, the ability to lift herself off the ground was already a thrilling achievement for someone who had always relied on the earth beneath her feet. During this time, Blanchia had been the most heartbroken. She and Alice had seen several younger children they had adopted get adopted by others. Professor Charles had found excellent adoptive families for these children. Fayez, who also held deep feelings for the children, had kept a record of all the adoptive parents' addresses and phone numbers, expressing her intent to stay updated on the children's well-being. The couple that adopted the baby was a middle-aged pair living in Tennessee. They already had 3 sons, who were triplets. The couple had longed to have a daughter, but the burden of raising 3 children had delayed their plans. It wasn't until the 3 brothers entered middle school and became independent, responsible young boys that the Wilsons finally decided to welcome their 4th child.
The three brothers were overjoyed at the prospect of a new sibling. To ensure that their pregnant mother experienced no stress, the considerate triplets eagerly took on household chores. The Wilson family was filled with anticipation for the arrival of their fourth child. However, things did not go as hoped. Mrs. Wilson had suffered several miscarriages in her past due to unexpected pregnancies when the triplets were young, which led to her developing symptoms of habitual miscarriage. This time, despite their utmost caution, they were unable to keep the fourth child. Since Mrs. Wilson was now of advanced maternal age, she could no longer bear children herself. As they gradually emerged from the shadow of the miscarriage, the Wilsons began to consider adoption, a thought that received unanimous support from their three sons. Upon meeting the baby, who was well-fed and always smiling under Fayez's care, the Wilson family was instantly captivated. The three boys rushed to hold their future little sister. Before the baby left, Blanchier and Fayez repeatedly reminded Mrs. Wilson of all the baby's habits, detailing everything to ensure a smooth transition. After the baby departed, Alice gently patted Blanchier's shoulder, comforting her, "Don't cry, Blanchier. The Wilson family will take good care of the baby." "I know, I just feel reluctant. The baby finally has a name now, and I'm happy for her," Blanchier said, wiping her tears while breaking into a smile. "But I think the name Beta sounds more like a boy's name. Why did Mrs. Wilson choose such a name for her?" Vix, always attentive to details, questioned the choice of name. "Because Beta means the happiest and most joyful person. Giving a child such a name can bring her good luck. Little Beta, with three brothers, will surely become the happiest little princess." Alice smiled and explained the meaning behind the baby's name. It was as if the loyal yellow dog that had initially protected little Beta understood, responding to Alice's words with a bark, "Woof." The weather continued to grow colder, and during breakfast, several children sneezed in quick succession. "Alice, I think we need to get some more clothes and blankets. It seems a bit chilly at night now," Blanchier said while wiping Sasha's nose beside her. Alice nodded. "Yeah, we definitely need more clothes. How about we go to the mall in the city today? What do you all think?" Before the children could respond, Vix, holding his tray, dashed over like a rabbit. "Going to the mall? Count me in. I know the way around the city pretty well." Alice shot Vix a glance. "Don't you have classes? I can take a leave. You all can do it too." "I'm going to ask the professor for leave right now, you have to wait for me." Vix finished, placed his tray on the table, and hurried off. "Vix, aren't you going to eat?" Blanchia shook her head helplessly as she watched Vix disappear in a flash. He had completely changed from the first time they met. His transformation during this time was quite significant. "Don't worry about him, if he can get a leave, let him come along." Alice waved her hand dismissively and started tackling the dessert on her plate. But then, she suddenly felt a weight on her back, a wave of despair washing over her. "Oh no, not again. I heard little Alice say she's going to the city to shop. Can I come too?" A girl with golden short hair and big golden eyes bent down, wrapping her arms around Alice's neck, appearing very familiar and intimate. "Tina, please don't do that. You'll crush Alice." Blanchia hurriedly got up, trying to pull Tina away, but Tina pinched her face playfully. "Relax, little Blanchia, I won't hurt little Alice." Alice rolled her eyes at the ceiling. This seemingly delicate Tina Langus was acting like a little thug. Tina had only joined the school 2 weeks ago and had reportedly approached Professor Charles herself to request admission to Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Tina's mutant ability allowed her to extend her nails freely, and once extended, they were as sharp as knives. This ability was somewhat similar to Logan's claws, except Tina's did not inflict pain upon piercing the skin. Interestingly, Tina was also remarkably skilled in combat, with none of the boys in the class able to match her. Tina had a big sister vibe, and within just a week of arriving at school, she had playfully pinched the cheeks of all the female classmates except for Little Mischief. Occasionally, her off-color jokes would leave the more innocent boys, like Bobby, blushing deeply. Perhaps due to Alice being the youngest in the class, Tina took a particular liking to her. Shortly after meeting, she declared Alice was very cute and wouldn't let go of her, becoming increasingly enthusiastic every time they met. Initially, Alice was very resistant, even cold and indifferent, but it didn't work against Tina, who was just as clingy as Blanchia had been at first, if not more so. Over time, Alice just went along with it. "But we have to take the bus to the city, that's not very convenient." Alice tried to struggle one more time against Tina's enthusiasm. "There's a private car available, why bother with the bus? Just leave the car arrangements to me," Tina said confidently, patting her chest. Then thank you, Tina, Alice said, glancing at Tina's well-developed figure, finding herself involuntarily impressed. The school was located in the northern suburbs of New York, about an hour's drive from the true heart of Manhattan. Tina enthusiastically helped Alice borrow the school bus, allowing the children to avoid staying cooped up in Blanche's space. Riding the bus and enjoying the scenery along the way was undoubtedly a delightful experience for the children. Initially, Alice had invited Fias to join them at the mall, but Fias hoped to take this opportunity to visit her daughter, who worked as a nanny for a wealthy family not far from the school. After helping the children put on their outerwear, she left the school by herself. On the balcony outside the principal's office, Professor Charles and Sheen silently watched as the school bus slowly drove out of the school, eventually disappearing around the corner.
Are you really sure there won't be any problems?
Professor, she is, Sheen said, her face filled with worry.
Sheen, I know very well what kind of person she is.
Although Raven does harbor a deep resentment towards ordinary people due to Eric's influence, she would never harm innocent children, Professor Charles calmly interrupted Sheen's concerns, always having confidence in the girl he had grown up with.
Professor, why allow Mystique to stay at the school? She's one of Magneto's people. What if she manages to persuade Alice to do something similar to what Magneto does?
Sheen struggled to understand Charles's reasoning.
If he wanted to keep Alice at the school and guide her to become the person he hoped for, why give Magneto's ally the chance to influence Alice's life? Sheen, do you still think Alice is just an ordinary 10-year-old girl?
Well, it's hard to say. Ever since Sheen had been unable to use her telepathic abilities on Alice, she had begun to observe Alice through more traditional means. If a 10-year-old girl excelled academically and could complete high school work due to being a genius, then the life skills she possessed were not something that could easily be labeled as genius.
Life experiences could not simply be summarized by that term.
Sheen, we cannot control Alice's thoughts or decide her life for her, neither can Raven or Eric. Raven has ways of knowing what happens at the school and can also come into contact with Alice without my knowledge. Therefore, it is better to allow her to enter the school openly and become my student. I have always believed that the kind girl who grew up with me still exists deep within her.
I hope that through Alice and Blanche's kindness, Raven can remember her former self.
Speaking of which, it seems I'm somewhat taking advantage of Alice, Professor Charles sighed helplessly, choosing to say no more on the subject. Inside the school bus traveling down the road, the children, led by Blanche, began singing the nursery rhyme It's a Small World. They sang joyfully while clapping their hands in rhythm, their sweet voices eliciting smiles from passers-by. It's a small world after all, it's a small world after all, it's a small world after all. Logan, acting as the bus driver, occasionally lifted his head to glance at the rearview mirror. The joyful scene inside the bus caused the corners of his mouth to rise involuntarily. In the midst of laughter, the hour-long journey from the school to the city quickly passed. Upon reaching the city, Blanchia pulled out a hat and sunglasses she had prepared in advance, ready to put them on. With these items covering most of her face, her skin tone would not be as noticeable. In the past, whenever she needed to go to a public place, Blanchia would do this, but since moving into the school, she had stopped being so secretive. At that moment, Tina's hand suddenly reached from behind to touch Blanchia's cheek, whispering softly in her ear, "Your mutant ability is perfect as it is. If you always try to hide yourself, you won't be able to focus on what you should be doing. To be accepted by society, you must first learn to accept yourself." Blanchia was taken aback and turned to look at Tina, only to find that she had turned her head away, gazing out the window at the scenery. The words just spoken felt like a fleeting illusion, leaving Blanchia somewhat puzzled. She lowered her head, staring blankly at the hat and sunglasses in her hands, as well as her hands, which were even darker than the sunglasses. After a moment, she slowly placed the hat and sunglasses back into her space.
Manhattan Island is located in the central part of New York City, situated between the Hudson River and the East River. Although it is the smallest district among the 5 boroughs of New York City, Manhattan is one of the most prosperous areas in the world today. The entire Manhattan covers an area of only 57.7 square kilometers, yet it boasts over 5,500 skyscrapers.
Among them, the Empire State Building, the Chrysler Building, and the MetLife Building are iconic structures of New York that are renowned worldwide. The school bus slowly drives along the bustling avenue, and the towering skyscrapers surrounding it leave the children on the bus in awe. These abandoned children mostly come from small towns and villages outside the bustling metropolis, and the neon lights and extravagant lifestyle of the city are beyond what they can imagine from their limited experiences. Having never seen so many tall buildings, Sasha gazes out at the skyscrapers, letting out a series of gasps. Alice lovingly reaches out her hand to ruffle Sasha's hair, secretly sighing to herself.
Living under the same sky, the gap between people is indeed as vast as the heavens and the earth.
This time, the destination is set at the Rockefeller Center in downtown. It is the commercial center of New York, second only to Wall Street, and consists of a vast complex made up of 19 commercial buildings. The lower levels of the buildings are all interconnected, filled with a dazzling array of goods available for sale. The Rockefeller Center was built with investments from the Rockefeller family and is the largest privately owned complex in the world. In 1987, it was designated as a National Historic Landmark by the U.S. government and represents a landmark of modernist architecture and capitalism, holding great significance. Logan parked the school bus in the parking lot outside the complex, and the group lined up to get off the bus. Vix led the way, with the others holding hands with a child to prevent getting separated in the crowd. Vix skillfully guided Alice and her group to the floor selling children's clothing first.
The exquisite and beautiful children's clothing was dazzling and seemed endless at a glance.
Alice now felt like a little tycoon. Upon entering the children's clothing store, she picked up a piece of clothing, held it up against the child beside her, and decided it fit well, asking the staff to package it. She didn't even bother to ask the price, just focused on buying, and her lavishness made the store staff frequently turn their heads. They had never seen such a small yet generous and caring tycoon customer before. Brittany, who wasn't wearing a hat or glasses, also caught the attention of the staff, who couldn't help but steal a few more glances. While they encountered black people every day, they had never seen anyone like Brittany, who was so dark she seemed to absorb light. The group swept through several floors of children's clothing stores with Alice leading the way, likely increasing the sales of the staff several times over that day.
Logan couldn't help but click his tongue at how fast Alice was spending money. "Little Alice, this dress is really beautiful. Why don't you try it on to see if it fits?"
Tina suggested, holding up a black blazer dress with gold trim, featuring a large gold-trimmed bow at the collar, making the outfit both fashionable and cute, with an air of luxury.
$300? That's so expensive.
"This one is nice, and the price is reasonable," Alice said, glancing at the price tag. She hung the black blazer dress back on the rack and casually picked up a plaid wool coat. Although this coat also had a fashionable design, in terms of craftsmanship, fabric, and tailoring, it was a notch lower than the earlier blazer dress, and of course, the price was several levels lower as well. Logan and Vix exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Just a moment ago, she was spending money freely, why suddenly was she complaining about the price being too high? After leisurely browsing the children's clothing area for over 2 hours, the group planned to head upstairs for something to eat. As they entered the elevator, the moment Logan stepped inside, the overloading alarm began to beep loudly, causing Logan to feel instantly embarrassed. "You guys go ahead, I'll wait for the next elevator," Logan said helplessly. No sooner had he spoken than he felt his body lighten suddenly, his feet leaving the ground, and the overloading alarm in the elevator stopped.
"Wow! Uncle Logan is floating!" Sasha's youthful voice rang out, followed by a suppressed laugh from the other children in the elevator.
Logan helplessly twitched his mouth, turned his head, and pretended to be seriously looking at the scenery outside the elevator.
After exiting the elevator, the group passed by a cafe.
At that moment, a well-dressed man, clad in designer clothes, with slick back hair and a ring of facial hair, was walking out of the cafe with a stunning woman wearing sunglasses. As they walked, they chatted and laughed, followed by a plump bodyguard. Suddenly, the beautiful woman said something amusing that made the man burst into laughter. He looked up, his laughter abruptly stopping, and then he blurted out, "What's that? So dark." Upon hearing this, Alice's eyes widened, and she reached out to teach the bearded man a lesson. Seeing this, Brittany quickly grabbed Alice's arm, anxiously saying, "Alice, let it go. I no longer care what those outsiders say, let's hurry and leave." Brittany pulled Alice away from the bearded man, who looked on in confusion and disbelief at the children who passed by, all glaring at him.
"Did you really want to teach that guy a lesson?"
"I remember you had a few iron balls in your pocket," Tina whispered to Alice as she leaned closer. Alice looked at Tina, paused for a moment, and then a slight smile appeared on her lips as she pulled out a few iron balls the size of marbles from her pocket and tossed them behind her. Not far away, as the bearded man was joking around with the beautiful woman, he suddenly stumbled and fell backward, landing flat on his back. The unexpected incident caused the beautiful woman beside him to gasp, "Tony!
What happened to you, Tony?"
Seeing the woman and bodyguard hurriedly rushing to help the bearded man, Alice and Tina exchanged smiles that revealed a hint of satisfaction.
This smile made Brittany feel a pang of jealousy. Vix brought Alice to the front of a Chinese restaurant. Ever since he tried Alice's cooking a few times, he had become completely enamored with Chinese cuisine and couldn't get enough. He even considered asking Alice to be his teacher. After ordering a large table full of dishes in the restaurant, the group happily chatted while eating. "Vix, what fun places are there in Manhattan? Let's go explore after we finish eating." "There are so many fun places in Manhattan."
Once Vix started talking about the various attractions in Manhattan, he became quite animated, chattering nonstop. "Besides the Metropolitan Museum, Central Park, and the Natural History Museum, there's the Empire State Building, the Captain America Memorial."
"Stop. Stop."
Alice raised her hand, signaling Vix to calm down. "We can only visit one place, we have half an afternoon, and I don't want to run all over Manhattan. I want to go to the Captain America Memorial." Charlie, who had been quiet until now, suddenly spoke up. After some time in school, Charlie's social anxiety had significantly improved, and he now occasionally attended classes with the younger students, who all took good care of him.
"Then we'll go there."
"Everyone, hurry up and eat, we'll head out as soon as we finish." Alice decided the next destination without asking Charlie why he wanted to go to the Captain America Memorial, as she didn't have a particular place in mind anyway. The Captain America Memorial, as the name suggests, is dedicated to honoring the World War II hero, Captain America. Now, every state in the US has a World War II hero memorial, with the most exhibits dedicated to Captain Steve Rogers, and the Captain America Memorial in Manhattan was established by Howard Stark, the founder of Stark Industries, specifically to showcase the entire heroic history of Captain America. When he was young, Howard Stark was a talented but notoriously flirtatious man. After meeting Steve Rogers, he was deeply moved and shocked by Captain America's dedication to justice and self-sacrifice. After Captain America's unfortunate passing, Howard Stark formed a team specifically responsible for recovering the captain's body. While everyone else thought this was an almost impossible task, Howard Stark never once considered giving up. Whenever Howard Stark is mentioned, one must also mention his son, Tony Stark. Tony Stark is widely recognized as a genius. He was able to create circuit boards at the age of 4, built his first engine at 6, and graduated from MIT with excellent grades at 17.
On December 16, 1991, Howard and his wife tragically died in a car accident.
After that, Tony Stark went into a period of silence, but by 1995, he became the chief president of Stark Industries, becoming the youngest billionaire in history at just 21 years old. After inheriting Stark Industries, Tony Stark used his extraordinary abilities to develop many smart weapons, creating a new landscape in the arms industry, and thus was hailed as the Defender of World Freedom. Alongside the title of Defender of World Freedom came Tony Stark's playboy reputation. Rumors said that a line of starlets and models who had romantic experiences with Tony Stark could be formed, and those with closer relationships were countless.
"I feel like that man with the little mustache looks somewhat familiar,"
Alice suddenly said as a flash of inspiration struck her while they were eating. Brittany remained silent and quietly handed Alice a gossip magazine, the cover of which featured the very bearded man Alice had secretly taught a lesson earlier. Brittany recognized Tony Stark's identity, which was why she hurriedly pulled Alice away. She didn't want Alice to get into trouble because of her.
"Ah, my deskmate has a copy of this magazine too. He even recommended it to me, but I'm not interested in it, so I didn't read it." "What does it say?"
Vix leaned over, staring curiously at the gossip magazine in Alice's hand. "Not interested is the right attitude, reading too many of these magazines can make you dumb. Let's just focus on eating," Alice said, tossing the magazine into the trash bin under the table without changing her expression, unbothered by putting herself into the category of easily made dumb. "You've read this magazine, so doesn't that mean you?" Vix lowered his head under Alice's piercing gaze, swallowing the words easily made dumb along with the white rice in his bowl.
"Hey, Professor Logan, have you seen the gossip news about Tony Stark? Do you envy his life surrounded by beautiful women?" Tina asked with a smile, looking at Logan, who was quietly eating.
"Not interested," Logan replied, glancing at Tina with a hint of indifference.
"Really? He changes girlfriends every day. How many men want to be like him?" "Professor Logan, don't lie." Tina teased Logan, sporting a look that said, "I get you, don't pretend." Logan's mouth twitched slightly. "I really am not interested."
"Tina, I feel like you're actually very interested in this," Alice said, stepping in to ease Logan's predicament.
"Of course. Just think about it, being surrounded by a group of beautiful women, how happy that would be."
"If I were a man, I would definitely want to be Tony Stark and enjoy that kind of sweet life," Tina said, pinching her chin and revealing a somewhat lewd smile, which made the people around her suddenly see through the essence of this little rascal. Originally, Alice and the others planned to go to the Captain America Memorial to honor the national hero. However, plans often change unexpectedly, and just as they stepped out of the building, Alice's plans were interrupted by an extremely bizarre scene. The group took the elevator straight down from the top floor to the first floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, a monkey darted in like lightning. Quick on her feet, Tina kicked the monkey out of the elevator before it could stabilize itself. The monkey tumbled on the ground a few times and then struggled to get up, chattering angrily at Tina and making a face before scampering away in defeat. Outside the elevator, there were even more monkeys. They dashed around the lobby like a band of unruly bandits, causing chaos wherever they went. Anything they could grab was tossed around mercilessly. Customers shopping in the lobby screamed and ducked for cover, rushing towards the exit. Several security guards frantically chased after the monkeys, and the entire lobby was in complete disarray, as if a fierce tornado had swept through. Where on earth did all these monkeys come from? Vix gaped at the chaotic lobby. He had never seen monkeys wreaking havoc in a mall before. One particularly audacious monkey spotted the children emerging from the elevator. Out of instinct, it called out to its companions, beckoning them to come and bully the little kids. Alice caught a glimpse of a monkey about to pounce on the child at the edge of the group. Without thinking, she tossed Logan towards the monkey. Caught off guard, Logan collided hard with the monkey. The monkey, overwhelmed by Logan's unusual weight, was knocked out cold. Logan rolled a few times on the ground before struggling to get up, looking at Alice with a dark expression. "Alice, please don't use me to smash monkeys again." "I'm sorry, I did it on impulse, I won't do it again," Alice shrugged, pulling a few steel balls out of her pocket. These steel balls were her weapons. At the call of the bold monkey, the other monkeys rushed over. They screeched at Alice and her group, throwing things at them in a provocative manner. Clearly, these monkeys had bitten off more than they could chew. Although they were incredibly agile, they couldn't escape the fate of being knocked out. The security guards in the building quickly began to cage the unconscious monkeys, finally breathing a sigh of relief. In contrast to the chaos inside the mall, the situation outside on the street was even worse. A group of zebras, rhinos, and elephants, having come from who knows where, were rampaging down the street. Cars lay haphazardly crashed together on the road, creating a massive mess. Oh my God! Did the animals from Central Park escape? But there can't be that many animals there. Vix tugged at his hair, doubting his own sanity. "Forget about that. You all stay here, I'm going to deal with those animals." Logan bared his teeth and unsheathed his claws. He couldn't just stand by and watch. "Professor Logan, are you going to kill those animals? They haven't done anything wrong." Vix looked at Logan's claws, not wanting to witness the possible bloodshed. Logan glanced at Vix, who looked pained, and shrugged, retracting his claws. He stood bare-handed, facing off against a rhino that was causing chaos among the cars. "Brittany, Lily, I'm leaving them to you. Tina, you. I'm totally fine." Tina raised her fists at Alice. "It's just a bunch of animals, I can handle them even without my claws." "And me." Vix, feeling ignored, quickly raised his hand, hoping to help. However, Alice shot him a glare. "What are you going to do? Drown the rhino and elephant in your tears?" Scolded, Vix lowered his hand, feeling defeated, and followed the other children into Brittany's space. Brittany entered her space in the corner as instructed by Alice. Alice stepped down the stairs in front of the building, extending her hand. In this moment, she truly began to harness her abilities for the first time. Centered around herself, Alice created a powerful magnetic field and floated gracefully in midair. Through this unique perspective, she could clearly see the positions of the animals below. The barriers that separated the road from the street began to levitate under the influence of her magnetic field, slowly dividing into segments like agile ropes, aimed at the panicked, confused zebras that were running about. Trapped by the barriers, the zebras gradually calmed down, realizing there was nowhere to escape and ceasing their frantic struggles. The rhinos, known for their aggressive nature, typically charge forward without hesitation, even daring to collide with a train if it stands in their path. However, now their hooves were ensnared by iron rings, leaving them unable to move and forced to lie on the ground, emitting deep groans as if lamenting their helplessness. Elephants, being social mammals that typically operate in family units led by females, are known for their intelligence. While adult females and males are roughly the same size, adult males often keep their ears closed while females have theirs open to better collect surrounding information. Alice gently landed on the back of an elephant with ears wide open, carefully extending her hand to stroke its sensitive ears, softly assuring it that it was safe and no one would harm it. This was a gesture Alice had mimicked after watching elephant handlers interact with their charges on television in Bangkok. To her surprise, the sitting elephant seemed very intelligent and understood her intentions. The female elephant raised its trunk and trumpeted into the sky, as if signaling something. Instantly, the previously agitated herd began to calm down, gathering around this elephant as if guided by some magical force. With the crisis finally averted, the panicked crowd gradually settled down. They looked at Alice, who had just saved them from danger, with a mixture of astonishment and fear. Though it was just a small display, the power of Alice's abilities had already made them acutely aware of the threat she posed. Tina observed the surrounding ordinary people, who showed no gratitude, and clenched her fists tightly. She understood that their hostility was not directed at her, but she could clearly feel the sting of being treated like a monster. As Alice floated down from the elephant's back, Logan grabbed her by the collar and lifted her up. His eyes were filled with anger and concern as he shouted, "Are you crazy? If that elephant swings its trunk at you, do you think your little body can withstand it?" Seeing Alice on the back of the elephant had sent Logan's heart racing. He feared that these unknown elephants might suddenly go wild, and for a small child like Alice, being hit by an elephant's trunk could be fatal. "What's wrong? The elephant has calmed down, right? Did I do something wrong?" Alice scratched her head in confusion, completely unaware of why Logan was suddenly scolding her. Alice's reaction left Logan feeling both angry and helpless. He couldn't argue that she had done anything wrong, but he wasn't good at expressing himself and felt embarrassed to admit that he was worried about her. His body involuntarily stiffened, and the hand gripping Alice's collar subconsciously loosened. Tina, tightly clenching her fists, caught Alice's attention with her visibly upset expression. Alice reached out and gently patted Tina's shoulder, asking with concern, "What's wrong, Tina? Who made you angry?" Looking at the crowd around them, Tina shook her head helplessly. "Alice, it's not worth risking yourself for these people, really not worth it." Alice lifted her head to look at the fearful faces in the crowd. No one stepped forward to thank the three mutants for their help. When their eyes met hers, they quickly averted their gaze, turning their faces away. Alice withdrew her gaze and looked at Tina, her eyes showing no sign of anger or sadness for the lack of gratitude. She calmly said, "Tina, I help them not for their gratitude or recognition, but for myself, to be true to my own conscience." With that, Alice turned and walked toward the corner where Brittany was hiding. Behind her, Tina watched Alice's back, her expression revealing a complex mix of emotions. Due to the disruption caused by the animals, the group's enthusiasm had significantly diminished, and they no longer felt like going to the memorial. After Logan retrieved the car from the parking lot, he took Alice and the others back to school early. The incident with the wild animals rampaging through the streets of Manhattan quickly made the evening news. The official explanation was that the animals from Central Park had escaped, but everyone knew this was just a half-hearted response. Many speculated that a wildlife trafficking organization had failed to manage the animals properly, which led to their rampage in Manhattan. The animals that had appeared out of nowhere were taken away by the police and sent to the zoo. Regardless of their origins, Central Park had a responsibility to care for them. Once the cause of the incident was determined, the animals would be returned to the wild. Alice didn't care about the fate of the wild animals. After returning to school, she received a notice from Jean that there would be an off-campus social practice class the next day at the Smithsonian Museum in Brooklyn. Alice was thinking about how to persuade Professor Charles to let the kids join her. She hoped they could participate in more group activities and also have some fun at the beach near the Smithsonian. When breakfast time came the next day, Alice was deep in thought about how to approach Professor Charles when she was suddenly jolted back to reality by a tap from Blanche. "Alice, what are you thinking about? You didn't hear me at all." "Oh, nothing, nothing. What did you just say?" Alice replied, looking at Blanche with confusion, as she indeed hadn't heard what Brittany had just said. "I said it's getting a bit cold at night now. Sasha and the others need some more clothes and blankets." "Huh? Didn't we just buy clothes yesterday?" Alice looked at Blanche in bewilderment, not understanding how she could forget that they had just bought clothes the day before. "Yesterday? We didn't go out at all. We stayed at school the whole time." Blanche was equally puzzled by Alice's forgetfulness. "Huh? We definitely went to Manhattan and encountered a lot of monkeys, elephants, and rhinos. Don't you remember?" Alice looked at the kids who were eating, but they all shook their heads in confusion, indicating they had never been to the city.
Manhattan? You're going to the city? I know that place well, take me with you. I'm going to ask the professor for a leave right now. You all have to wait for me.
Upon hearing Manhattan, Vix quickly set down his breakfast and rushed out excitedly.
Vix? Aren't you going to eat?
Watching him disappear in a flash, Blanche shook her head helplessly. Alice, observing this scene, felt as if she were witnessing a déjà vu.
What was going on? Was her memory somehow distorted?
Just then, Alice felt a weight on her back as a pair of delicate hands wrapped around her neck.
I heard little Alice wants to go shopping in the city. Can I come along?
But we're taking the bus to the city, it's not very convenient, Alice tentatively replied, echoing her earlier concerns.
But we have a private car. Why take the bus? Leave the car situation to me. Tina stood up, confidently patting her own busty chest. Didn't Professor Gray say there would be off-campus teaching today? The school bus should be in use, Alice pointed out. Little Alice is so smart to guess that I want to borrow the school bus.
Don't worry, Professor Charles plans to conduct the off-campus teaching tomorrow, so the school bus can be used freely today. And even if he wants it today, I can find a way to postpone it to tomorrow. Tina leaned down affectionately, pinching Alice's cheek, her golden eyes sparkling with a hint of affection. Alice's mind was filled with a series of strange and repetitive scenes, completely unaware of the fleeting affection in Tina's eyes or the disrespect in her words regarding Professor Charles. Just as in her memories, Tina successfully borrowed the school bus, and Logan, the driver, set off on time from the school towards Manhattan. Brittany once again led the children in singing the familiar song It's a Small World. Scenes identical to those from before unfolded before Alice's eyes. At that moment, she could no longer distinguish whether she was in a dream or in reality. It felt as if everyone had forgotten everything that had happened yesterday, or perhaps yesterday had never happened at all, leaving Alice alone in this chaotic predicament. Upon arriving at Rockefeller Center, Alice mechanically engaged in the process of purchasing items, her expression dazed. Even Vix, who was usually oblivious, noticed something was off.
Alice, what's wrong with you today? Are you feeling unwell?
Maybe you should take a break, Brittany said with concern, silently blaming herself for not noticing Alice's unusual behavior earlier. I'm fine, it's getting late, let's go get something to eat, Alice replied, glancing at the time and leading the way towards the elevator.
Alice, you've been to this mall before?
The first time I came with my mom, it took us ages to find the elevator, Vix remarked, thinking Alice had prior experience here as she headed straight for the elevators. Yeah, it feels, let's go upstairs first, Alice mumbled distractedly in response to Vix.
Tina, walking behind them, leaned closer to Brittany and nudged her with her elbow, saying, "What's up with little Alice?" She seemed so lost in thought. I don't know.
She was fine this morning, but something feels off on this trip.
But, nothing special has happened, right?
Brittany scratched her head, wearing a puzzled expression. Inside a Starbucks at Rockefeller Center, Tony Stark, the CEO of Stark Industries, was on a date with a glamorous cover model, wrapping his arm around her as they approached the cafe's entrance.
Happy Hogan, Tony's bodyguard and driver, stepped forward just in time to open the sliding door for his boss.
The stunning cover girl cracked a few slang jokes, making Tony laugh heartily. Just as he was laughing, a figure with an extremely dark complexion suddenly caught his eye, causing his laughter to abruptly stop.
What's it to you if I'm dark?
Tony's words were cut off by a small girl with dark eyes, black hair, a slightly plump figure, and a commanding presence. Her piercing gaze instantly reminded Tony of the wildcats near the country villa where he had lived as a child. Whenever he tried to approach those wildcats, they would look at him with a similar watchful and sharp expression.
Alice.
Brittany tugged at Alice's sleeve, offering an apologetic smile to Tony. Sorry, sir, it's my fault.
Ah, no, it's fine, no worries.
I don't usually hold grudges against kids, huh? Tony shrugged, forcing a smile to show his generosity. However, deep down, he was surprised that Brittany's complexion was so dark that he hadn't recognized her as a girl at first glance. Brittany, let's go, Alice said, dropping her intense gaze and giving Tony a fleeting look before turning to leave. The rest of the group quickly followed her. Tony watched as Brittany and the small group of kids entered a nearby Chinese restaurant, then turned back to continue chatting and laughing with the glamorous cover model in his arms. This day was filled with an eerie atmosphere, with similarities to Alice's memory of yesterday, yet there were obvious differences. Without the chaos caused by monkeys, elephants, rhinos, and zebras, Alice and her group successfully arrived at the Captain America Memorial. The memorial was moderately busy, with a lively yet not noisy ambience, as people strolled leisurely through the corridors of history. Alice walked at the back of the line, completely lacking the motivation to admire the accomplishments of the national hero. She occasionally looked back, glancing around, feeling as though a monkey might suddenly jump out from behind one of the statues. "What are you looking for?" Logan noticed Alice's unusual behavior and slowed his pace. When she caught up to him, he quietly asked, "Nothing." "Professor Logan, do you ever get the feeling that something happening right now feels like something you've already experienced?" Alice's words left Logan slightly confused. "What are you talking about? What already happened? I mean, what's happening today feels like I experienced it yesterday." The situation back then was even more absurd. Monkeys, elephants, rhinos running wild in the streets. Alice looked up, hoping to find a shared memory in Logan's eyes, but she was disappointed. "Are you talking about that feeling of déjà vu? I remember that's related to how perception and memory systems interact in the brain. I'm not really an expert on this, though. Alice, if something's bothering you, you can always talk to Professor Charles about it. Don't get lost in your thoughts alone, okay?" Logan reached out and ruffled Alice's hair, trying to reassure her. "Yeah, I understand." Alice brushed her bangs back into place, using the back of her hand to cover her drooping eyelids, falling silent. After returning to the school from the city, Jean specifically came to Crimson Maple Hall to inform Alice about the off-campus teaching decision for the next day. Was this decision made on a whim by Professor Charles, or? Alice hesitated to ask after hearing Jean's notification. "No, we organize off-campus teaching every so often to enhance students' external learning abilities and let them experience the joy of learning firsthand." "What's wrong, Alice? Is there something inconvenient for you?" "I'm fine, it's just, after I leave with Brittany, they..." Alice pointed toward the children playing in the yard, looking inquiringly at Jean. "You don't have to worry about that. You and Brittany can take them along. With the professors and me around, there's no need to worry about the kids getting lost. And..." Jean leaned in with a mysterious look, "the Smithsonian Museum is very close to the beach, you know. After the off-campus teaching, we can definitely relax there." Seeing Jean, who was a role model, unable to hide her playful side, made Alice chuckle at her mysterious demeanor. Jean smiled and reached out to pinch Alice's soft cheek. "You should see how cute you look when you smile. Little girls need to smile more to grow up pretty." Alice shyly smiled back and nodded, "I'll try my best." Since Alice had been preoccupied with thoughts, she didn't sleep well that night. The next morning, she woke up yawning repeatedly, which made Brittany very worried. "Alice, you've been off since yesterday. Are you feeling unwell? Why don't you go see the school nurse?" "I'm fine, just didn't sleep well." "Today, are we really going to the Smithsonian Museum?" Alice tentatively asked Brittany. "Yes, today is the off-campus teaching class." "Alice, did you forget again?" "No, I didn't forget. I just didn't pay attention to which museum Professor Gray mentioned." Alice laughed and waved her hand, feeling relieved inside. No matter how bizarre yesterday had been, at least today wouldn't repeat itself. Inside the Smithsonian Museum in Brooklyn, there were over 15 million exhibits from various historical periods. The museum featured more than 10 large exhibition areas and countless smaller ones, with many retired planes and tanks from World War II quietly displayed, as if silently accepting the admiration of future generations. The difference between off-campus teaching and regular classroom instruction was that students could directly observe the objects their teachers discussed. Teachers like Scott, Logan, Storm, and Jean had rich reservoirs of knowledge, and each had a distinctly different teaching style. Students could choose their preferred teacher to follow and learn based on their interests. Logan, who appeared to be a rugged man, spoke in a straightforward, unpretentious manner when he taught, free from any exaggeration. He simply shared his knowledge in a casual way that allowed students to naturally remember what he was teaching. The few hours of off-campus teaching at the Smithsonian Museum left the students feeling fulfilled. What excited them the most was the afternoon spent playing on the beach near the museum. The autumn sea was slightly chilly and not suitable for swimming, but the sprawling sands were perfect for sunbathing, building sandcastles, and playing beach volleyball. At a beach shop, Alice bought several sets of plastic tools for building sandcastles for the children to play with. She herself settled under a beach umbrella, holding a bottle of drink and leisurely enjoying the moment of relaxation. Brittany and Vix took some kids along the sandy beach, picking up seashells to decorate their house. The autumn sea breeze stirred the surface of the water, creating rippling waves. At some point, Bobby, the ice guy, rented a surfboard and started surfing in the cool water. His stylish moves drew cheers from the girls on the shore. Bobby was talented, handsome, and had a good temperament, making him a genius in academics as well. Although he had a girlfriend named Mischief, many girls at school had secret crushes on him. In contrast, John, the fire guy, although he could control fire, could not create it directly, making him slightly less capable than Bobby. While he was equally good-looking, he had a quick temper and average academic performance. His popularity among the girls was vastly overshadowed by Bobby. Watching Bobby steal the spotlight, John felt a surge of resentment, clenching his fists tightly. Ugh! He's handsome, and even surfing looks so cool. TSK, geniuses are just different. Tina strolled over to John, crossing her arms and feigning casualness. By the way, John, can you surf? Want to give it a try? Humph. John shot Tina an angry glance and huffed, turning away. It wasn't that he didn't want to try, he just hated water and couldn't even swim. Tina, you know John and Bobby don't get along, Alice said, looking up disapprovingly at Tina. Oh come on, young people are just passionate and competitive, it's not a bad thing. I didn't know John was so wimpy, Tina shrugged, sitting down beside Alice. John, who hadn't walked far, overheard Tina's words and felt like punching her. But then he thought about how he wasn't a match for her and had to swallow his anger. Alice looked at Tina and shook her head helplessly, thinking to herself that she was such a troublemaker. Vix, who had followed Brittany to collect seashells, found a beautifully crafted Ludo board on the beach. Not knowing who had lost it, he excitedly ran over to Alice to show off his treasure. Look! Alice! I found a Ludo board! Vix exclaimed, holding the board high as he ran toward her. However, John snatched the board from him, saying, Finders keepers. Give it back. I found it. Vix was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted, trying to grab the board back from John. Unfortunately, his small stature made it impossible for him to succeed. Just then, Jean announced that playtime was over and it was time to head back to school. John swiftly dashed towards the parking lot with the board in hand, leaving Vix fuming and stamping his foot. Come on, Vix, it's just a Ludo board. It's not worth getting upset over. Let John have it for a couple of days, Brittany consoled the upset Vix. He can play with it, but this is outright stealing. Do you want me to get it back? Alice approached leisurely, her hands in her pockets. Forget it, it's just a board. I'm not that petty. Professor Gray is calling us, let's go, Vix shook his head. His anger came quickly and faded just as fast. It really wasn't worth jeopardizing friendships over a board game. John snatched the board from Vix's hands in a moment of anger, but he had no real interest in playing the old game of Ludo. After returning to school, he casually tossed the board onto a table in the recreation area. One of the students, finding the board cumbersome and taking up space, shoved it into a storage locker beneath the table. As the days passed, the Halloween atmosphere grew thicker, with many students preparing for the upcoming Halloween party. A week before Halloween, decorations like banners and triangular flags were hung throughout the school. According to students who had previously attended Halloween parties, the biggest difference at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters was its authenticity. After all, students at the school could create a terrifying atmosphere without props, thanks to their unique abilities. Not everyone was enthusiastic about Halloween. While Brittany was busy trying to find costumes for the kids, Alice chose to take it easy, sitting by and watching TV, becoming a hands-off manager. The TV in Crimson Maple Hall was monopolized by the kids for cartoons, so Alice went to the main building's lounge to watch a variety show. Vix, watching TV with Alice, wasn't interested in the program, so he began rummaging through the lockers in the lounge. Students at the school liked to store interesting little trinkets in the lockers, and these items were public property that anyone could use. Vix unearthed the dusty Ludo board that had been forgotten for over a month. Elated, he exclaimed, Look, Alice! I found a Ludo board. Alice turned to see Vix holding the board labeled Jurassic World, but she shook her head, indicating she wasn't interested. He then asked Bobby and Mischief, who were whispering nearby, but they weren't interested either. As for Logan, Vix figured he wouldn't care about the game. What's so fun about that? Let me try it. Just as Vix was about to put the board back in the locker, Tina walked into the lounge. She plopped down on a sofa chair and stretched. It's a board game, I don't know if it's any good, Vix replied. Doesn't matter, it's pretty boring anyway. Let's play a couple of rounds. Tina moved some items off the small table beside her, gesturing for Vix to set the board down. When they opened the Jurassic World cover, both Tina and Vix displayed looks of disappointment. The board only had a few circles and 2 dice, nothing else. On the cover, a few lines of text caught Vix's attention. He turned the board and began to read aloud, "This game is designed for you. If you wish to live in isolation, roll the dice to decide how many steps to take until the game ends. Adventurers must be cautious, the game must be played to the end. Through storms and trials, they must endure." Humph. This seller is really unreliable, they didn't even complete the board. No wonder it was thrown away, Tina scoffed, tossing the dice back onto the board and standing up to look for something to eat in the fridge. "Hey! There's writing!" Vix suddenly exclaimed, causing Alice to turn around and shoot him a displeased look. "Vix, keep it down, I'm trying to watch TV." Tina turned her head and noticed a line of text appearing in the 7th square, "Big sharp teeth, small claws, long tail, see who can trap it. What does that mean?" She looked up, ready to ask Vix, only to find him staring in terror behind her. Tina turned around to see a gigantic eye outside the window. Bang! The glass of the window shattered as a large head crashed into it, and a creature with a mouthful of sharp teeth lunged towards Tina. Quick to react, Tina jumped back just in time to avoid the deadly fangs, while also pushing a stunned Vix out of the way. "Ah!" A scream pierced the calm, as Mischief, equally frightened, stared in terror at the sudden intruder, nearly fainting. Logan leaped off the couch, grabbing Alice and rolling them both into a corner. A massive foot came crashing down after Alice was snatched away by Logan, crushing the sturdy sofa beneath it. Roar! A piercing roar thundered through the air, and Alice peeked her head out from Logan's arms. To her shock, the massive creature with sharp teeth was none other than a Tyrannosaurus rex, a dinosaur long thought to be extinct on Earth. Roar! The T-Rex let out another furious roar, completely ignoring Vix, who stood frozen in fear beneath it, and charged directly toward Tina. Seeing this, Tina turned and sprinted for the exit, while the T-Rex swung its massive body, crashing through the walls in hot pursuit. Vix! Where on earth did that thing come from? Logan released Alice and quickly yanked the trembling Vix to his feet. Vix, shaking, pointed at the Ludo board that had been knocked to the ground by the T-Rex's rampage. "Big sharp teeth, small claws, long tail, isn't that talking about the T-Rex? Where did this game board come from? It seems to have magic. It requires players to find a way to trap the T-Rex." Bobby exclaimed, picking up the board with a look of astonishment. "It seems like the T-Rex is only fixated on Tina," Alice interjected. "Just now, it was Tina who rolled the dice," Vix stammered. "We have to save her. Who knows if that thing will suddenly go crazy and try to eat her." Without a moment's hesitation, Logan dashed toward the door, with Alice following closely behind. Bobby snapped the board's cover shut and pulled Mischief along as they chased after. Left behind, Vix felt a wave of intense fear wash over him, facing the sudden silence in the room. He hurriedly ran after them. "Wait for me. Don't leave me here." The sudden appearance of the T-Rex plunged the entire school into chaos. Teachers and students alike rushed out of their rooms, their faces filled with astonishment as they gazed at the ancient creature that had long been extinct. Scott noticed the T-Rex wildly pursuing students and without hesitation, adjusted the settings on his glasses, unleashing a powerful laser beam at the charging dinosaur. 2 massive laser beams struck the T-Rex, sending its enormous body flying, crashing heavily into several trees. Before Tina could catch her breath, the T-Rex struggled to rise again, shaking its head and roaring in fury as it charged toward her once more. "What kind of monster is this?" Scott exclaimed in shock, realizing that his powerful lasers, capable of cutting through steel, were ineffective against the dinosaur. "Perhaps we can't kill it. We must find a way to trap it, as it doesn't truly exist in this world." Professor Charles, with telepathic abilities, had already deduced the situation's backstory. Using his exceptional intellect, he analyzed the events and arrived at this conclusion. "I'll give it a try." Without a second thought, Jean ran toward the T-Rex, with Scott anxiously following close behind. Once near the creature, Jean used her powers to lift the T-Rex off the ground, causing it to float in midair. The T-Rex roared and thrashed angrily, unable to find solid ground. Typically weighing about 9 tons, the T-Rex's immense weight proved challenging for Jean, who struggled to maintain the levitation. Moments later, she felt her energy drain, barely able to support her own body. Just then, a whistling wind swept through, and a long steel bar coiled around the T-Rex's powerful hind legs like a flexible rope. The T-Rex's legs were tightly bound, and no matter how it struggled, it could not break free from its restraints. Clap! 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 Suddenly, a series of applause echoed as a middle-aged man in a golden robe, with slick-back silver hair and a distinctive silver stripe on his chin, appeared beside Bobby.
You all are simply amazing. You are the strongest group of Earth's warriors I have ever seen, and I am truly proud of you.
The sudden appearance of the robed figure heightened everyone's vigilance. Logan, like a flash of lightning, extended his steel claws with a swift motion, positioning himself protectively in front of the others, and demanded, "Who are you?"
Wow! Those cat-like claws are amazing. I can sense that a spectacular game is about to begin.
The robed man looked at Logan's claws with excitement, rubbing his hands together. He then formally introduced himself to the gathered warriors.
My name is High Celestial, and I'm currently running a little comedic show called Champions Battle. Besides that, I also love designing mini-games.
One day, I had a whimsical idea to invite beings from other planets to participate in my games, so I meticulously created 100 sets of hero games and sent them through a wormhole from Sakar to all corners of the universe. So what you see before you is not my true self, but a fragment of my consciousness left within this game board. Of course, if you choose to treat this fragment as the real me, I won't mind at all.
Are there any rewards for the heroes participating in the games? Alice asked curiously after hearing High Celestial's introduction. Of course not. What matters is not the outcome, but the journey. The process is the key. Enjoy the thrill of the adventure and experience the glory of being a hero. That is the best reward. Do you understand, little hero? High Celestial emphasized. Sorry, my students won't participate in your game.
Please leave, Professor Charles said seriously, looking at High Celestial with a grave expression, firmly rejecting the invitation. I think I might not have expressed myself clearly. Once the hero game begins, it must be played to the end, otherwise, it will never conclude, just like that big fellow over there, High Celestial indicated to the struggling T-Rex. Professor Charles shook his head resolutely. That's alright, I'll just consider it a new pet for the school. My students will not participate in your hero game. While I'm thrilled to have qualified heroes activate and join my game, I would also find it a bit troubling if this continues.
Oh. How about I give you a little motivation to keep playing?
High Celestial said excitedly, pointing at Alice and the others, chanting, "Big dinosaur, little warrior, whoever is pointed, will transform." His finger ultimately landed on Logan, and in an instant, thick smoke enveloped Logan's body. When the smoke cleared, Logan was shocked to find that everyone around him appeared enormous, towering beyond imagination.
Honey badger. Dwarf mongoose.
Amid the gasps of the crowd, Alice lifted Logan up. Her eyes widened in surprise as she looked at him.
Professor Logan. Is that really you? In Alice's dark eyes, Logan saw his new form, a wild honey badger, also known as the African dwarf mongoose. Damn it! I'll take you on.
Furious, Logan broke free from Alice's grasp, executed a swift somersault onto the ground, and then dashed toward High Celestial with all four short legs moving like lightning. Just as he was about to reach High Celestial, Logan leaped powerfully with his hind legs, extending his sharp claws in a fierce pounce aimed at High Celestial's neck. However, in the blink of an eye, Logan lost his target. He then felt a hand gripping his neck tightly.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Just as I expected from my warrior, I love this relentless spirit.
High Celestial praised, nodding in satisfaction while holding Logan by the neck. Although it was unfortunate that Logan had transformed into a honey badger, his desperate thrashing and flailing legs in the air were utterly comical, and Alice couldn't help but burst into laughter, quickly covering her mouth afterward.
The others were no better, all struggling to stifle their laughter. Hearing the laughter, Logan's struggles came to an abrupt halt. In that instant, he felt as if the entire world had grown dark, and his humiliating predicament seemed to be completely hopeless.
How about that?
If you don't play until the end, he'll have to remain that honey badger for the rest of his life. High Celestial shook Logan in his grasp, a cheerful smile on his face.
How many people do you need to play this game?
I can join. Storm, who had been silent, spoke up first. Count me in. Scott stepped forward, his tone resolute.
Me too.
Although Jean felt very fatigued at that moment, she straightened her back and firmly declared her intention to participate.
No.
While I'm touched by your willingness to sacrifice for your friends, only she, her, and him, plus one honey badger, qualify as heroes, High Celestial said with a grin, pointing to Alice, Mischief, Tina, Bobby, Vix, and Logan in turn.
No. They're just kids. They can't possibly complete this game.
Storm shouted in concern, knowing that a T-Rex had already appeared at the start, hinting at the difficulties ahead. When the game starts, everyone in the same room automatically becomes a hero.
That's the rule. Who made that rule? Alice asked, confused.
Of course, it was me. You're so powerful, you can change the rules at will, right? Why not swap out Vix and Mischief for two others? They can't fight or run, they just hinder the game experience, Alice suggested. High Celestial crossed his arms, tilting his head as he contemplated the feasibility of Alice's suggestion. Vix, who had never contradicted Alice before, suddenly became stubborn. He straightened his neck, stepped out of the crowd, and declared, I'm a hero too.
I want to play this game.
Yeah.
Why should I be swapped out? I can stick it out to the end.
Mischief shot a defiant glance at Alice and firmly stated she would continue.
All right. I admire that spirit. Then you can roll the dice next, little boy.
High Celestial waved his hand, and the board in Bobby's arms flew over to Vix, opening automatically.
Vix slowly extended his hand, summoning his courage to pick up the dice. My name is Vix, not little boy. All right, it's all the same.
Just roll it already, High Celestial urged impatiently, waving his hand. Watching Vix hesitate, Tina quietly approached Alice from behind and whispered, You're thinking of them, but they don't appreciate it at all. As Tina spoke to Alice, her gaze was fixed on Professor Charles. When he looked at her, she raised an eyebrow, her golden eyes filled with a challenging glint.
Alice cast a glance at Tina and nonchalantly replied, Whatever.
After a moment of hesitation, Vix finally gritted his teeth and released the dice. It rolled across the board, coming to a stop showing a 6.
Lines of tiny text appeared in the 13th space on the board.
Like a bird but not a bird, love flies in the sky, don't let it catch you, be careful or you'll be unlucky. What does this mean? Vix asked, lifting his gaze toward High Celestial, who was now cupping a hand behind his ear, listening intently.
After a moment, High Celestial's face broke into a delighted grin. Here they come. What's coming? Over there.
Professor Charles looked up at the sky.
In the distance, against the clear blue backdrop, a dark mass of birds was rapidly approaching the school.
As the flock drew closer, everyone could see that it was a large group of pterosaurs, each with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, sharp beaks, and formidable claws.
Everyone retreat to the basement immediately. Hurry!
Professor Charles decisively issued the command, and the teachers immediately sprang into action, quickly leading the students back to the teaching building, entering the basement through the emergency passage inside. The number of pterosaurs was simply overwhelming. The strength of only Stormgirl and a few others was not enough for a comprehensive defense, especially since most students lacked the ability to attack or defend. The pterosaurs arrived with incredible speed, like a dark cloud spreading across the sky, howling as they swooped toward the main teaching building. They easily shattered the glass with their long, powerful beaks, then squeezed their massive bodies into the classroom, turning the originally spacious and bright room into a cramped space in an instant.
Ah!
A student who was running a bit slower was grabbed by the strong hind limbs of a pterosaur and was suddenly lifted into the air, a terrified scream escaping his lips. Seeing this, Scott immediately fired 2 powerful laser beams at the pterosaur, which instantly turned into a puff of pink smoke upon being hit.
This is my carefully designed feature.
If the monsters in the game left behind a bunch of corpses after dying, it would definitely affect everyone's mood.
Isn't the pink smoke much more pleasant?
Gao Tianzuan said with a smile, crossing his arms and looking expectantly for praise, but unfortunately, no one at the scene paid any attention to this instigator. Transformed into a honey badger, Logan fully utilized the fearless and aggressive traits of this mammal, quickly climbing onto a pterosaur and using his sharp steel claws to cut its throat. He then agilely jumped onto another pterosaur, repeating this process, causing pink smoke to constantly erupt with loud bangs. Scott's attacks were also very precise, hitting every incoming pterosaur, but when it came to killing effectiveness, Alice was the most formidable. A few steel balls, influenced by the magnetic field, achieved the power of scattershot, able to change directions freely like bullets. These steel balls became a nightmare for all enemies. Despite the impressive killing effectiveness of Alice and her team, the incoming pterosaurs showed no signs of diminishing, while Gao Tianzuan leisurely sat to the side, seemingly watching a show, showing no intention of offering guidance.
Professor Charles stared intensely at Gao Tianzuan for 3 seconds, then turned to instruct the Phantom Cat Kitty to bring Vicky Karen from the basement.
Vicky was a student from the younger class, not very old, but she had the loudest voice among everyone. Her mutant ability allowed her to emit sound waves of different frequencies, but due to her young age, she could not yet freely adjust the frequency of her sound waves. Although Vicky's ability was not currently offensive, even the naughtiest boy in the class dared not provoke her easily because if Vicky raised her voice, the piercing sound that penetrated the brain was unbearable for anyone. Birds have a hearing ability several times that of humans, and the pterosaurs, which have a similar structure to birds, were no exception. Vicky's screams were unbearable even for humans, imagine increasing that volume several times. Sure enough, when Vicky raised her voice, all the pterosaurs immediately flew away in a rush. Some pterosaurs that were a step slow immediately rolled their eyes, foamed at the mouth, and collapsed to the ground. Clap! 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 Clever! Really clever! You figured out my intentions so quickly. To clear this game, brute force alone won't work, some little tricks are hidden in these levels. So, how do you plan to rescue your companions who have been taken by the pterosaurs? Gao Tianzuan clapped his hands while raising an eyebrow playfully. Companions who have been taken? Alice glanced around, a sudden spark of inspiration hitting her, and she immediately ran toward Chiefing Pavilion, with the others following closely behind. Professor Charles watched as Alice ran into Chiefing Pavilion, then turned to Gao Tianzuan with a serious expression. How will your pterosaurs treat their prey? Prey, of course, is meant to be observed, played with, or used as food. Since this is a real game, it should naturally be set up as close to reality as possible. Gao Tianzuan crossed his arms over his chest, looking completely unconcerned, as if he was completely unaware of the terrifying possibility that lives could be lost in the game he designed. Professor Charles, who was usually calm and in control, now furrowed his brows into a deep shape, his eyes filled with confusion and dissatisfaction. In your eyes, is life merely data in a game? Of course, to me, the game is life. Gao Tianzuan grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, but the smile lacked any real emotion, as if he were merely mechanically displaying that expression. Suddenly, a rush of air whooshed by, and Gao Tianzuan vanished from his spot, where several sharp steel bars had now pierced the ground, as if the space he had just occupied had been instantly ripped apart. Where have you taken Brittany? There are only a few of us brave ones here, why did you involve others? Alice, suspended in midair, landed in front of Gao Tianzuan, her eyes flashing with anger as she questioned him fiercely. It turned out that Chiefing Pavilion was empty, and there were remnants of the pterosaurs' grasp left behind. Brittany and the children had been taken by the pterosaurs. It's a game, after all, there must be brave heroes, as well as characters to serve as cannon fodder, to make the game more interesting. As for where they've been taken, do you really think I would tell you? If you knew everything, what would be the point of me painstakingly creating this game? Gao Tianzuan spread his hands, sneering at Alice, with contempt clearly evident in his eyes. Furious, Alice raised her hand and shot a steel ball that flew toward Gao Tianzuan with a fierce whoosh. However, Gao Tianzuan did not dodge or avoid it, still wearing a faint smile as he watched the steel ball pass right through his body, the mockery in his gaze becoming even more pronounced. Alice, he is just a form of consciousness, you can't hurt him, Professor Charles quickly intervened, noticing Alice's impulsiveness. Doesn't your game board say, through the storms of the game, let them disperse as they must? Isn't it true that once the game is over, everything will return to its original state? Yes. That's right. You are indeed the smartest person here. Gao Tianzuan clapped his hands, looking approvingly at Professor Charles, but then abruptly changed his tone, however. I have some settings not written on the game board. If any one of the heroes dies, the game can be ended immediately for the others. Gao Tianzuan's words made Professor Charles's expression darken further, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. I will never let that happen. You're not a hero, so you have no say in this. Now, who wants to roll the dice next? The sooner you roll, the sooner it ends. Gao Tianzuan shook the dice in his hand, reverting to that initially carefree, harmless demeanor, as if everything that had just occurred was merely a joke. I'll do it. Alice stepped forward, taking the dice from Gao Tianzuan's hands and shooting him a fierce glare. Gao Tianzuan, however, was unfazed, clapping his hands in encouragement. Yes. That's the spirit of a hero. Alice's teeth grated together in frustration. This person, who was utterly indifferent to any attacks and showed no fear or avoidance, left her feeling completely helpless. The dice rolled a few times on the game board, finally landing on 2 twos, and a few lines of text appeared at the 17th square. You are the lucky hero, winning a customized task. The game is now up to you to decide. Clap. 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 Gao Tianzuan excitedly applauded again. You're so lucky, little hero. You've just rolled into a hidden plot. You only need to complete 3 tasks to directly decide whether to continue the game or end it. Honestly, I love hidden plots, they're much more fun than just playing the game step by step.
What tasks? Hurry up and tell me.
Alice urged anxiously. She had no time to waste talking to Gao Tianzuan. The first task is to reach the Jurassic era. Once you get there, you'll naturally know the second task, Gao Tianzuan said.
Jurassic era? You want us to travel through time? Do you have a time machine?
Tina crossed her arms, tilting her head and looking at Gao Tianzuan with amusement.
No, what I have is far more advanced than a time machine.
Gao Tianzuan laughed and shook his head, then grabbed the floating game board and tossed it directly into the small lake.
The water in the lake immediately bubbled up as if boiling, gurgling, and bubbling.
Then, two massive entwined vines burst through the water's surface, shooting skyward. The massive vines grew at an astonishing speed, reaching up to the clouds in just a minute, stretching high into the sky, with no visible top. The two enormous vines occupied half of the school campus, resembling two colossal pillars sprouting from the earth.
Follow the vines, and you will reach my dinosaur world. Set off, my brave ones. Good luck. Gao Tianzuan's voice echoed.
Alice shot him a fierce glare and then stepped onto the vine without hesitation. The vine was as thick as a basketball court, and walking on it felt as stable as walking on flat ground. Tina, you are the oldest among us, so I hope you can take good care of them along the way, Professor Charles suddenly instructed. Tina turned to look at Professor Charles, a meaningful smile appearing on her face.
Wait.
The oldest isn't Professor Logan, Vic started to say, but suddenly felt the intense killing intent radiating from Logan, the honey badger, and quickly shut his mouth. After the heroes stepped onto the vine, Gao Tianzuan's figure vanished without a trace, and it seemed as if an invisible wall had appeared around the vines, preventing anyone else from getting close.
Professor, do you think Mystique will make a move? Jean asked worriedly.
Professor Charles did not answer immediately. He understood that Mystique was inherently kind-hearted, but influenced by Magneto, she might not hesitate to make some sacrifices for the greater good. On the vine, the 5 heroes and the honey badger were running at full speed toward the Jurassic era. However, after some time, apart from Logan and Tina, the others began to show signs of exhaustion. They had to stop and rest for a while. Alice walked to the edge of the vine and looked down, only to see swirling clouds below, with nothing else in sight, as if gazing into an endless abyss. After a few more stops and starts, they began to sense something unusual. They had been running along the vine for so long that they had already surpassed the height of the Himalayas, yet they showed no signs of oxygen deprivation whatsoever.
I'm so tired. How long do we have to run? That Gao Tianzuan wouldn't be lying to us, would he?
Vix, whose stamina was already poor, leaned against the vine, gasping for breath. He wished he could slap himself. If he had just thrown the game board into the sea from the start, they wouldn't be in this mess now.
That's not likely.
If Gao Tianzuan wanted us to experience the game he envisioned, he wouldn't give us false information. Generally, NPCs in games provide players with hidden clues. Let me think about what he said before. Bobby, who had some knowledge of games, pondered and began recalling Gao Tianzuan's previous words. Alice looked up at the vine that still seemed to stretch endlessly above and then down at the dense clouds below, deep in thought. Gao Tianzuan said that following the vine upwards would lead us to our destination, but he never said we had to go straight to the top. Perhaps.
Perhaps what?
The others asked eagerly, their eyes fixed on Alice.
We should go down and take a look.
Alice declared firmly, then leaped off the vine without hesitation. The others gasped and rushed to the edge of the vine, only to see Alice vanish into a dazzling white light just before landing in the clouds below.
What a reckless move!
Logan, the honey badger, shook his head helplessly, relieved, and followed Alice down the vine.
Are you afraid? If the ground below is solid, you might end up as a pancake.
Tina raised an eyebrow, looking back at the 3 behind her, her golden eyes sparkling with mischief.
Bobby took Little Mischief's hand, gazing at her affectionately. With me here, you don't need to be afraid.
Little Mischief looked at Bobby, a happy smile spreading across her face. I won't be afraid. The lovey-dovey pair made Vix blush slightly. If you're not afraid, then I'm not afraid either.
Then let's jump together.
Tina grinned, grabbing one with her left hand and 2 with her right, and they all jumped off the vine together.
A dazzling white light flashed and disappeared in an instant.
Vix felt a sudden brightness before realizing he was plummeting into a vast lake.
Surrounding the lake were many dinosaurs that could only be seen in textbooks, leisurely drinking water.
A gigantic brachiosaurus, with an incredibly long neck, let out a deep, melodic call upon seeing the sudden appearance of several people in the sky.
Roar! Following that, several splashes sounded as Vix used his hands and feet to desperately swim to the surface. When he finally broke through, Fresh air flooded his lungs, and he couldn't help but shout, "Ah! We've come to the world of dinosaurs. We're in the Jurassic. Alice, look. Look! There are so many dinosaurs here." The person Vix referred to as Alice turned around, her face full of surprise. "Mystique! What are you doing here? Did Magneto send you?" "What Mystique? I'm Vix. Why do I see myself? What's going on?"
A Vix not far from him pointed at Bobby, who was popping up from the water, shouting loudly, while Bobby looked at his hands in confusion, clenching his fists.
"Where are my claws? Whose hands are these? Don't you realize? Our bodies have swapped."
Little Mischief, now in Alice's body, looked at the confused group with indifference.
"Why are my hands blue? What's this? Fish scales? What's wrong with me?"
Vix panicked, looking at his completely abnormal hands, nearly on the verge of tears. He was genuinely worried that he had contracted some strange disease.
"That's my body, you idiot."
Tina, now in Little Mischief's body, shot a sharp glare at Vix.
Little Mischief, inhabiting Alice's body, held her somewhat dizzy head and scanned the lake. "Hey, where did Logan go? We're missing a honey badger."
Logan, now in Bobby's body, paused for a moment before suddenly diving into the water. The lake was crystal clear and free from pollution, allowing him to quickly find the honey badger at the bottom. Its eyes rolled back.
"Oh God! Professor Logan can't be dead, can he?"
Seeing the lifeless honey badger, Vix felt a wave of sadness and was on the verge of tears.
"No way, my body isn't that easy to kill. Even if I've turned into an animal, those healing factors are still there."
Logan placed the honey badger on the grass at the lake's edge and pressed down hard on its belly, causing a small fountain of water to erupt from its mouth.
"Cough, cough, why can't I float? Cough, cough.
I feel so heavy, cough." The little honey badger struggled to get up as it spoke. When it saw its paws, it froze in shock.
"This is... Ah! That hurts."
The sudden emergence of steel claws caused the little honey badger to let out a piercing cry. Logan was already accustomed to the pain of the claws breaking through the skin, but Alice, now in the honey badger's body, was completely unprepared for it. The heart-wrenching pain made her mouth open wide as she screamed. "Calm down, you need to calm down. Listen to me, focus, and retract the claws, slowly retract them, it won't hurt for long." Logan gently guided Alice on how to control the claws, fully aware of the pain they could cause.
Vix, hearing Alice's wails, secretly touched the back of his own hand and swallowed hard. That sound was chilling to the bone. "Gao Tianzuan! Gao Tianzuan! Get out here! What on earth is going on?" Alice, suddenly trapped in the honey badger's body, shouted into the empty surroundings.
This unexpected situation had caught her completely off guard, and such a bizarre twist had actually been included in this damned game.
She couldn't help but silently wonder just how vast Gao Tianzuan's imagination really was.
Hey! Hey! I knew you'd think of me, but I didn't expect you to think of me like this.
So, how do you like my little arrangement? Not everyone gets to experience someone else's life, you know.
Gao Tianzuan suddenly appeared, still wearing that irreverent expression, completely oblivious to the significant impact his whimsical arrangement had on the heroes. Perhaps he was aware, but he simply didn't care.
Seeing Gao Tianzuan's "I did this just to mess with you, what are you going to do about it?" demeanor infuriated Alice, but she realized she couldn't do anything to him.
She mentally noted this debt and said in annoyance, "Fine.
What's the next task we need to complete?" He. Don't be in such a hurry.
It doesn't matter if we waste some time in this game, Gao Tianzuan said, clearly enjoying Alice's anxiousness and remaining relaxed. Please hurry up and announce the task. Don't expect us to waste 3 to 5 years here before continuing the game, the shapeshifter said flatly, her expressionless face directed at Gao Tianzuan. Ever since her identity was revealed, she had stopped bothering to hide her feelings with a smile.
You dare threaten me? Well, I'm a sucker for that kind of thing.
Gao Tianzuan winked at the shapeshifter, looking like a mischievous child. All right then, I'll tell you the second task, it's to rescue the baby dinosaurs.
Cheer for your baby dinosaurs, heroes. After announcing the task, Gao Tianzuan vanished once again.
Alice snorted coldly and turned her body toward the shapeshifter behind her. Since her current body was so small, she had to support herself with her tail, standing upright and looking up. Seeing this, Logan bent down and lifted her onto his shoulder.
Logan's action made Little Mischief huff in dissatisfaction.
Vix, noticing her reaction, stole a glance at Little Mischief from the corner of his eye, feeling puzzled. He didn't understand what Little Mischief was unhappy about compared to what Alice was experiencing.
You're Mystique, Magneto's subordinate, right? Why are you pretending to be Tina and sneaking into the school? Aren't you afraid of being recognized by Professor Charles?
Alice sat firmly on Logan's shoulder, and although she now had the appearance of a honey badger, black eyes gleamed with seriousness.
Of course not, because Charles allowed me to enter the school. As for the reason, it's obviously because of you.
The shapeshifter said with a grin, reaching out as if to pat Alice's little flat head.
However, Logan immediately stepped back, raising his arm protectively in front of Alice and asking warily, "What do you want? What's your purpose in getting close to Alice?"
"Sorry, I forgot this body shouldn't be touched casually." The shapeshifter retracted her hand, smirking. "I didn't have any special purpose in getting close to little Alice at first. It started out of curiosity and gradually turned into a fondness for the child."
"Curiosity? What are you curious about?"
Alice tilted her head, looking puzzled.
"I was curious about what kind of child Eric's granddaughter would be like. I didn't expect you not to disappoint me, little Alice."
The shapeshifter crossed her arms, and a hint of maternal warmth flickered in her eyes as she looked at Alice.
"Is that Eric Lenshare? Does Magneto really have a connection to Alice?" Bobby, knowing Magneto's full name, couldn't help but chime in.
"Of course. Alice's grandmother was Eric's girlfriend when she was young, and Alice's father has already done a paternity test with Eric."
"I can confirm that Alice's father is indeed Eric's son, which makes Alice Eric's granddaughter. Is there any doubt left?"
The shapeshifter glanced at Bobby as she explained, but Bobby merely shook his head silently. Sitting on Logan's shoulder, Alice had a blank expression. After all, as a honey badger, she didn't have many expressions to make.
However, internally, Alice was in turmoil.
The idea of Magneto being a terrorist in this world felt as shocking to her as if someone suddenly told her she was Osama bin Laden's granddaughter. An indescribable sense of fear began to spread in her heart.
"No way. Professor Charles said there's no relation between Alice and Magneto."
Logan was the first to express doubt about the shapeshifter's words, as he had great trust in Professor Charles.
"He has to say that.
He's afraid that if Alice learns the truth, she might seek out her grandfather.
Alice's parents abandoned her. Now, Eric is her only remaining family." The shapeshifter's firm words plunged the surroundings into silence.
There were many mutants who had been abandoned by their families. Little Mischief, for instance, had been thrown out by her parents because of her mutant ability. If there was a relative who was also a mutant, staying with that relative would undoubtedly be the best choice.
Alice, are you going to leave the school?"
Vix asked cautiously, not wanting Alice to leave because he knew that if she did, Brittany would likely follow, and those kids could be taken away as well.
He would lose many friends that way.
Alice looked at the nervous Vix, then turned to the shapeshifter and slowly spoke. "I have a deep impression of my grandmother. She was a kind, humorous, and funny old woman. She once shared some stories from her youth, and whenever she mentioned my grandfather, she always smiled. I don't know why Magneto abandoned my grandmother, and I don't know why she doesn't hate him, but I know he has never held me, and I have never called him grandfather.
The only thing I can thank him for is giving me the mutant gene that allowed me to survive the car accident. As for everything else, to little Magneto is just a similar title."
What's most important now is to clear the game quickly and rescue Brittany. Everything else can wait for later." With that, Alice jumped down from Logan's shoulder and turned away, walking in the opposite direction of the lake. Logan, however, kept a close eye on the shapeshifter, his gaze filled with warning. "I don't care what Charles has allowed you to do, they are my students.
If you dare to lay a hand on them, I will not let you off easily." "Not let me off easily? Then try and see how you won't let me off. I'm currently in Little Mischief's body. What can you do about this body?"
The shapeshifter tilted her head slightly, sneering. "I don't care," Little Mischief said nonchalantly. "Logan, feel free to take action, this body is just a curse."
"Is that so? Just because you don't care doesn't mean others won't. Right, little Bobby?"
As she spoke, the shapeshifter raised her hand as if to touch Bobby's face. Logan, feeling a jolt of alarm, suddenly conjured an ice spike in his hand, while Little Mischief widened her eyes and prepared to spring forward to save Bobby. At that moment, a small, dark creature suddenly jumped into the fray, baring its teeth and letting out a low growl at everyone, its small body exuding a fierce demeanor. "Can't you all put aside your prejudices at a time like this? Since we came in together, we should leave together.
Do you really want Gao Tianzuan to see us fighting among ourselves?" Alice's loud shout temporarily calmed the chaotic team. Regardless of how many bizarre things had happened before, they now had to unite and face the upcoming challenges together. The location where they had fallen into the lake was a canyon, and beyond the canyon lay a vast open grassland. On the edge of the prairie, a continuous stretch of green forest could be faintly seen, as if nature had prepared their next stage for them. On the grassland, some herbivorous dinosaurs were leisurely grazing, while two towering pachycephalosauruses, each over 4 meters tall, were butting heads with their hard skulls, producing deep, powerful thuds, as if engaged in an ancient and primal duel. If I remember correctly, pachycephalosaurs lived during the late Cretaceous period, but this game is clearly called Jurassic World. Vix exclaimed, pointing at the two fighting pachycephalosaurs, his expression one of wonder as if he had discovered a new world. Little Mischief couldn't help but roll her eyes. The T-Rex that appeared at the beginning also lived during the late Cretaceous, and the pterosaurs that attacked the school existed from the late Triassic to the late Cretaceous. The Jurassic period, which is between the Triassic and Cretaceous, was when dinosaurs flourished the most. So, people usually refer to the entire era of dinosaurs as the Jurassic period. Professor Omenro has taught this outside of school, have you forgotten it all so quickly? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Vix scratched his head. Hee, you have a great memory, I was almost forgetting all of this. Vic's charmingly goofy smile stirred something in the shapeshifter's heart. Despite having a devilish appearance, it was like an ugly garment that different people could wear to express various qualities. The shapeshifter couldn't remember the last time she had smiled so innocently. There are no little dinosaurs here, only dinosaur eggs. Is Gao Tianzuan asking us to hatch these eggs? Bobby said, pointing to the various sized dinosaur eggs dotting the grassland, looking somewhat puzzled. Some were as small as duck eggs, while others had diameters reaching 50 centimeters, neatly arranged like soldiers waiting for review. Suddenly, a cacophony of noises erupted as a group of ostrich-sized dinosaurs, with 3 long fingers on their hands and small horns on their noses, rushed out from the canyon behind the group. They dashed past Alice and the others, snatching up several dinosaur eggs of varying sizes, and ran straight toward the distant forest without looking back. It's over, Raptor. Looks like our task is to get those eggs back. What are you waiting for? The shapeshifter shot a glance at the others, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes before she charged after the Oviraptors. The Oviraptors were incredibly fast, quickly leaving the humans far behind. The leading Oviraptor let out a roar, causing the others to scatter, diving into the forest. Which dinosaur should we chase? Bobby looked to Logan for guidance, as Logan had become the backbone of the group. I think we'd better split up to chase, didn't you count? 6 eggs were stolen, and there are exactly 6 of us. This is clearly arranged by Gao Tianzuan. Little Alice, we'll see you later. The shapeshifter waved at Alice and chose a direction to pursue. Stick close to me, it will be dangerous to act alone. Logan watched the shapeshifter vanish into the forest, concern filling his heart, but he turned to urge the others to move with him. Given Logan's character, if he were with Stormgirl or Scott, he would have chosen to act solo. But now, as a professor, he had to be responsible for the safety of his students. Alice followed the shapeshifter in. Little Mischief pointed toward the forest, sounding anxious. What? Logan turned to see Alice had disappeared without a trace, frowning. That girl never listens. Following the shapeshifter into the forest, Alice looked up and realized the shapeshifter's figure was already gone. Towering trees, reaching dozens of meters high, blocked out the sunlight, and the dark forest was filled with a hushed, dead atmosphere, as if countless eyes were watching them from the shadows. The thick layer of fallen leaves in the forest made it difficult for Alice to move. With her superalloy skeletal structure, each step she took left a deep imprint in the soft foliage. Faced with this situation, Alice reluctantly turned her gaze upward to the dense and thick canopy above. She gritted her teeth against the intense pain surging through her body, extended her steel claws, and tightly grasped the tree trunk, slowly and painstakingly climbing toward the treetops. Meanwhile, Logan, along with Vix, Little Mischief, and Bobby, had just stepped into the forest when they were suddenly ambushed by countless vines. Once the overwhelming vines receded, Logan was the only one left standing, the others had already vanished. Anxiously, Logan continued to call out the names of his companions while pushing deeper into the forest. Just then, he encountered an Oviraptor clinging to a dinosaur egg. Without hesitation, Logan chased after the Oviraptor, following it to a Tyrannosaurus nest. After dropping the dinosaur egg beside the Tyrannosaurus, the Oviraptor quickly fled. The Tyrannosaurus, a large theropod dinosaur, was a distant relative of the T-Rex, its name meaning terrifying lizard. As a powerful carnivore, it would not tolerate any intrusion into its territory.
The 12-meter-long Tyrannosaurus let out a furious roar and opened its massive jaws, lunging at Logan. Reacting quickly, Logan rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the giant jaws of the Tyrannosaurus. Then, an ice spear appeared in his hand. He leaped into the air, using all his strength to stab it into the dinosaur's neck. The Tyrannosaurus, in pain, violently shook its head, flinging Logan far away. Crashing into a tree and landing hard on the ground, Logan felt his entire body ache, and his vision began to blur. Shaking his head vigorously to dispel the dizziness, he glanced up to see the Tyrannosaurus charging at him with giant strides. Just as Logan prepared to get up, he noticed the ground beneath his supporting hand was coated in a thin layer of ice. A smirk crept onto his face as a plan formed in his mind. The 5-ton Tyrannosaurus thundered forward, causing the ground to tremble. Although Logan's ice spear hadn't inflicted fatal damage, it had thoroughly enraged the dinosaur. Calmly, Logan waited until the Tyrannosaurus was close enough to bite him before he suddenly pushed down with both hands, channeling cold air into the ground. Instantly, a thick layer of ice formed in a 100-meter radius around him. The running Tyrannosaurus suddenly lost its footing and fell onto the icy surface. The freezing effect didn't stop there, the downed dinosaur began to freeze all over. Before long, the once mighty Tyrannosaurus had become an ice sculpture. After confirming that the Tyrannosaurus was completely taken care of, Logan shakily stood up, picked up the egg discarded by the Oviraptor, and left the icy arena behind. Meanwhile, Alice found herself surrounded by a pack of slender, turkey-sized dromaeosauruses. Although dromaeosauruses were the smallest dinosaurs of the Jurassic period, they were still formidable carnivores with sharp claws and teeth capable of causing significant damage. As Alice was attacked, her previously smooth fur was scratched by the dromaeosaurus's claws, drawing blood. However, her extraordinary healing ability caused the wounds to close rapidly. With the relentless harassment and assaults from the dromaeosauruses, the beastly instincts within Alice were fully awakened. She pounced on one dromaeosaurus and, disregarding everything, began to tear into it. The turkey-sized dinosaur was soon ripped apart into chunks of flesh. After a fierce battle, the remaining dromaeosauruses sensed danger and let out frantic cries before fleeing in panic. Coming back to her senses, Alice looked at the carnage around her and tasted the metallic tang of blood in her mouth, causing her to gag. Once the nausea subsided, Alice picked up a dinosaur egg the size of a duck egg from the ground and began to climb toward the treetops once more. As Little Mischief stepped into the forest behind Logan, she was instantly engulfed by a torrent of vines. When the vines gradually receded, she looked around and realized that the others were nowhere to be seen. Fear gripped her heart as she walked through the forest, calling out the names of her companions. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and after what felt like an eternity, she spotted a dinosaur egg beside a large stone. Joy filled her face as she carefully cradled the egg in her hands. But just then, the stone beside her suddenly shifted. Little Mischief looked up to discover that what she thought was a large rock was actually a spiky-backed Spinosaurus. Facing this colossal creature, fear surged within her like a tidal wave. Trembling, she cautiously backed away, each step feeling like she was inching closer to death. Not retreating far, she turned and fled in a panic. Roar! The Spinosaurus let out a furious roar and lunged forward on its powerful hind legs, charging after her. Roar! The roars of the Spinosaurus grew louder behind her, and Little Mischief's mind went blank. The most intense scene she had experienced was being used as a power source by Magneto on Freedom Island, but now, coming face to face with a massive carnivorous dinosaur was beyond her imagination. Fear completely overshadowed her identity as a mutant. She forgot about her extraordinary mutant abilities. All she could think about was escaping until her surroundings brightened, and she realized she had run to the edge of a cliff. Below lay another lush forest, but the drop was extremely high. Falling from here would surely be fatal. Standing at the cliff's edge, Little Mischief looked back at the approaching Spinosaurus and felt engulfed by despair. At that moment, it seemed her only fates were to be eaten or to fall to her death. Just as she was about to make her choice, leaves rustled above her, and a small black figure shot down from the treetops like an arrow, landing on the Spinosaurus' back and fiercely clawing at it with steel claws. Honey Badger? Alice! Little Mischief exclaimed, a mix of surprise and worry in her voice. She was glad someone had come to rescue her, but she was also concerned about the vast size difference. The tiny honey badger seemed no match for the massive Spinosaurus. Though Alice's claws could easily puncture the Spinosaurus' skin, they were only a few centimeters long, and against the massive creature, they served only to further anger it. Roar! The Spinosaurus shook Alice off its back and roared in fury, its mouth filled with sharp teeth looking terrifying. Hiss!
Despite the size difference, Alice showed no fear. She felt the wildness within her burning and releasing. It was as if she could shred anything that stood in her way. Roar! The Spinosaurus let out another deafening roar and lunged at Alice with its massive jaws. Alice nimbly jumped to the side, narrowly avoiding the dinosaur's gaping maw and leaving several bloody scratches on its lips. At that moment, Alice was less than a meter long, while the Spinosaurus stretched 20 meters. Their confrontation felt akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. After repeatedly dodging Alice's attacks, the Spinosaurus gave up on the elusive prey and turned toward Little Mischief at the cliff's edge. Now targeted by the Spinosaurus again, Little Mischief felt lost and helpless. She was on a protruding ledge at the cliff's edge, and with the Spinosaurus blocking her, she had no escape route. Little Mischief! Control the magnetic field. Quickly fly up! Alice shouted as she dodged the Spinosaurus' tail, urging her friend anxiously. Little Mischief tried to use her magnetic field control ability but failed. The stench of the Spinosaurus's breath, heavy with the smell of blood, nearly made her break down. I can't do it. I can't. Hearing the near breakdown in Little Mischief's voice, Alice furrowed her brow. She timed her leap perfectly, catching the Spinosaurus's tail and climbing up it, reaching the top of the dinosaur. With a fierce determination, she unleashed her steel claws and plunged them deep into the Spinosaurus's eyes. Roar! Accompanied by a tragic roar, the Spinosaurus, with its eyes stabbed out, frantically thrashed its head. The intense pain radiating from its eyes caused its massive body to stumble and sway. At that moment, it was perilously close to the cliff's edge, and with one misstep, it tumbled off the precipice. The Spinosaurus's wailing echoed as it fell, sounding as though it could pierce the heavens. After a cacophony of breaking trees below, silence enveloped the area. Little Mischief knelt at the edge of the cliff, looking down but finding no trace of Alice. Tears welled in her eyes, and the usually aloof girl found herself nearly choking on her words. Woo-woo. I'm sorry, Alice. I don't hate you. I'm just jealous of how well Logan treats you. I've lost my family. Logan is like a father to me. I'm afraid he'll only like you from now on and not me anymore. Do you really think about these ridiculous things all the time? The sudden voice from below made Little Mischief stop crying. She wiped her tears and turned her head to see Alice hanging from a vine beneath a rock outcropping, swaying gently in the breeze like a swing. You should think about how to get me back up, Alice said, blinking and giving a helpless smile. Without her hands, she truly couldn't save herself. Little Mischief's tears turned to laughter as she hurriedly looked around for something to use as a tool. Finally, with Alice's guidance, she managed to pull Alice up to the cliff. Once rescued, Little Mischief tightly embraced Alice, bursting into tears again. I'm sorry, Alice. I shouldn't have been jealous of you. I shouldn't have given you the cold shoulder every day. I promise I won't do that anymore. All right, I didn't take it to heart. Let the past be the past. Alice rolled her eyes at the sky, secretly thinking that understanding a young girl's feelings was really complicated. She never anticipated that Little Mischief's dislike of her stemmed from jealousy over Logan. She felt completely innocent. Looks like I arrived just in time, such a warm scene, yet I can't capture it. What a waste. The shapeshifter sauntered out of the forest, hands on her hips. In her hands, she was tossing a dinosaur egg the size of a goose egg, catching it with boredom. Did you complete your task? Nothing went wrong, right? Alice gently pushed Little Mischief aside and asked casually. Of course, it went very smoothly. I just lightly touched the egg-guarding Therizinosaurus, and it just dropped dead. TSK, what incredible destructive power. I wish I had such abilities. The shapeshifter admired her long, delicate fingers that had originally belonged to Little Mischief. Little Mischief fought to suppress her feelings of bitterness, lowering her gaze. If I could choose, I definitely wouldn't want that kind of power. Now's not the time to discuss that. We've already rescued 3 dinosaur eggs, let's see if we can find anyone else in the forest. Alice retrieved the small dinosaur egg she had left on the large tree, and the 3 of them headed deeper into the woods. Not long after, they heard a rustling sound, prompting them to stop and become alert. Suddenly, a velociraptor carrying a dinosaur egg leaped out from the dense underbrush. Upon seeing Alice and the others, it immediately ran over, tears streaming down its face, as if it had just found its family. Alice! Help! I'm being chased! Bang, bang! With a few quick sounds,
The pack of velociraptors that had been chasing the talking velociraptor was swiftly taken down by Alice, Little Mischief, and the shapeshifter. The rescued velociraptor paused and began to complain. "Alice, let me tell you, when Professor Logan and the others entered the forest, they were dragged away by those vines. It was so terrifying, I thought I had stumbled into a snake's nest. After the vines disappeared, I was left all alone. I wandered for a long time without seeing any of my companions. Then, I don't know how it happened, but I ran into a group of dinosaurs surrounding a dinosaur egg. I thought to myself, if I could be like them, I could steal that egg. Before I knew it, I really did turn into one of them. Just as I picked up the egg, those dinosaurs started attacking me. I had to work really hard to escape." The velociraptor pulled at Little Mischief, chattering away without giving the others a chance to speak. Once it finally finished, eagerly awaiting some comfort, it was met with a single question. "Who are you?" The velociraptor's nose twitched, and tears began to stream down its face. "Alice. Don't you recognize me? It's Vix. Even if I've turned into a dinosaur, you can't not know who I am." "Shut up. She's not me. She's Little Mischief." Alice stood tall, her short forelimbs crossed, looking seriously at the dazed Vix. "Ha?" The velociraptor Vix stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly realized, "Oh. I got confused because I was scared." Alice turned into Little Mischief, and Little Mischief turned into a honey badger. "By the way, Little Mischief, you're here, but where are Professor Logan and Bobby? What happened to them?" "I don't know." Little Mischief frowned, worry etched on her face. "Professor Logan has Bobby's ability now, but Bobby is." Little Mischief bit her lip, looking at Vix, transformed into a velociraptor, as she struggled to understand how he could still shed tears after such a change. "Hey! Vix, that's my body. Crying like that, where do you think I should put my face?" The shapeshifter glared at Vix with a straight face. Can your body still transform into beasts?" Little Mischief asked curiously. "Of course not. I'm not a beast." The shapeshifter replied casually. "This is a game world ruled by Gaotianzuan. If Logan can be turned into a honey badger, what can't happen? Forget about that for now. Vix turning into a velociraptor is actually beneficial for us." "Vix, see if you can turn into a stronger dinosaur." Alice looked at Vix with a glimmer of expectation in her eyes. Okay. I'll give it a try." Vix closed his eyes, concentrating on the image of other dinosaurs in his mind. When he opened his eyes, he realized his perspective had risen. "Awesome! I turned into a T-Rex. I've become the strongest dinosaur." Vix was overjoyed, bouncing excitedly, his massive body thudding against the ground with a bang, bang, bang. "Vix! You almost stepped on me!" Little Mischief shouted angrily, looking up. "Oops, sorry. I was just too excited," Vix apologized, stopping abruptly. He tried to scratch his head but found his little short arms couldn't reach. "Vix, squat down, you need to carry us to find the others." The shapeshifter patted Vix's thigh, causing him to shudder. Seeing such a timid T-Rex made the shapeshifter laugh. "What are you afraid of? Am I going to eat you?" "And no, it's nothing, just a little cold." Vix chuckled nervously, rubbing his little short arms. Back at school, he had seen a classmate who accidentally touched Little Mischief's skin being sent to the nurse's office. Now, carrying Little Mischief's body made him feel a bit uneasy. The three of them crouched down, with Little Mischief and the shapeshifter climbing onto Vix's back, experiencing the thrilling sensation of riding a dinosaur, while Alice scampered up to Vix's head. From the lofty vantage point atop the T-Rex, Alice's view opened up immensely. She turned her agile head, using her honey badger's keen hearing to listen carefully to every subtle sound in the forest. Meanwhile, Logan, with years of experience navigating the wild, finally found Bobby. Bobby was anxiously pondering how to obtain a dinosaur egg. It turned out that Bobby had been led to the lake's edge by a thieving oviraptor. Just as the oviraptor was about to toss the dinosaur egg into the lake, a massive Spinosaurus surged out of the water, swallowing both the oviraptor and the egg whole. The terrifying sight nearly made Bobby's spirit leave his body. After consuming the oviraptor and the egg, the Spinosaurus used its front fins to support its massive body and slowly approached Bobby. When its front fins could no longer sustain its weight on land, it raised its head with a low growl of dissatisfaction before gradually submerging itself back into the lake. The emerald waters of the lake were deceptively deep, and the calm surface concealed the presence of a creature that should have lived in the ocean. Bobby wiped his forehead and realized that sweat had soaked through his clothes. "Damn!
Vix's body is like a reservoir.
Bobby muttered under his breath, trying to mask the fear that had gripped his heart. When Logan found Bobby, he was sitting at the edge of the forest, far from the lake, staring blankly at the water, lost in thought. He had come up with dozens of plans but still couldn't figure out how to retrieve an egg from the belly of that giant dinosaur. Bobby leaped up excitedly upon seeing Logan.
Great!
Professor Logan, if you freeze the lake, we can get the dinosaur egg out.
However, after listening to Bobby's account, Logan furrowed his brow. If we freeze the entire lake, won't the dinosaur egg get frozen as well?
I can't precisely control the freezing area right now. Logan's words doused Bobby's hopes like a bucket of cold water, bringing him back to reality.
You're right, the unhatched baby dinosaurs would freeze to death, too. What do we do?
Let me think. Logan closed his eyes, pinching his brow as he fell into deep thought, trying to devise a plan. Just then, a deep, powerful call echoed in his ears.
Professor Logan, Bobby, where are you?
Bobby also heard the voice and excitedly pointed in the direction it came from.
Listen! Listen, Professor! Someone is calling our names. It must be Little Mischief and the others. Hey, we're over here, hey!
Logan stepped forward and covered Bobby's mouth with his hand.
Don't shout. The voice doesn't sound right.
With his mouth covered, Bobby quieted down, straining to listen. The voice calling their names was booming, like thunder, and sounded nothing like a human voice.
What is that sound?
I don't know, but it sounds like something big is coming.
Let's hide and see.
Logan pulled Bobby behind a large tree, which effectively concealed both of them. Before long, a towering and powerful T-Rex thundered by, stopping at the unprotected edge of the lake, looking around in confusion as if searching for something.
Boom! A massive splash erupted like a grenade going off.
A Spinosaurus, comparable in size to the T-Rex, clamped onto the T-Rex's tail and dragged it forcefully toward the water.
The once mighty T-Rex was terrified by this sudden turn of events, its spirit nearly breaking. Ah! Mom! Help!
The sudden attack from the Spinosaurus rising out of the water startled Vix so much that he cried out, and the others perched on his back were equally shocked. Little Mischief lost her grip and fell straight down from a height of 4 meters. Seeing this, Alice quickly dashed along Vix's back to his tail, extending her sharp claws to slash at the Spinosaurus's mouth, which was clamped onto Vix's tail. The Spinosaurus let out a painful scream, releasing its grip and sliding back into the water. Now free from danger, Vix ran with thudding footsteps to a large tree far from the lake, trembling all over. The previous scene had truly frightened him. Bobby rushed to Little Mischief, who had fallen from the T-Rex's back, and helped her up, concern etched on his face.
Little Mischief, are you okay? Say something.
Startled, Little Mischief threw her arms around Bobby and began to cry.
Woo-woo, Bobby, I was so scared I wouldn't see you again, woo-woo.
Alice looked up at the two of them embracing, feeling touched by their bond. However, at that moment, they were in bodies that belonged to her and Vix, making the situation feel quite peculiar. Bobby, noticing Alice staring at him with wide eyes, felt a rush of embarrassment. Being in a body that wasn't his girlfriend's while the original owner looked at him like that made him feel uneasy.
Logan looked up at the trembling T-Rex. Who are you?
I'm Vix. I can transform into a dinosaur, Vix stammered, his voice shaking.
Vix? Logan exclaimed in surprise. The shapeshifter can transform into forms other than humans?
No, only here, the shapeshifter replied, crossing her arms as she walked up to Logan.
You two were hiding behind the tree. It seems you knew there was something strange about this lake all along?
Well, Logan scratched his head, looking apologetic.
Yes. We knew. I'm sorry, I asked Bobby not to make a fuss. It's not Professor Logan's fault.
After all, the voice calling our names was too strange. I was wrong too, Bobby took responsibility as well. Forget it, I won't hold it against you.
You didn't owe me an apology, anyway.
Pfft. The shapeshifter shot a glance at Vix, nearly laughing at the sight of the trembling T-Rex. Alice dashed to the top of Vix's head, patting him comfortingly.
Are you okay?
Vix, it's safe now. I am fine, I'll be okay in a bit, Vix replied, still shaken. All right, being so timid is such a waste of that big body, the shapeshifter waved her hand dismissively.
Bobby, what's the situation now?
Well, specifically, the oviraptor and the dinosaur egg were swallowed by that big creature in the water, and Professor Logan and I are trying to figure out how to retrieve them, Bobby explained.
Upon hearing Bobby's words, the shapeshifter pondered, I see, it's indeed difficult in the water.
It would be great if that creature could come ashore.
Maybe we can lure it to the shore. Look at the terrain here. Alice stood tall, surveying the area from Vix's head.
She could clearly see that the entire lake was shaped like a bowl, high around the edges and low in the middle, with only a thin layer of rock facing the cliff. We can fill this place with water, and when that dinosaur surfaces, we can drain the water from the cliffside. With the flow, it might be swept down the cliff or stay near the outlet.
But where are we going to get that much water?
Bobby replied, furrowing his brow. Before the shapeshifter could finish her sentence, she suddenly turned to look at Bobby. Under the scrutiny of several pairs of eyes, Bobby felt an immense pressure and stammered, "You guys, can't be."
"Yes, cry, young man.
"The last dinosaur egg is meant for you to save," the shapeshifter said, gripping Bobby's shoulders and pushing him toward the edge of the basin.
Wait. How can tears fill such a large area? And I can't cry. Then I'll help you with that."
The shapeshifter raised her hand as if to slap Bobby, but Little Mischief blocked her.
"As long as I'm here, don't you dare bully Bobby."
"I'm not bullying him, I'm helping him."
"Is hitting someone in the face considered helping?"
Little Mischief retorted angrily.
"Well, it depends on the situation."
"If necessary, I wouldn't mind," the shapeshifter replied with a nonchalant smile, crossing her arms.
Enough.
Stop this meaningless bickering."
Logan interrupted Little Mischief, turning to Bobby.
"Bobby, remember, for a man, tears are not something to be ashamed of.
Letting your comrades fall into danger for the sake of pride is the greatest shame of all."
With Logan's encouragement, Bobby finally set aside his reservations, standing at the basin's edge as he tried to summon his tears. He initially thought it would be difficult, but to his surprise, tears flowed like a fountain, streaming down continuously into the basin. Vix was stunned by the scene before him, forgetting his earlier fear as he exclaimed, "How can there be so much?
This is insane."
"This is an absurd game, nothing is impossible," Alice said calmly from atop Vix's head. The water flowed rapidly, and before long, the basin was filled. However, after waiting for a while, they still didn't see the Spinosaurus appear. Alice jumped off Vix's head and said, "It looks like we need a bait. I'll go, even if I get eaten, I'll be fine."
"How will you go? Your alloy skeleton won't let you float."
"I should go instead," Logan said, starting to take off his coat and shoes.
"Maybe."
"I should go," Vix hesitated, extending his little short arms.
"I can turn into a fish. Fish swim faster than people." "Are you sure?"
"If you get scared in the water by those big guys, they'll bite you into pieces," the shapeshifter teased with a smile.
Vix stubbornly raised his head and said, "Don't underestimate me. Even if I cry every day, I'm still a man."
"Good.
Well said."
The shapeshifter applauded Vix.
"Now it's your turn, little man.
You better turn into a sailfish, those big creatures in the water won't be able to catch you." Taking the shapeshifter's advice, Vix transformed into a sailfish, known for its speed in the ocean. He flicked his tail and splashed around a bit, panting. "I feel so dry, I need water." After the group helped lower the 3-meter-long sailfish into the water, Vix dove in headfirst. Swimming downward, the light refracted from the surface gradually dimmed, and the dark water was eerily silent. Vix stared through his fish eyes, which lacked eyelids, carefully scanning the murky depths around him. Fish are naturally nearsighted, and their perception of underwater prey and predators is primarily based on the vibrations in the water and the lateral line system on their scales that detects low-frequency vibrations.
Suddenly, a faint vibration reached Vix's ears.
He turned his head and carefully observed the source of the sound. A large dark figure was slowly swimming toward him. Vix was not a true fish, so he lacked the innate instinct to evade danger. When he finally saw the true form of the dark figure, the Spinosaurus, with its long mouth full of sharp teeth, was already inches away, ready to swallow him whole. In a panic, Vix flailed his tail without any strategy and narrowly slipped past the Spinosaurus's razor-sharp teeth.
However, the Spinosaurus suddenly whipped its head, accurately biting down on Vix's fishtail.
Its sharp teeth pierced through the tail, and dark red blood streamed out like threads, swirling in the water. Terrified, Vix struggled with all his might to shake free from the Spinosaurus's grip. But under the immense force, the small part of his tail that had been bitten quickly snapped off, and Vix shot toward the faint light above like an arrow. Splash! The sound of breaking water echoed as Vix's rough fish tail transformed into the smooth scales of a sailfish, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. The warm temperature seemed to wield a magical power, instantly dispelling the fear in Vix's heart. All he could hear was a cacophony of shouting, but he couldn't discern who was calling.
Vix. Turn into a bird. Quickly, turn into a bird.
Instinctively, images of the pigeons at school flashed through Vix's mind. They always perched on trees, balconies, and lawns, tilting their heads and quietly waiting for food from students' hands. As the sound of flapping wings filled the air, the scene before Vix suddenly became crystal clear. Above him was a deep blue sky, stretching endlessly, below, an expansive green forest. He found himself suspended in the high air between the sky and the forest, and if he fell, he would surely be shattered to pieces.
Thank you. Luckily, you reminded me, or I would have fallen to my death.
Vix landed on the shapeshifter's shoulder, gratefully acknowledging who had prompted him to transform.
No need to thank me, you did great.
The shapeshifter smirked, a glint of approval in her eyes, then turned her gaze toward the Spinosaurus at the cliff's edge. The giant creature slammed into the cliff wall, the impact causing the thin rock layer to crack, and water from the basin began to flow out through the newly formed gap.
With the water flowing, the Spinosaurus's massive body became half stuck in the opening, unable to move.
As the water quickly drained from the basin, the two fin-like limbs of the Spinosaurus, now exposed to the air, could no longer support its enormous body. Once the ruler of the waters, it now lay helplessly on the ground, gasping for breath.
Well then, leave the rest to me.
The shapeshifter removed her gloves and placed her hands on the Spinosaurus.
In an instant, the creature's skin lost its luster and elasticity at a visible pace, as if eroded by time.
Little Mischief covered her mouth tightly, witnessing the immense creature being killed by her friend's power, a strong sense of guilt swelling in her heart.
Are you sad for it?
What a good girl you are, the shapeshifter said with a knowing smile, her eyes glinting with complexity. But the world won't be gentle just because you're kind.
More often than not, people prefer to bully the good-hearted.
Shapeshifter, we still need to get the dinosaur eggs out, Logan interrupted, feeling dissatisfied with her subtly anti-human ideology, even if she had a point. The task of retrieving the dinosaur eggs from the Spinosaurus's belly fell to Alice. She carefully climbed into the Spinosaurus's mouth and into its stomach, making an opening to extract the 6 dinosaur eggs one by one.
With that, the rescue mission for the 6 dinosaur eggs was successfully completed. Brilliant! Brilliant! I haven't had this much fun in a long time.
I knew with your abilities, you would definitely clear the second stage.
Gao Tianzuan clapped his hands, cheerfully appearing with his trademark mischievous smile. You didn't even do the task, how can you talk about having fun?
Alice propped herself up, looking up at Gao Tianzuan with a hint of discontent in her eyes, while Logan bent down to lift her back onto his shoulder.
Hey, don't be so dull.
Sometimes, you don't have to participate directly to enjoy the game. Watching the characters in the game struggle to complete their tasks can be a super wonderful feeling too, Gao Tianzuan said, rubbing his hands together and raising his eyebrows at Alice with a playful smile. Alice was completely uninterested in Gao Tianzuan's words. She simply lifted her eyelids slightly and said, "Oh, we've completed the second task, hurry up and tell us what the third task is." "Oh dear, this little girl has no sense of entertainment at all," Gao Tianzuan said with a helpless wave of his hand. "Alright, I'll tell you the third task, save the entire dinosaur world and then start a wild celebration." Just then, a nearby mountain erupted without warning, spewing forth molten lava and sending thick smoke rising into the sky, quickly obscuring half of the heavens. As the lava flowed, towering ancient trees fell in rows, and a raging forest fire spread rapidly, seemingly set to destroy all living things.
Gao Tianzuan left no further clues and vanished without a trace.
As the fire spread, the dinosaurs hidden in the forest let out desperate cries, scattering in all directions, their mournful wails echoing across the vast ancient plains.
"Quick! Get out of the forest! The fire will reach here soon!"
Vix shouted from above, guiding everyone as they began to sprint toward the edge of the forest.
The rapidly spreading fire soon dried and scorched the air.
They finally escaped the forest, but the disaster was far from over.
The ground began to shake violently, cracking apart,
and the massive dinosaurs on the prairie were swallowed one by the rupturing earth,
while the more agile dinosaurs darted toward the canyon at the end of the prairie like lightning. "Quick! Quick! Into the canyon! Follow those dinosaurs!"
Logan shouted, pulling the exhausted little Mischief along.
At this moment, the volcanic ash in the sky completely obscured the sun, with thick smoke rolling in, darkening everything.
Another meteor from outer space fell to the ground, creating a massive crater that made the world appear as if it were facing the apocalypse. This apocalyptic scene struck at the psychological defenses of the group, and the overwhelming nature of it nearly broke little Mischief.
She cried out, "We can't possibly complete the final task." "Save the dinosaurs?" We can't even save ourselves. Gao Tianzuan wants to kill us all.
No, we must not give up until the last moment. This is just a game, and no one would set up a game that can't be cleared, Logan said, remaining calm even in danger as he carefully observed his surroundings, contemplating every possibility. Look, behind us is the big lake we came to in the Jurassic period. The shapeshifter pointed in the direction where many dinosaurs were fleeing beyond a gentle slope. The lake water can freeze, and it can preserve biological samples.
Right.
Professor Charles said that my freezing ability, once developed to a certain extent, could even freeze time. I can't do it in reality, but here, Bobby looked at Logan, hope glimmering in his eyes. Perhaps you can do it, Professor. Logan glanced back at the fleeing dinosaurs toward the lake and then at the neatly arranged rows of dinosaur eggs on the grass. Gritting his teeth, he said, "All right. Let's put all the dinosaur eggs into the lake." After a tense flurry of activity, the dinosaur eggs were tossed one by one into the lake. The dinosaur heads floating on the surface confirmed that the shapeshifter and Bobby's guesses were correct. Gao Tianzuan's intention was for Logan to use his freezing ability to freeze everything. However, the meteor from above showed no signs of stopping its descent. The disc-sized meteor, glowing with frictional fire, shot down like an arrow, faster than thunder. Alice barely had time to curl her body tightly around the dinosaur egg in her arms before she was struck by the meteor, plummeting into the deep pit. Boom! The world seemed to fall into endless darkness, enveloped in a shroud of silence. Time flows like a galloping horse, rushing by, and no one can clearly say how long it has been. Perhaps it has endured the long passage of several thousand years, or perhaps it is just a fleeting moment of days.
The era once dominated by dinosaurs has now ushered in a new generation of thriving mammals.
The seeds of green flowering plants are scattered across the world like countless stars in the sky, and everything, except for the absence of humans, is no different than the Earth's past. A rabbit, diligently digging a hole, inadvertently unearthed a creature buried deep underground. That creature, unknown how long it had been buried in the soil, still stubbornly retained a trace of life. It twitched slightly, startling the timid rabbit, which bolted away like an arrow released from a bow.
Where is this?
Alice slowly opened her eyes, only to see a dim cave before her. The hole dug by the little rabbit was so narrow that she could barely turn over. With all her strength, she squeezed her way out of the tiny rabbit hole. The sight of lush green trees outside momentarily left her dazed, her mind filled with confusion as she couldn't discern whether everything around her was real or a fleeting dream. Alice gently shook her head, trying to cover her heavy head with her hand, but unexpectedly, a dinosaur egg the size of a goose egg rolled out from her arms. Fine cracks began to spread across the surface of the dinosaur egg, and then a sharp little beak poked out from the cracks, revealing a tiny head. A baby oviraptor chirped, just like a newly hatched duckling, as it broke free from its shell.
Quack, quack, quack. Alice completely did not understand what it was saying.
Looking at the dinosaur hatchling that could run around joyfully right after being born, a final task suddenly flashed through her mind: saving the dinosaur world.
Hai Tianzun, Hai Tianzun. Hai Tianzun. This dinosaur is alive. I have completed the task. Come out. Come out.
Alice shouted hoarsely into the empty air, her heart full of hope that Hai Tianzun would appear before her with his usual cheerful smile and tell her that the task was complete and she could choose to continue playing the game or end it. However, nothing happened. Hai Tianzun did not appear cheerfully, and her other companions gave no response. The entire world seemed to have only her left. That overwhelming sense of loneliness was both familiar and foreign, causing tears to flow uncontrollably like a spring.
Quack, quack.
The baby oviraptor tilted its head, curiously looking at Alice, blinking its eyes. It fiddled with the soft soil beneath its feet, found a long and fat earthworm, then picked it up and brought it to Alice. Alice looked at the wriggling earthworm on the ground, trying to burrow into the dirt, and an idea suddenly struck her. They
are in the ice.
The little oviraptor tilted its head, looking puzzled at Alice, who suddenly began to dig frantically. It blinked its eyes, lowered its head, and with a quick gulp, swallowed the earthworm that was half buried in the soil. Then, it began to leisurely explore the new world. The terrifying scene of the Earth splitting apart before the asteroid impact was still fresh in Alice's memory. In that apocalyptic scenario, it seemed there was no better way than to encase herself in ice to avoid disaster. Hai Tianzun had once said that as long as one person died, the game would end immediately. Yet now, Alice was still in the game, which meant everyone was still alive. Alice's heart raced with excitement, and a wave of joy spread through her, urging her to keep digging. 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 The little oviraptor, having gone out to explore the world, returned holding a beetle in its mouth. It called out twice to Alice, who was busy digging, but she merely glanced back at it before continuing to dig down forcefully. The little oviraptor tilted its head, blinked its yellow eyes, swallowed the beetle in one bite, and then continued to stroll leisurely. Alice tirelessly dug, from day to night, and from night back to day. The surrounding soil was being turned up inch by her, and the hole she dug grew larger and deeper, as if she intended to turn the entire world upside down. The little oviraptor grew stronger day by day, and the prey it brought back gradually changed from the initial frogs and mice to rabbits and wild chickens, and sometimes it even dragged back a little deer that was more than 10 times its size. Although Alice never responded to the little oviraptor's food offerings, it still brought back food every day without fail, only enjoying a meal after confirming that Alice wouldn't eat it. Thus, day after day, she continued digging until one day, Alice finally unearthed a corner of an ice lake buried deep within the soil. The dinosaur egg frozen within the ice lake was astonishingly intact, as if time had stopped at that moment, and everything in the ice lake was frozen in time. Alice spent a long time clearing away the soil around the ice lake. When warm sunlight streamed down onto the ice lake, a frozen figure was awakened. Free from the confines of the ice, the figure gradually returned to its normal appearance. Alice. Great. I'm so glad you're okay. Logan happily lifted Alice and held her above his head. I saw you get hit by the meteor, but we didn't have time at that moment. I'm really sorry for leaving you out there alone. It's okay, it's all in the past now. Now let's free the others, Alice said, a faint smile curling on her lips. Logan placed his hand gently on the ice lake, and the hard ice wall began to melt immediately, transforming into rushing waters that flowed away in all directions. Roar, the revived dinosaur let out a roar, its voice echoing like that of the ancient Earth's rulers, piercing the sky and startling the birds in the forest and scaring away the beasts in the thicket. Roar! We made it through. Even the apocalypse can't defeat us. The excited Vix jumped around while holding Bobby, but Mystique's unusual appearance made Bobby blush. Unable to bear it, Mystique kicked Vix on the rear and scolded, "Stop messing around." Crack, crack, crack. The sound of eggshells cracking filled the air as various young dinosaurs emerged from eggs of different sizes, including Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus, and Pterosaurs. In an instant, the chorus of their baby cries sounded like a joyful symphony. A Triceratops affectionately licked the sticky egg fluid off its hatchling and then let it away. More and more dinosaurs left the pit, and the once crowded place gradually became quiet. Hey, these little dinosaurs don't have a mom, the mischievous one pointed at the few lonely hatchlings left and said helplessly, "Are we supposed to take care of them?" Quack, at some point, the little oviraptor had brought a rabbit. It called out to the hatchlings, who immediately dashed over to the rabbit with delight and began to feast. In no time, only the skeleton of the plump rabbit remained. They're so small, but they can eat a lot. Vix exclaimed in surprise, gesturing. That's much better than you, Vix, Logan teased him about his eating habits, a boy who eats like a cat. Vic's face flushed slightly. I'll eat properly from now on. The satisfied hatchlings circled around the little oviraptor for a few moments before leaving. The little oviraptor, called by the hatchlings, ran a short distance before suddenly stopping and turning to look at Alice. Quack! You can go, Alice waved her hand, a hint of tenderness flashing in her eyes. Goodbye, and thank you. Quack! After the little oviraptor left, Logan placed Alice on his shoulder. Was that the dinosaur egg you saved? Yes, it has been with me all along. How long has it been with you? Not long. Gao Tianzuan's reappearance stirred no emotions in Alice. The anticipated praise he offered received nothing more than a lukewarm response from her. Did we succeed? Alice asked. Of course. You passed perfectly. Gao Tianzuan said, rubbing his hands together with a gleeful smile, his eyes sparkling with pride. You can choose whether to end this game, but I strongly suggest you keep playing. The game world I designed has everything: space battles, time travel, realms of gods and demons, and so much more. I want to end the game. Alice interrupted Gao Tianzuan's enthusiastic chatter, her eyes betraying no hesitation. I want everything to return to the way it was. Taken aback by Alice's sudden interruption, Gao Tianzuan's expression soured, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. Are you sure you want to end the game? Don't you want to think about it a bit more? I'm sure. End the game. Immediately. Alice's deep, black eyes locked onto Gao Tianzuan's, revealing no hint of emotion. All right then. While I do enjoy changing things up sometimes, I am a man of my word, Gao Tianzuan said, waving his hand, causing a chessboard to materialize before him. Jurassic World, game over. As if a mysterious spell had been cast, Alice and the others felt their bodies begin to twist. From the chessboard emanated a powerful, irresistible force that pulled them in, drawing them toward the board. Inside, a colorful world awaited them, spinning with magical energy, pulling them into colorful, rubbery forms that seemed to aim to assimilate them entirely. The colorful world spun faster and faster, dazzling Alice with vibrant colors, making her head spin. Unable to help it, she squeezed her eyes shut, trying to calm herself. Ah! Suddenly, the whirling stopped, and Vix let out a short, startled cry as he slowly opened his eyes. When he saw the familiar public lounge, an indescribable joy surged within him. Even the previously dull variety shows on TV felt particularly welcoming at this moment. Ha ha! We're back! Ow! Vix shouted excitedly, but as he accidentally knocked into the nearby chessboard, he reacted as if he had been burned, jumping up from his seat and shaking his hand as if he had touched a hot iron. It's just a chessboard, do you really need to be so dramatic? Gao Tianzuan remarked, crossing his arms and casting a sidelong glance at Vix's exaggerated reaction, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Why are you still here? Is ending the game just a trick to fool us? Logan rushed up to Gao Tianzuan, extending his sharp claws, anger flickering in his eyes as he growled under his breath. No, this is indeed your real world, young man, Gao Tianzuan said cheerfully, pushing Logan's claws aside with a finger. While I appreciate a spirited warrior, there's no need to be so angry. No one ever said I had to disappear just because the game ended. Even without playing, we can still engage in other fun activities together. How about a bet? Let's roll the dice, whoever has the higher number wins, Alice suggested, stepping up to the chessboard and picking up the dice, offering them to Gao Tianzuan with a glint of mischief in her eyes. Would you like to go first? Sure. I love a good gamble. But of course, a wager needs stakes. What do you hope to gain from me? Gao Tianzuan replied with a grin as he took the dice. If you lose, you have to destroy all the game boards you've created. If you win, I'll stay in your game and play with you forever. If you agree, let's shake on it, Alice declared, raising her right hand, her eyes flashing with determination as she awaited Gao Tianzuan's response. That's quite a wager. No way. The shapeshifter quickly protested. Slap. Without hesitation, Gao Tianzuan slapped Alice's hand, interrupting the shapeshifter. This is a bet between me and the little girl, none of you have the right to interfere. You all know my abilities, so don't spoil the rules. With that, Gao Tianzuan tossed the dice onto the table. They rolled rapidly before finally stopping, revealing 2 5s. 10 points. I'm so lucky. Your turn, aside from 11 and 12, everything else is mine. Gao Tianzuan laughed as he tossed the dice to Alice, his eyes filled with anticipation. What was the situation at 10 o'clock? The mischievous one asked curiously. Of course, I won. In a situation like that, with equal sizes, the banker is sure to win, and I am the banker, you know, that's a rule, Alice explained. That's really unfair, Vix muttered quietly to the side. Alice reached out and took the dice, giving it a gentle toss. Just as the dice were about to hit the ground, they suddenly vanished without a trace, and at the same time, Hai Tianzun also disappeared. Logan stepped forward, forcefully yanking the game board that had been pierced through by the steel claws. He then firmly held the board and struck it against his knee. With a loud crack, the board broke into 2 halves. After a few seconds of silence, Mystique slowly walked up, took the broken board, and without hesitation, threw it into the fireplace in the lounge. Seeing this, Bobby quickly grabbed a lighter and ignited the fireplace. The group quietly watched the broken board as it began to burn in the fireplace, just like ordinary wood, gradually consumed by the flames. Hey! What are you all doing? Do we really need the fireplace to warm up in this weather? Do you need my help? John, passing by, said with a smile, extending his hand. The moment his hand got close to the fireplace, the flames surged several times stronger, and the burning board quickly turned to charcoal, filling the air with heat. It's so hot. Let's go check on how the Christmas costumes are coming along. Okay, sure. Let's go together. John looked at the few people who suddenly turned and left, feeling a tinge of confusion, but he quickly shrugged it off. It didn't really concern him anyway. John took out a few bottles of drinks from the fridge and turned on a clown channel on the TV. He sipped his drink while watching, laughing out loud from time to time. Ever since they discovered Tina's true identity, the others had been unsure of how to interact with her. Outside the game world, leaving aside their past experiences as comrades, there were still some rival camp relationships between them.
The atmosphere became a bit awkward.
Alice, everything I said to you in the game was true, I wasn't lying, Mystique said, seeing that no one else was willing to speak up.
I know, Alice replied softly. So what do you plan to do next? Mystique continued to ask.
I'm not going to break anyone out of prison, Alice said firmly.
Mystique was momentarily taken aback before she couldn't help but laugh.
I'm not saying you should break anyone out, you don't need to worry about that. If you get the chance, you can go see him,
well, never mind, it's not your responsibility.
Mystique reached out and hugged Alice, gently patting her head.
Take care at school, smile more, you're really adorable. I have to go now, see you again. Where are you going? It's fine to stay at school. Alice asked reluctantly. I have many things to do, for the sake of our kind. Goodbye.
Mystique waved her hand and left the school with great flair. Alice looked at the maple house not far away, preparing to walk over, when she felt someone tugging at her clothes.
Can I go with you? I really like kids.
I won't touch them, just to watch.
The mischievous one's face flushed red, her gaze wandering.
Having been saved by Alice, she completely recognized her, but the little bit of shyness inside made it difficult for her to let go.
Of course. It's fine to wear gloves. You all can go together, right? I'll cook today.
Alice smiled at Logan, Bobby, and Vix, her eyes full of anticipation.
Wow! There's good food. I want to go. I want to go.
The foodie Vix immediately raised his hand, bouncing around like a little rabbit at the thought of Alice cooking.
Let's go, I can help out too, we can't just eat every day, Logan said, one hand on his hip and the other scratching his head with a smile.
Yeah, I can help make some chilled things.
Bobby chimed in.
The group discussed what to eat and how to prepare it as they slowly walked away, gradually disappearing from sight.
Every year on November 1st, Halloween's essential meaning lies in celebrating autumn, honoring the souls of the deceased, and praying for peace.
However, the night before Halloween, October 31st, was originally a solemn day to welcome the souls back. Yet, in modern society, in pursuit of commercial interests or other purposes, various events filled with monsters and ghouls are organized on the night of October 31st, which has completely deviated from the sacred significance of Halloween.
But who really cares about that? For children, the notions of celebration and prayer are intangible.
The real joy comes from wearing all sorts of bizarre Halloween costumes, carrying little baskets, knocking on neighbors' doors, and shouting trick or treat. Although Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters is located in the suburbs, it is not too far from the nearest town, and many students live in nearby towns. As the lights came on and the sky was still not completely dark, students dressed in various strange Halloween costumes began to form small groups and head towards town.
The school's Halloween dinner would not start until after 8 p.m., so before that, students could participate in various activities in town and collect candy.
Due to the large number of students needing supervision, Logan was once again assigned as a babysitter for those who did not want to participate in Halloween activities. However, this time he was accompanied by Scott, so he wouldn't feel lonely. One-eyed dragon, you're supposed to wear a dinosaur costume since you're a dragon. Logan looked at Scott, who was wearing the same costume as him, feeling quite disgruntled.
Scott, equally dissatisfied, shot back without hesitation, you're one to talk.
Look at yourself, you're a werewolf. Just extend your claws and put on some fur, and you'll have the best Halloween costume tonight. The situation stemmed from the school's Halloween costume storage room. Each year, students either purchase or make Halloween costumes, which cannot be worn at other times and would be wastefully left idle. Therefore, the student council applied to Professor Charles for a few empty rooms to store costumes that students did not want to wear. This way, if a student didn't want to buy or make a costume, they could choose one they liked from the Halloween costume collection, which could also come in handy during school celebrations or other events. Logan and Scott both picked out matching vampire costumes from the costume storage room.
When a refined vampire count met a wild vampire warrior, a series of sparks flew in an instant.
Watching the two rivals squabble behind her, Alice felt very confused.
Why is it Professor Scott and not Professor Gray or Professor Oraro? Doesn't Professor Charles know they like to argue?
The Halloween dinner has some work to do, and I think neither Logan nor Professor Scott can handle it, so...
The mischievous one pointed back, that's how it is. Ha ha.
Professors Logan and Scott are really childish. They're adults, but they still like to argue, Vic said, hands on his hips, dressed as a rabbit with several long arrows sticking out of his chest.
Speaking of childish.
Vix,
do you think anyone can be more childish than you? The mischievous one shot a sidelong glance at the rabbit Vix. A big boy dressed as a rabbit, what a choice. Today is Halloween, I can wear whatever I want. And if we're talking about childishness, your elf costume is the most childish of all. Halloween should be scarier to be interesting. How can you even say that? What's scary about your rabbit costume?
Seeing two more people about to start an argument, Alice turned to Prince Bobby, the elf.
Aren't you going to go and mediate with them?
Not quite, Bobby said with a smile.
Actually, it's great.
I feel like the mischievous one has become much more cheerful, and that's thanks to you.
What credit?
I don't even know what you're talking about, Alice replied, a look of confusion on her face.
At that moment, Skeleton Brittany approached.
Originally, there were skeleton costumes available in the market, but Brittany insisted on wearing a black bodysuit and painting a skeleton design on herself with glow powder. Now, under the lights, she looked like a shadow, and in the dark, she resembled a skeleton, standing out uniquely.
Brittany had carefully prepared many costumes for Halloween.
The children were dressed as pirates, vampires, Snow White, little fairies, and even cute little zombies.
Alice, on the other hand, wore a fluffy and adorable orange pumpkin dress. To enhance the cuteness of the pumpkin dress, Brittany had even prepared a pumpkin headpiece for Alice. At that moment, Alice felt like a walking pumpkin.
The group arrived in town, where the colorful and diverse Halloween costumes dazzled the eyes. Compared to the town's residents, the students from the school seemed a bit less impressive in their costumes.
Trick or treat.
The children knocked on the door of a house adorned with triangular flags and pumpkin lights. An elderly grandmother with white hair smiled as she brought out a basket of candies that had long been prepared, happily distributing them to the children at the doorstep.
Come here, everyone gets a share, one at a time. Kids, your costumes are so cute today, the grandmother said as she handed out handfuls of candy, quickly emptying her basket.
The children waved goodbye to the friendly grandmother and cheerfully headed to the next house.
On the brightly lit street, people came and went, creating a lively atmosphere.
Many dressed as zombies, mummies, and vampire brides mingled in the crowd, occasionally scaring passers-by, which was one of the joys of Halloween. Alice's eyes were fixed on a man dressed as a lizard. This lizard man costume wasn't particularly outstanding, but the oversized robe gave Alice the impression that the lizard man looked strikingly realistic, as if he was meant to look that way.
Noticing someone staring at him, the lizard man smiled and suddenly opened his mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth.
Alice's heart jumped in fright, and she instinctively prepared to react. At that moment, two men in black suits and sunglasses walked up and stopped behind the lizard man.
Hey, Mondelli, happy Halloween.
Having fun, the brown-skinned man in black greeted the lizard man with a smile. As Mondelli turned to see who it was, his earlier intimidating demeanor vanished without a trace.
Oh, Jay, it's Halloween. Whether I wear my coat or not doesn't matter, we're all the same anyway.
You have violated MIT's Alien Management Regulation Article 63, which prohibits the removal of your native matter protective layer in public. I advise you to put your coat back on now, or you know the consequences, the older white man in black said sternly, maintaining a serious expression.
You're still so uptight. I'll just go home, honestly.
Meeting you guys makes Halloween so boring, Mondelli grumbled as he turned to walk away.
Hey, Mondelli, if you scare someone into fainting again, we might have to arrest you, the brown-skinned man called out to the retreating lizard man.
Got it,
Jay, you're so naggy.
After sending off the lizard man, Jay slowly walked up to Alice, removed his sunglasses, revealing a friendly expression.
He leaned closer to her and said softly, "Hello there, Pumpkin Princess. Your Halloween costume is really adorable. That uncle's costume was pretty interesting too, wasn't it? He looked like a cute big lizard."
Alice slightly lowered her eyes and replied in a flat tone, "Don't treat me like a 3-year-old.
It seems I can't hide it from you. To tell you the truth, that guy was actually an Adnan alien. On their planet, everyone looks like that, lizard-like. Although they might look different from humans, they are just ordinary folks on their own planet, so you don't need to be afraid of their strange appearance, okay?"
Alice, puzzled, asked, "So, I understand now.
He's not a monster, he's an alien. But why are you telling me this? Aren't you afraid I'll spread it around?"
Jay put his sunglasses back on and pulled out a metallic stick from his pocket.
"Want to know more about aliens? Then watch this."
He pointed to a small red light at the end of the metal stick, then pressed a switch on the stick. A bright crimson flash illuminated the area for an instant before it vanished. Alright, Pumpkin Princess, just remember not to stare at others too much, it's considered impolite. Dazed by the red flash, Alice rubbed her eyes. When she opened them again, she only saw the two men in black disappearing into the crowd. Alice reached out, and the metallic stick that Jay had used to shine at her quietly slipped from his pocket. Jay, completely focused on talking to Kay, didn't notice at all. What on earth is this? Alice wondered as she looked at the seemingly ordinary metallic stick, frowning slightly. She was curious about what the man in black had done with this little device. Alice! Why did you fall behind? Everyone's looking for you. Vix, dressed as a rabbit, wobbled over on his fluffy legs. Nothing much, I just saw some interesting things, Alice replied, putting the metallic stick into her candy basket. Let's go, the school's carnival party should be starting soon. That's right, it's about time. Let's head back to school. Alice, I have to tell you, the carnival party at school is going to be so much fun. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters hosts different activities for its Halloween carnival each year, and this year's highlight was a haunted house adventure. The so-called adventure required participants to find designated items in rooms filled with all sorts of monsters, facing challenges from classmates dressed as these creatures along the way. If they found the specified items, they would earn rewards, if not, they would face penalties. The abilities of the mutant students at the school are truly bizarre. Some can communicate over great distances, others can walk on water, and some can teleport instantly. Incorporating these strange abilities into the haunted house game made the ghosts inside truly convincing, even though everyone knew that those ghosts were just their classmates in disguise. The screams that erupted from time to time still echoed through the air. Because some of the children were too young, Professor Charles specifically prohibited them from participating in the haunted house game, so all the little ones gathered in his office to hear ghost stories. Once upon a time, there was a mischievous little boy named Sam. Alice joined the group listening to the story, but her mind kept drifting back to the lizard man and the men in black. She was filled with questions, wondering about their identities and whether that lizard man was truly an alien. After 10 o'clock, the younger kids were struggling to keep their eyes open. Alice and Brittany took them back to Maple House, ready to let them have a good night's sleep. Located at 504 Berry Street in Brooklyn, New York, the Bridge and Tunnel Authority is a department established by to manage the nation's tunnels and bridges, at least on the surface. Deep underground, dozens of meters below the authority, lies a special secret department known as MID, commonly referred to as the headquarters of the Men in Black. Its official name is the Alien Information Management Bureau. As early as 1950, countries began exploring the possibility of extraterrestrial life. In 1961, a spaceship from outer space arrived on Earth, and the first few explorers who encountered the aliens welcomed these friendly visitors with enthusiasm. Shortly thereafter, the Men in Black (MIB) organization was established, and all aliens from other planets were required to be monitored by the MIB. Since 1961, thousands of aliens have come to Earth, most of whom settled in the New York-Washington area, where they are monitored and assessed, blending into the crowd. Apart from the MIB, hardly anyone knows their true identities. Aliens live among the citizens of New York, yet they remain completely oblivious, thanks to the MIB agents. They are a group of unsung heroes who, upon becoming Men in Black, have their identities erased from the records of ordinary people, becoming individuals without names, fingerprints, or pasts, as though they have disappeared. In dealing with aliens, strange occurrences often happen, causing quite a stir, yet the general public remains unaware of it all, thanks to a piece of high-tech equipment from outer space, the memory eraser. Kay, have you seen my memory eraser? I was using it last night, and now I can't find it anywhere. Did you take it? Early in the morning, Jay called Kay. When getting dressed that morning, Jay realized that the memory eraser that he had kept in his suit pocket was missing. He turned his house upside down but couldn't find it. Missing? You should look more carefully. Even if you lost it, you can't just misplace it, Kay said somewhat helplessly. Really? I can't find it. Could it have accidentally fallen into the car? Jay pondered, thinking that was a likely possibility since he had taken Kay's car home last night and hadn't been anywhere else since. Wait a minute. Kay opened his computer and found a tracking location, but the location displayed was not at the headquarters of the Men in Black. Jay, I think I know where the memory eraser is. Now, you and I need to go there together. Although Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters is a private institution, it hosts many individuals of extraordinary status. Among them are the well-known yet seemingly obscure Men in Black agents K and J, who drove up to the school's entrance.
Kay, this is a school. Do you really think the students here could take something from my pocket? Jay said, somewhat puzzled. This is a school for mutants, every student here should not be underestimated, Kay replied seriously as he shut the car door and walked toward the school. Jay hurriedly followed, mumbling, so how are we going to investigate? Are we going to ask them one by one? I know the principal here, he should know something, Kay said without turning back. Hey, Kay, we've worked together for so many years, and I had no idea you knew the principal of the mutant school. When did you install the satellite tracking on your memory eraser? Why didn't you ever mention it to me? Jay complained with a pout. You never asked, Kay said with his usual expressionless demeanor, which made Jay feel exasperated. His old colleague was always like this: if you didn't ask, he wouldn't say anything, and sometimes even if you did ask, he still wouldn't tell you. The moment the men in black stepped into the school, Professor Charles had already prepared fruits and snacks to welcome them. Jay soon met the principal of the mutant school, the only one who could befriend the usually reclusive and rigid Kay. Kay, this doesn't comply with the regulations. You know we shouldn't be remembered, Jay whispered to Kay, out of earshot of Professor Charles. Watching Kay greet the principal warmly, Jay felt a strange pang of jealousy. They had worked together for so long, yet Kay had never smiled at him like that. Because I am a telepath, your memory eraser doesn't work on me, so we became friends, Professor Charles explained gently. Jay was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. You could hear that whispered conversation? I told you, Professor Charles is a telepath, he knows what we are thinking, Kay replied, giving Jay an eye roll. That made Jay's face flush with embarrassment. He was already dark-skinned, so it wasn't very noticeable. Moments before, he had been silently thinking that this bald man in a wheelchair was quite lame. After learning the reason for the men in black's visit, Professor Charles closed his eyes and used his telepathy. Moments later, he clearly knew who had taken Jay's memory eraser. Please wait a moment, the child will be here shortly, Professor Charles said. Alice, who was doing her homework, was suddenly called out by a classmate, informed that Professor Charles wanted to see her in his office. Professor, did you need something? Alice asked as she entered the principal's office and saw the two men in black, which led her to guess what was going on. Sure enough, Professor Charles brought up the events of the previous night. Are you looking for this? Alice pulled out the metallic stick she had taken the night before. Yes. That's it. So it was with you. Jay exclaimed, reaching out, but he ended up empty-handed as the metal stick floated in front of him. What do you plan to do with it? If you don't explain clearly, I might have to return the favor, Alice said, controlling the metallic stick to slowly approach, a glint of mischief in her eyes. I mean no harm, this is a memory eraser. It can erase memories. I just wanted to erase memories about aliens. Wait. You're that pumpkin princess? You didn't have your memory erased? Jay realized, looking at Alice. Yesterday, Alice had worn a pumpkin headpiece that obscured her face, so Jay hadn't seen her properly. Looks like it, Alice smirked, a hint of pride in her eyes. What you want to do is something I really dislike. How about you try experiencing what it's like to have your memory erased? Seeing the dial on the memory eraser being turned, Jay panicked. He knew that if this device was pressed, he might forget even his own name. No, no, no. This isn't a toy, you can't just use it randomly. Kay. Say something, kids listen to old people. When Jay looked to his partner Kay for help, he was surprised to find Kay already wearing his sunglasses, showing no intention of assisting him at all. Kay. What does this mean? Are you really going to let me be forgotten? Jay said anxiously, unable to believe his old partner would act this way, which made him feel deeply hurt. Don't worry, I'll arrange a stable and comfortable job for you, Kay said, his expression unchanged. Kay. Jay was truly panicking now. All right, enough of this, Alice, Professor Charles interjected. Return the device to Agent J. Okay, Alice nodded and handed the memory eraser back to Jay. I hope you can take better care of your important items next time. Professor Charles, why not let your student take my partner around the campus? How about we play a game of chess? Kay suddenly suggested. Professor Charles looked at Alice, who nodded. I'll take him around. As the saying goes, the drunken man's intention is not in the wine. At this moment, Kay's interest in chess clearly wasn't about the game itself. Is that child also a telepath like you? Kay asked as he set up the chessboard. Alice isn't. But the memory eraser doesn't work on her. So she's very special, Professor Charles smiled gently and moved a chess piece. What's her ability? Is it something like telekinesis? Kay speculated, observing the setup on the board. Alice can control magnetic fields. Kay looked up in surprise. Like Magneto? What's the connection between them?
Professor Charles shook his head, smiling without answering, and Kay decided not to press further. Meanwhile, Alice took Jay for a stroll around the school's woods and by the lake. The vast grounds of the private school left Jay in awe. This place is huge. Is it all part of your principal's private estate? He must be incredibly wealthy. Professor Charles is actually an heir to a major corporation, and he still owns several large properties. Plus, he has an uncanny ability to predict market trends. Professor Charles is indeed very rich, Alice agreed. By the way, we haven't formally introduced ourselves yet. I'm Jay, a senior agent at MIB headquarters, Jay said with a smile, extending his hand.
Nice to meet you, Jay. I'm Alice Bartolino, Alice replied, shaking Jay's hand.
Well then, Alice, we're officially introduced. You can ask me any questions, Jay said with an eager expression, clearly conveying, go ahead, ask me anything, I'll tell you everything.
What should I ask?
Alice looked puzzled, causing Jay's face to fall.
Oh, come on, MIB, aliens, aren't you even a little curious about these?
Oh, that? You go ahead, I'm all ears, Alice said, pretending to be attentive.
Jay.
When Jay first learned that Alice was not affected by the memory eraser, he was incredibly pleased. After all these years as a Men in Black agent, the nature of his job meant he was constantly forgotten by the people he encountered. Eventually, when Kay grew too old to continue working, he would forget Jay as well. In a few decades, when Jay himself became too old to work, he would have to undergo a miraculous transformation, becoming a bedridden person who, after lying in bed for decades, would finally recover miraculously, a person without a past, without friends, and without family. Just thinking about it was truly depressing. Even though Jay knew that his future self might become a forgetful and miserable old man, he still harbored a glimmer of hope. He imagined an older middle-aged woman holding her child, pointing to him and saying, "Look, this grandpa saved the world once." It had been a long time since Jay had had close contact with children, so long that he felt somewhat lost.
Was it true that all children lacked curiosity?
He had always been the one to talk endlessly, and yet Alice's attitude towards him remained lukewarm.
Come on, give me a reaction, would you? Don't normal kids usually exclaim things like wow? That's amazing. Or wow? That's scary. Jay felt like a solitary actor performing on stage, enthusiastically engaged but receiving no applause.
Alice waved him over.
Follow me, I'll introduce you to some real normal kids.
The so-called normal kids were actually taken to Maple House, where Jay would tell a group of children about his adventures. At first, facing so many pairs of innocent big eyes, Jay felt a bit shy and hesitant, considering that he was about to share classified events. However, he gradually relaxed, thinking that he might as well treat it like telling a story to kids. What harm could it do? I grabbed that lizard man by his long tongue and pulled and pulled. I pulled, Jay exclaimed, putting one foot on a chair and mimicking the action of tugging.
Can you guess what happened next? Did the tongue get cut off?
Shasha's eyes widened in fear as she covered her face with her hands, guessing.
I think that's quite possible. You're right, Jay nodded. Usually, that would happen. But the real result was that I pulled off his entire skin. It turned out he was a bomir. He wore a lizard's skin to rob a bank, but it was actually to frame his lizard neighbor. All because his neighbor played the music too loudly every day. Ah,
that's how it was, the children exclaimed in surprise.
That bomir was so sneaky.
The lizard man could end up in jail because of this.
But the lizard man was at fault too.
Watching the kids passionately debate his story, Jay wore a genuine smile. He had forgotten how long it had been since he had spoken so freely. Though it was just a self-made story, the pride swelling inside him felt like a fountain.
He lived in anonymity, facing danger every day, all for the sake of allowing children to grow up in a world filled with laughter.
As Kay and Professor Charles played chess, Kay often lost more than he won. Even without using his telepathy, Professor Charles's intellect, which resembled an endless abyss, could easily overwhelm Kay. When Kay and Professor Charles stepped out of the classroom, Jay was playing tag with the children on the lawn. He had his eyes covered, playing the role of it, using sound and reactions to catch the players.
Kay watched from a distance, not in a hurry to call Jay away.
Your partner seems to have the heart of a big child. He must be very exceptional to be your partner, Professor Charles remarked, smiling as he observed the playful children on the lawn. Yes, Jay is very exceptional enough that sometimes I regret bringing him into this line of work. He's almost 40 and doesn't even have a girlfriend, Kay sighed slightly, a hint of concern flashing in his eyes. But he doesn't regret it. He's very grateful that you chose him, Kay. You've helped Jay find his greatest value. Perhaps, Kay said, looking down and smiling slightly before lifting his gaze back to the scene on the lawn. Alice, she feels different from normal kids. On the lawn, even Brittany had joined in the game, while Alice quietly sat on a nearby bench with a gentle smile, resembling a parent watching the children play. The environment has a profound impact on one's mindset. Alice has only been at the school for a few months. Before that, Professor Charles began, then shook his head slightly, stopping himself. Kay noticed that Professor Charles was reluctant to continue discussing the matter and smoothly shifted the topic. There's a rather tricky task at MIB headquarters. It's not that difficult, but some conditions are a bit hard to meet. I think Alice's abilities might be able to help. Could you let her assist me? Well, I need to ask Alice about her willingness first, but you must ensure her safety. Though her abilities are extraordinary, she's still quite young, Professor Charles replied. Of course. Are you not confident in me? Kay said. I trust you completely. You are the legendary Agent K. What extraterrestrial on Earth doesn't know your name? Charles joked. Alice readily agreed to Kay's request, and they arranged for her to be picked up from school the next morning. Jay felt a bit reluctant to leave, and the children waved their little hands, inviting Jay to come back next time. Professor Logan usually didn't want to play tag with them, but the kids preferred the humorous and playful Jay. Did you have fun? Kay suddenly asked while driving. Of course I had fun. Jay replied enthusiastically. What did you tell them? Kay inquired. Just told them a couple of little stories. Jay turned his head to look out the window, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He knew he had violated some regulations today. Oh, Kay responded nonchalantly, not bringing the subject up again. What about you? Don't you feel uneasy playing chess with someone who can read your thoughts? Jay asked. Not at all. Kay removed the Bluetooth earpiece from his ear. These are specially designed headphones that emit a particular electromagnetic pulse to block the telepathic abilities of mind readers. So it's just me who's completely transparent. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Jay said with a hint of frustration. You never asked, Kay shrugged. Since Jay had promised Kay, Alice kept the details about the aliens to herself and only told Brittany that she had a friend who needed her help. Although Brittany felt a bit left out, she didn't say much about it. The next morning, Kay arrived at the school, and in addition to Jay, there was a talking pug on the seat beside him. Oh, it's such a cute little girl. I was wondering how Kay and Jay would come to pick up a little girl, but it turns out they've both been charmed by your cuteness. Hi, little beauty, I'm Frank. Don't let my dog appearance fool you, I'm actually an alien. My true form is very handsome. The pug started chattering as soon as he saw Alice, clearly a chatterbox. Don't listen to him, Alice. His true form is just an ordinary dog, he only looks like a pug to disguise himself, Jay said, unapologetically revealing Frank's non-human status. Hey, Jay. Saying that is discrimination against dogs. Even in this form, I can still charm the ladies. In that regard, I can outshine you by 3 streets. Frank retorted, not backing down and teasing Jay about his lack of a girlfriend. Frank. I can't be compared to you. Kay said, turning to Alice with an apologetic smile, regretting that she'd have to endure these 2 talkative companions for the journey. Alice shook her head, unfazed. She found the experience amusing and didn't feel annoyed at all. The task location Kay mentioned was in California, which would take over 10 hours to drive to. However, if they flew, it would be much quicker. Not long after leaving the school, Kay activated his abilities, transforming his car into a futuristic-looking small spaceship. The sleek exterior and exceptional flight capabilities made it hard to believe that Earth's technology had advanced to such an astonishing level. As the spaceship flew over Indiana, they encountered a massive airborne aircraft carrier. A giant golden eagle emblem on the carrier sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. That's the SHIELD's airborne carrier. You know about SHIELD, right? It's a national intelligence organization, essentially a group of people who have nothing better to do than meddle in everything. Ever since their director Nick Fury took charge, SHIELD has expanded by several times. They even tried to insert agents into our MIB before,
but we managed to shake them off, Jay said, extending his hand in the gesture he used when activating the memory eraser, boasting, "They probably don't even know what it means to be a tall tree attracting the wind." "Yeah, I remember that guy. He once said I sang like a ghost."
"I was so mad that I nearly bit him to death," Frank said, leaning against the car window, disdainfully pointing at the airborne carrier.
"That little junker will be scrap metal once it leaves Earth. You all belong to a national organization. Does S.H.I.E.L.D. know about MIB's existence?"
Alice asked curiously as she turned her head.
"They don't know. Aside from the president, no other government officials are aware of our existence.
Every outgoing president has to have their memory of MIB erased," Kay explained. Alice raised an eyebrow, silently amazed at how tightly the secrecy was maintained, realizing that she had already learned some of these classified details.
"Don't worry, we don't do anything like killing to silence people.
As long as you don't speak about our matters, that's all that matters," Kay reassured her with a smile.
"Is it really that simple? How can you be sure I won't spill the beans?" Alice pressed on.
"Before you even think about spreading it, we have enough capabilities to handle it.
Otherwise, how could New York have remained so peaceful all these years?" Jay scoffed at Alice's concerns, believing ordinary people were too easy to fool. "Wait, have you erased the memories of everyone in New York?" Alice thought of a crucial question.
Since aliens were right next to them, but there had been no news about them in New York, there must be a reason. Kay smirked, a hint of mystery in his smile, but he didn't provide a clear answer.
"That's part of our duty.
Sometimes, people are happier and can live more peacefully without knowing certain things." Although the airborne carrier looked large, it was technologically far inferior to Kay's small spaceship.
The carrier's radar couldn't detect the small craft's approach at all.
The deck of the carrier was deserted except for a few fighter jets. The thin air at high altitude was not suitable for humans to operate for extended periods. After circling the carrier once, the spaceship continued its flight towards California. When they arrived in California, it was precisely 10 o'clock in the morning. Kay took Alice to a junkyard where old cars were processed.
Cars from California and the surrounding areas were brought here for dismantling and recycling. MITS detectors have sensed alien activity here.
We've already sent several teams of men in black, but we haven't found anything. The radioactive elements emitted by the aliens here are different from other aliens, so I suspect that the aliens residing in this junkyard are not the same type as those in the base. After disembarking from the spaceship, several men in black reported to K&J with respectful expressions. They had promptly dispersed the workers at the car processing site and cleared out an unoccupied area. Kay detailed the general situation of the mission to Alice.
"You want me to find that alien among all these cars? How am I supposed to do that?"
"I can control magnetic fields, but I don't have any ability to locate people," Alice exclaimed, completely taken aback that Kay had brought her in just for this task.
"That's the key. This processing site has already been searched several times by us men in black, and the isotopic information from that alien clearly shows he's here.
There's nothing but cars, so I suspect that the alien has the ability to disguise itself as some object.
What you need to do is help us find it," Kay explained.
"Hey, Kay, if that's the case, why not just get rid of all the cars here?" "I didn't expect the famous Agent K to sometimes be at a loss for solutions," Frank chimed in with a smug smile, his pearly white canine teeth glinting in the sunlight.
Kay shot Frank an eye roll. "Do you know how many cars are here? Do you have any idea how many are brought in every day?"
"Oh, this place." Frank glanced around at the mountain of old cars, gulping, "It seems like quite a lot of work." Alice floated above the junkyard and released her abilities. Under the influence of her magnetic field, the cars began to rise into the air and then fell back down together.
Boom! Whoa! I almost peed my pants. Frank exclaimed dramatically. "Alice! Doing this might crush that alien!" Jay shouted from a distance. Although he was just offering a reminder, he didn't really care about the alien's fate.
For members of the MIB who came to Earth openly, they would provide help and protection, but stowaways did not have such privileges. Alice nodded, reached out, lifted a nearby car, and then suddenly clenched her fist. The car was compressed into a metal ball at a visible speed under her unseen force.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Frank stepped back in fright.
"I thought you were a cute girl, but it turns out you're a superhero."
If someone was inside, they'd definitely be turned into meatballs. By the way, I've heard that meatballs in China are really delicious. I wonder if restaurants allow pets inside. Maybe I should just order takeout, but what should I eat while waiting for the delivery? How about Frank? Can you please stop talking? Jay couldn't hold back any longer and interrupted Frank's rambling.
Judging by the pug's loquacious nature, it could probably talk to itself all day without repeating anything. Frank helplessly mimicked zipping his mouth shut with his paw, but after a few minutes, he couldn't resist the urge to speak again. As more cars were compressed into metal balls, fewer complete cars remained. Just as Alice lifted a chipped red Santana, several bullets suddenly shot out from inside the car. Thanks to Professor Charles's training, Alice could not only fly using her magnetic field but also quickly identify unknown sources of attack. The bullets came to a stop in front of her, and with a wave of her hand, she returned them unscathed. From inside the red Santana, a voice yelled, "Oh!
Damn it, Witch! You blinded me! It hurts!"
K and J exchanged glances and quickly drew their space guns, sprinting toward the Santana. They had been too careless, previous checks had not yielded any response, leading them to mistakenly believe the other side was unarmed.
If Alice hadn't been able to catch the bullets with her bare hands.
Jay yanked open the car door, bent down, and pulled out a small robot about 50 centimeters tall, tossing it onto the ground.
Damn humans! How dare you treat the great Decepticon warrior like this? Watch how I take care of you, the little robot shouted defiantly.
K stepped on the incessantly chattering little robot and pointed his space gun at its head. "If you don't behave, I'll deal with you first." Alice landed smoothly on the ground and approached the small robot that K was stepping on, carefully examining it. Despite its small size, the robot was exquisitely crafted, lacking the clunky feel of Earth-made intelligent machines. From its red eye, Alice could clearly sense a human-like anger.
"Are you an alien or just a robot made by aliens?"
Alice asked curiously.
"What robot? I am the great Decepticon warrior, a noble Cybertronian."
"Don't compare me to those inferior human-made gadgets," the small robot, claiming to be a Decepticon warrior, continued to shout defiantly, despite being unable to move under K's foot.
"Oh, so Cybertronians are the mechanical species that destroyed their own planet due to infighting?
I thought you guys were extinct." Frank, the self-proclaimed universal encyclopedia, exclaimed, his face full of surprise.
"Are you trying to make my head explode, you stupid dog? Once I gain my freedom."
The little robot suddenly noticed that it was floating in the air, looking around in confusion.
"How am I flying? Great Decepticon warrior, let's reintroduce ourselves. I'm Alice. What's your name?"
Alice smirked, a sly smile creeping onto her face as she slowly tightened her fingers.
As she did, the Decepticon's body began to shrink, the metal joints creating faint friction sounds. "Stop! Stop! Goddess of War! Goddess of War! I'm just a small fry working for someone else. Besides, I haven't done anything yet." The Decepticon, feeling the increasing pressure of the constriction, was overtaken by a deep fear, ultimately unable to hold back its secrets. "What exactly do you plan to do? You'd better tell me the truth. Do you see those over there?"
K leaned down, pointing at the towering piles of crushed cars, his gaze revealing a hint of intimidation. "If you don't come clean, you'll become the smallest one here." Under the heavy pressure of their formidable presence, the terrified Decepticon finally surrendered, revealing everything it knew. It turned out that the events began on Cybertron, the home planet of the Decepticons and their opposing faction, the Autobots. Cybertron, located in the Centaurus constellation, was a massive metallic planet the size of Saturn, composed of various metal ores. Its native inhabitants were powerful mechanical lifeforms capable of transforming between robot forms and various alternate forms. Thousands of years ago, Cybertron was a strong and prosperous planet, inhabited by warriors who commanded respect across the universe. However, all of that changed when the war between the two major factions, Autobots and Decepticons, erupted. The Decepticon leader, Megatron, and the Autobot leader, were once brothers who guarded the Allspark, the primary source of energy for Cybertron and the key to its prosperity.
However, Megatron fell under the temptation of the Allspark's immense power, rallying an army and launching a brutal war against the Autobots, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. During this conflict, the Allspark went missing, lost to the unknown, and Cybertron faced impending destruction. In an effort to revive Cybertron and locate the Allspark, both factions' leaders embarked on a long journey of search.
During the pursuit of the Allspark, Megatron mysteriously disappeared. Hundreds of years later, his navigation system suddenly activated, leading the other Decepticons to Earth.
However, they still did not know Megatron's exact whereabouts. So I came to Earth just to find Lord Megatron.
He went missing after pursuing the Allspark here hundreds of years ago, and I've only just arrived, so I haven't had the chance to do anything yet.
You can't hurt me. To them, I'm just a little nobody who can be easily disposed of, the Decepticon Wheeljack argued desperately, revealing that his loyalty to Megatron wasn't as strong as it might seem.
Who are you referring to when you say they? Where are they? Kay asked, narrowing his eyes.
I don't know.
After I arrived on Earth, the other Decepticons haven't contacted me. We all followed Megatron's navigation here. I have no idea if any other Decepticons have arrived, Wheeljack replied.
Kay looked at Wheeljack, pondering for a moment. We need to take this Decepticon back to headquarters for further investigation. Alice, are you planning to go back to school, or do you want to come with us to MIB headquarters?
Huh?
I can go?
Alice asked, surprised. She had thought that a top-secret place like MIB headquarters wouldn't welcome someone like her, who couldn't have their memories erased.
There's a reason for it.
Professor Charles already knows a lot about MIB, so having you there won't make much difference.
Get in the car, Kay said.
Once they were in the car, the chatty Frank immediately struck up a conversation with Wheeljack.
Hey, little car, what's it like down in that dump? You probably can't hear the latest music. Want me to sing you a song? Frank! Nobody wants to hear your music. Jay quickly interjected, trying to stop Frank from unleashing his horrible sound.
Don't let that place fool you, there are actually a lot of fun things there. I got my hands on a ton of car music, and it feels amazing. From Wheeljack's built-in speakers came a popular upbeat song that filled the cabin with its energetic beats. Kay glanced at the rearview mirror and then turned on the car's music system, letting the iconic rock tune Jailhouse Rock by Elvis Presley flow into the air.
Wow! This song is pretty interesting. Who's the guy singing it? Wheeljack asked, intrigued by Elvis's music. An alien from Charlisle, Earthlings call him Elvis.
To be honest, his songs are pretty good, but I'm sure I sing way better than him, Frank boasted without any humility.
Elvis? He's an alien?
Alice, who had always been indifferent to aliens, suddenly showed a spark of interest.
Of course.
Not just Elvis, but also Stallone, Michael Jackson, Yao Ming. Many famous people are actually aliens in disguise. Jay raised an eyebrow, eager to see Alice's reaction, and this time, he wasn't disappointed.
All of them. Aliens? No way.
Alice was genuinely shocked. Knowing that aliens existed was one thing, but discovering that familiar figures were aliens was a completely different matter. Speaking of which, those guys can disguise themselves as humans just because they have a human shape.
That's so unfair. I'm an alien too. Just because I don't look like a human doesn't mean I can't sing in public. Kay, I want to file a complaint.
I demand the same rights as them. I could totally be the next Dog King. In Alice's mind, Frank's words painted a vivid picture. In a bustling stadium filled with fans, Frank was up on a stage with a microphone, singing his heart out while a sea of fans below shouted in adoration.
Frank! I love you. Frank! I want to have your puppies. Dog King! Dog King!
The MIB headquarters is located at 504 Berry Street in Brooklyn, New York, right beneath the Bridge and Tunnel Authority. Since last century, the authority's building has remained unchanged, as if time has stood still there. Just like the men in black below, even though the world has undergone tremendous changes, they continue to silently uphold their duties, nameless, fingerprintless heroes in black suits and pants, unknown yet immensely important. Just like the unchanging Bridge and Tunnel Authority, the doorman at the MIB headquarters was also the same as ever.
He was leisurely reading today's newspaper when he noticed someone pushing the door open.
He merely lifted his gaze slightly from the paper and said in a monotone, "Kay, why did you bring back a little girl?" "This is a requirement of the mission," Kay replied simply. "Oh," the doorman acknowledged and then returned to his newspaper as if the earlier event had nothing to do with him.
"Hey, old man, didn't you see me?"
The overlooked Wheeljack shouted, filled with dissatisfaction, but he received a glare from Jay. Jay quietly said, "Be smart, little guy.
This isn't a place where you can act out." Amid Wheeljack's grumbling, they entered the elevator. The elevator slowly descended, taking them to the underground headquarters. The design of MIB headquarters resembles that of the Kennedy International Airport terminal designed by Finnish architect Eero Saarinen. The numerous curved and circular designs give an energetic dynamism, and the rows of arched columns create a varied spatial experience. Moreover, the headquarters lacks direct lighting. The white skylights provide illumination that completely eliminates the oppressive feeling of being underground. As they walked into MIB headquarters, all sorts of bizarre aliens suddenly came into view.
There were four-legged creatures with eyes on their backs, insect-like beings standing upright, and octopus-like beings with 8 tentacles resembling human shapes. Alice felt overwhelmed, as if she had stepped into a brand new world. In addition to the men in black deployed on missions, many public servants remained at MIB headquarters. They busily handled various registration processes for aliens coming to Earth, designing human forms, assessing risks, and allocating living areas.
These seemingly trivial tasks consumed a significant amount of their time and energy.
Jay had an excellent rapport, and as they entered the headquarters, familiar faces greeted him, to which he responded with a smile. Kay, on the other hand, appeared much more reserved, only offering a slight nod to those who greeted him, as if hiding endless secrets deep within.
Don't mind Kay, he's always been like this.
I've worked with him for over a decade, and he hasn't changed, Jay said softly to Alice, looking at her.
Since it's your first time here, let me introduce you to the situation.
In the center of the MIB headquarters lobby was an egg-shaped computer display, the most important observation room of the headquarters. All recorded activities of aliens on Earth were monitored from this observation room, and if any alien violated the rules by leaving the designated area, an alarm would immediately sound.
The operation of the observation room's computer was managed by a pair of extraterrestrial twins named Bo and Boo.
They had 8 two-fingered hands that opened up like petals, with a long-necked eye in the center.
Bo, Boo, Alice is visiting the headquarters for the first time, it would be rude not to greet her, Frank called out to the twins.
The twins slowly turned their large eyes toward Alice and extended their 8 hands.
Hello, I am Bo, Boo, nice to meet you.
Alice looked at the slightly unsettling scene, suppressing her discomfort, and reached out to shake one of the twins' hands, saying, I'm Alice.
I'm very glad to meet you too.
The current head of MIB headquarters, was a very astute and capable female elite.
Her office was situated in a transparent room at the center of the lobby.
When she saw Jay and Kay return, she slowly walked down to greet them.
Kay, Jay, how did this mission go? Are these two the aliens you found?
Oh asked, pointing at Alice and Wheeljack with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. No, this robot is a Cybertronian, and Alice is a student from Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters.
Oh, I have some matters to discuss with you. Jay, why don't you take them to the cafeteria for something to eat?
Kay replied before nodding slightly at O and heading toward her office for a discussion.
She's O, the boss here. You can just call her Aunt O.
Let me take you to the cafeteria, Jay said to Alice with a smile.
MIB headquarters is a classified location. You bringing me here, she won't make things difficult for you, right?
Alice expressed her concerns. O didn't seem very approachable, perhaps due to Alice's narrow view of elite professional women. After all, Alice had once been a working woman herself, but the gap between her and those elites felt vast. Her previous strong-willed female boss had been difficult to deal with.
No worries.
Even though O always has a stern face, she's actually a nice person.
Plus, it seems like O has a bit of.
Jay raised an eyebrow and flashed a slightly mischievous grin, but quickly realized that discussing such things in front of a little girl was inappropriate, clearing his throat awkwardly.
Ahem, follow me.
The sandwiches in the cafeteria are famous for being delicious.
What do you want to eat, little one? Stop calling me little one. I'm hundreds of times older than you. Give me an energy cube. Hurry. I want an energy cube. I've had enough of gasoline. I want an energy cube.
Wheeljack said urgently. Cybertronians relied on various forms of energy to sustain their lives, and the energy on Earth had turned into solid minerals over time. While Cybertronians could extract energy from them, it was nowhere near as effective as energy cubes.
Okay, I'll see if I can find any energy cubes, but you need to be nicer. You can't be rude when you're asking for something. Otherwise, with a kid around, I might just have to smack you, Jay warned Wheeljack before asking Frank to take Alice and Wheeljack to the cafeteria while he went off to find something for Wheeljack to eat. The cafeteria at MIB headquarters was vast, filled with numerous aliens dining. Four insect-like beings sipping coffee waved at Frank from a distance, beckoning him to join them. Hey, little sister, you must be the one Kay and Jay brought back.
Which planet are you from? One of the insectoids asked, curiously handing Alice a cup of coffee. I'm an Earthling, not an alien, Alice replied, causing an uproar among the insectoids as they began to gossip excitedly.
From Earth? Is she Jay's daughter? Impossible. Jay doesn't even have a girlfriend, maybe she's Kay's daughter or granddaughter. Hey, maybe she's a new colleague. No way, she's too young. Hey, little sister, how did you end up here? What's your relationship with K and J? After much discussion without reaching a conclusion, the insectoids turned directly to Alice. Kay said I could come, so I followed. As for our relationship, we just met not long ago.
Alice replied somewhat helplessly, realizing it was hard to define her relationship with them after only 2 days. Just then, Jay arrived at the cafeteria with a box of energy cubes and sat down.
What are you all talking about? Hey, Jay. We were discussing your relationship with this little sister. You've never brought a human child to headquarters before.
Yeah, that's true, they echoed.
What's your relationship, really?
Come on, tell us, there's nothing to be embarrassed about.
Jay smiled and rubbed Alice's head. Of course, we're good friends, right, Alice?
Alice looked up at Jay's smiling face and nodded slightly, warmth swelling in her heart. In the lobby office, O was engaged in a tense conversation with Kay, focusing on his decision to bring Alice back to headquarters.
Kay, what were you thinking? If that girl is immune to the memory eraser, then you definitely shouldn't have brought her to headquarters.
O said, her face filled with exasperation. She truly didn't know how to reprimand Kay for such a reckless action. In her view, since Alice couldn't have her memory erased, she should have as little exposure to MIB's secrets as possible, which would be beneficial for both Alice and MIB.
She couldn't believe that Kay didn't understand this simple truth.
I know, I understand that, Kay sighed, a hint of guilt flashing in his eyes.
But I'm getting old, oh.
I was careless enough to let a child face danger alone. If it weren't for Alice's exceptional abilities, I probably wouldn't have the face to meet Professor Charles again.
Reflecting on the bullets fired by Wheeljack, Kay deeply realized how misguided his considerations had been.
He had only thought of Alice's ability to control magnetic fields as comparable to a powerful figure like Magneto, completely overlooking the vast differences in age and strength between them.
What do you mean by that? What does bringing that girl to headquarters have to do with the danger she faced? Are you suggesting?
A horrifying thought suddenly surged in O's mind.
You don't mean to say you want that child to work at headquarters, do you? That's absolutely out of the question.
She's far too young, and we at MIB have never hired mutants. The times have changed, O, Kay said seriously. In recent years, the number of aliens arriving on Earth has steadily increased. It's becoming increasingly difficult for the new agents at headquarters to handle sudden situations with just a few space guns.
There are hardly any agents left like Jay who can respond to various circumstances calmly.
We are different from ordinary people who fear being overshadowed by mutants. From what we've seen over the years, mutants will inevitably become the dominant species on Earth. Similarly, given the current cosmic situation, humanity must continue to evolve.
Kay had been deeply contemplating this issue.
The original purpose of MIB was to protect the public from extraterrestrial threats, and the agents had indeed excelled in this mission over the years. However, this all came with the premise that the cosmos was at peace, without powerful enemies invading Earth.
Yet, the news brought by the cosmic refugees had become increasingly dire. Conflicts between major empires were constant, and there were frequent reports of people being exterminated on certain planets.
No one knew when such tragic fates would reach the people of Earth. In this scenario, Earth faced two choices. One was to pledge allegiance to a certain power, gaining protection, but this option would subject Earth to that power's control and could even classify Earthlings as a lower race, a common flaw among humans and other species in the universe. The second choice was to allow Earth to grow stronger, making any power hesitant to underestimate it. This was the option Kay leaned towards. Since meeting Professor Charles, Kay had come to deeply appreciate the true strength of mutants. They could change the world with their abilities, unpredictable and powerful.
The mutation of mutants is a result of Earth's self-evolution. This was Kay's true belief deep down.
O stared in disbelief at Kay, who usually had a blank expression, now speaking so passionately for an extended period.
She felt a bit at a loss. All right, let's put aside the issue of mutants for now. Let's talk about the child's age. Is she 10 years old? Almost 11. Fine, we'll say she's 11. An 11-year-old child wouldn't want to brag to her friends about MIB, would she? What child wouldn't want to tell other kids that they've seen aliens? Alice wouldn't do that.
A person who can take on responsibilities is undoubtedly someone who keeps their word, Kay declared firmly, trust shining in his eyes. After a tense discussion, Kay and O ultimately decided to set the matter aside for now, agreeing to revisit it later. Kay's idea of bringing Alice into the MIB fold was unilateral. O wasn't keen on admitting a young child with an undeveloped personality into the headquarters, and Alice herself might not agree to it. Regarding Cybertronians like Wheeljack, O was aware of some information. There's a large alien robot in Sector 7.
I believe it might be the Megatron that Cybertronian is looking for. Even if it's not, there might be some connection. You should definitely check out Sector 7.
Sector 7 was a special government agency established over 80 years ago under a secret directive from President Hoover.
Its primary function was to research alien weapons, spacecraft, and corpses.
Unlike MIB, which was responsible for safeguarding Earth and its alien inhabitants, Sector 7 focused solely on analysis and research, using their findings for civilian or military applications. Only a few cabinet members knew of Sector 7's existence, and they maintained a high level of secrecy, though it was still somewhat inferior to MIB's operational security.
But if Sector 7 is a department of the same nature as yours, why don't they know about MIB?
Alice asked with curiosity upon learning about Sector 7 while on the small spaceship.
That's very different.
We at MIB primarily investigate and register aliens coming to Earth, then manage them in designated zones.
Sector 7 is focused on scientific analysis. We would never treat aliens like specimens on an operating table.
As Men in Black, our existence is to maintain the balance between Earth and extraterrestrial beings.
Do you understand the importance of that balance?
We can't let anyone know that aliens are hiding among them, Jay explained, emphasizing his point with hand gestures.
After a moment of contemplation, Alice nodded slowly. I understand.
It's similar to Professor Hank's Department of Mutant Affairs, which registers mutants to ensure their safety while also preventing conflicts between mutants and ordinary people.
There's also a secret department that conducts various scientific studies on mutants. Except this research department is even more secretive and on par with MIB.
Kay and Jay exchanged glances, both falling silent. They had heard about the scientific research on mutants but had never delved into it, as it wasn't within their scope of work. The spaceship fell into silence, and all three of them knew that the so-called scientific research was merely a euphemism. The actual methods of research might be chilling. The spaceship flew towards Hoover Dam, a construction built by President Hoover to cover up some secrets. The thick concrete, several basketball courts deep, was enough to obscure any prying eyes. Kay and Jay managed to procure a signed document from a cabinet member, and even as the guards outside the dam called in for verification, they maintained their composure, confidently walking into the heavily guarded secret area of Hoover Dam. After passing through a long corridor, they entered a spacious hall where a massive Cybertronian stood at the center. Constantly sprayed with freezing liquid, this enormous mechanical lifeform was kept in a state of physiological stasis. I think this big guy is probably the leader Megatron that Wheeljack is looking for, but...
Alice trailed off, unable to continue.
Once a notorious figure that sparked a planetary war, he was now frozen and treated as a specimen for research, which made one ponder the unpredictability of fate. Earth seemed to have become his unfortunate resting place. If he hadn't been frozen, we might have been the unfortunate ones, Kay remarked slowly, looking at Alice.
Alice nodded in understanding. I get it. The arrival of the Men in Black startled Seymour Simmons, the top leader of the secret facility at Hoover Dam.
This young but somewhat neurotic agent quickly spotted the relaxed demeanor of Kay and Jay.
Agent Simmons was not as easily fooled as the doorman at the entrance.
Even upon seeing the cabinet's signed document, his suspicions remained unshaken. Listen, man, to be honest, you belong to Sector 7, while we are from the Bureau of Immigration for Sector 6, officially known as the Alien Immigration Bureau.
You guys primarily handle research on alien technology, while we process temporary permits for aliens. Got it?
Jay explained to Simmons, detailing the nature of his work.
Alien immigration? What does that even mean? Are there other aliens on Earth besides NBE-1? Simmons asked, astonished.
The alien he had been desperately searching for was casually mentioned by a suddenly appearing agent from Sector 6, which was hard for him to accept.
Of course there are. And quite a few, too, you just didn't know about them.
By the way, this big guy, NBE-1, is actually a Cybertronian, the leader of a faction called the Decepticons.
He's the one who sparked the planetary war, so you better keep an eye on him. How do you know all this? Who exactly are you? Simmons stared wide-eyed at Jay.
He felt that someone holding a cabinet document wouldn't lie to him, but the explosive information brought by this Men in Black agent was too much for him to easily believe.
I'm Agent J from MIB headquarters. This is my partner. K. Alice.
Where did you guys go? Jay turned around and realized that Alice and Kay had disappeared, even though they had just been there a moment ago. Kay had followed Alice as she wandered away, ultimately arriving beneath a massive cube. The brass-like cube was adorned with numerous intricate patterns that were incomprehensible yet felt natural. Is there anything special about this cube? Kay asked, noticing that Alice was fixated on the enormous structure. This thing contains a vast amount of energy, but it feels unstable, like a stone thrown into water that sends ripples in all directions, Alice replied.
You can sense energy waves?
Kay asked, intrigued.
Yeah, it seems so.
I guess this is part of my mutant ability, Alice said, reaching out to gently touch the metal cube. The moment her fingers made contact, a jolt surged through her, causing her to instinctively pull back. The surface of the massive cube erupted with a series of crackling blue arcs before returning to calm.
Hey!
You little girl!
Who are you? Why did the crown jewel react?
Agent Simmons rushed over, questioning Alice.
Crown jewel? This thing contains such immense energy, it must be the Allspark that the Cybertronians are looking for. You actually put it next to Megatron? Aren't you worried about something happening?
Alice shook her slightly numb hand, still feeling the aftereffects of the shock.
This is the Allspark Wheeljack is looking for?
For that big guy outside, it really is quite small. The size differences among Cybertronians are truly massive.
Jay remarked, glancing up at the giant Allspark in awe. How do you know all this?
Simmons asked, his eyes wide with curiosity as he looked at the three of them, eager for answers, but no one paid him any mind.
Should we take the Allspark back to headquarters?
Just put it next to that big guy, it doesn't feel safe, Jay suggested.
No way.
The energy emitted during transport would attract watching Decepticons. There are definitely more than just Wheeljack hiding on Earth, Kay countered, dismissing Jay's suggestion.
Then, what about moving that big guy outside?
Jay pondered for a moment before suggesting. This won't work, there's too much data on him, and the workload for erasing it would be enormous. Besides, we at MIB headquarters don't have enough space to accommodate such a large Cybertronian, Kay said.
How about we dismantle him? I can help, Alice suggested seriously, pointing to herself.
Kay and Jay exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. That doesn't sound too bad. Thousands of years ago, Megatron, the leader of the Decepticons, had come to Earth along with the Allspark.
While flying over the Arctic Circle, he was affected by Earth's magnetic field and fell into the ice.
In 1897, Captain Wibberbold Veterich led a fleet into the Arctic Circle, unintentionally activating Megatron's navigation system and awakening the Decepticon, who had been in a state of slumber for millennia. However, being in a low-temperature state, Megatron's body was completely immobilized. He could sense the surroundings but couldn't even speak. Decades passed, and Megatron was transported by the U.S. military to beneath Hoover Dam, where he served as a lab rat for over 60 years, unable to escape his predicament. Now, Megatron faced a significant crisis. A human smaller than ordinary humans was demonstrating abilities he had never seen before, systematically removing crucial components from his body. Dozens of steel balls, detached from some part of Megatron's body, slowly rotated in Alice's hands as she floated in front of him, making eye contact with a hint of apology in her tone.
I'm sorry for taking you apart, but I don't have any other choice.
You're a threat to us, so I'm taking these steel balls. I feel a bit guilty for taking them without asking, but I think you won't need them anymore. Seeing the pile of parts on the ground, Agent Simmons was nearly driven to madness, shouting angrily, "You've ruined it. You've destroyed our hard work.
You devilish Terminator. Hey, man, don't get so worked up. They're just parts, you know?
Just like the computer components in a car, you can take them apart and put them back together.
And look, that big guy is still standing there just fine."
You can still continue your research, Jay said, throwing an arm around Simmons's shoulder in a friendly manner, trying to console him.
You mutant kid. Are you trying to steal something? You can't take anything from Sector 7.
Simmons shouted, noticing Alice stuffing the steel balls into her pockets. Don't be in such a hurry, kids love to bring back souvenirs when they travel.
This isn't a souvenir.
Alice interrupted Jay, this is a weapon. As she spoke, several steel balls shot from her hand, creating deep holes in the thick concrete wall, their effect comparable to a heavy machine gun's fire. These alien metals are lightweight yet sturdy, much better than my own steel balls.
Can I keep them?
Alice asked, looking at Kay, who had been silent.
Kay nodded slightly, then put on his sunglasses and said, "It's time to wrap things up."
Seeing this, Jay raised his hand and shouted to the surrounding staff, "Hey everyone, look over here.
I have a major announcement regarding an important alien event. I'm only saying this once."
Jay's words caught the attention of all the staff, who stopped their work and slowly gathered around. Even the previously angry Simmons was drawn in.
Jay donned his glasses, took out the memory eraser, and pressed it. The people around only saw a flash of light and then couldn't remember why they were standing there.
"Everyone, remember, this big guy may look the same as before, but he's missing a few parts, those parts right under your feet, so make sure to hide them well, the better hidden the better. Also, remember to add a few more freezing devices. If this big guy accidentally thaws out, well, falling parts from that height could be deadly, so be careful." After Jay finished erasing the memories of those from Sector 7, the three of them left Hoover Dam. Watching Alice disappear down the corridor, Megatron silently shut down his visual systems, a flicker of hatred in his eyes. He vowed to remember this grudge. He, Megatron, would not forget. On the way back to Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Alice began to feel dizzy, with many chaotic symbols replaying in her mind over and over. Alice doesn't look so good.
Is it because of that allspark? Jay noticed Alice's pale complexion in the back seat and grew concerned.
"I'm fine, it's just that some symbols keep flashing in front of my eyes, making me a bit dizzy," Alice replied, closing her eyes and rubbing her temples. "You need to get a full checkup," Kay said, turning the car around and accelerating towards MIB headquarters.
Jay took off his jacket and handed it to Alice. "We'll be at headquarters soon. If you're feeling unwell, just sleep for a bit."
"Okay," Alice said, accepting the jacket and lying down in the back seat. During the 30-minute ride back, she fell asleep and dreamed of ancient giants, 7 giants searching for something in the universe. One of the giants betrayed the other 6, who, to protect something, used their bodies to forge a tomb. In this black and white dreamscape, only cold steel existed. The examination results showed everything was normal. Apart from the symbols occasionally flashing in her mind, Alice didn't have any other discomforts. Kay asked Alice to draw the symbols on paper, believing they might be some form of information transmitted through energy. Alice picked up a marker and quickly sketched the symbols that appeared in her head, her speed increasing until the marker ran out of ink. With a thud, Alice slammed the marker down on the table and closed her eyes, taking a deep breath.
"I feel much better."
"What are these? Are they Cybertronian characters?" Jay asked, holding up a paper filled with symbols. Alice shook her head.
"I don't know what they mean. Why not ask a Cybertronian?"
Kay suggested casually. Soon, Wheeljack was summoned to headquarters. Even though he had only been at MIB for half a day, Wheeljack felt he was in love with the place. Pure energy cubes, a friend who could watch beautiful women with him, and clean, comfortable single rooms. It was like paradise.
"Hey, Kay, is there anything I can help with? I'll give it my all."
After learning about Kay's status in MIB from Frank, Wheeljack decided to cling to this strong ally, but he wouldn't overlook slightly weaker ones either.
"Jay, you seem a bit more handsome than before you left."
Jay laughed in disbelief.
"I just realized metal can be so charming. Can you help us with these, Wheeljack?"
"Are these your Cybertronian characters?" Wheeljack took the symbols from Jay and looked at them in surprise. "This is the language of the Super Warriors."
"How do you know how to write this?"
"You don't need to worry about how we know. Just tell us what they mean," Kay said, pointing at the symbols. "I don't know what these symbols mean, but some old-school explorers have been searching for something on Earth.
I'm not sure what they're looking for. Can you tell us where they are?"
Kay's inquiry made Wheeljack feel valued. "Of course. But you'll need to take me with you, otherwise, you won't be able to recognize them." Kay agreed to Wheeljack's request, but since it had already turned midnight due to the delays, they decided to go the next day. Alice, staying overnight at MIB headquarters, was assigned to a guest room specially prepared for alien travelers, equipped with all sorts of amenities. Kay and Jay drove back home, and before leaving, Kay reminded Alice to ring for MIB's medical staff immediately if she felt unwell. Alice hadn't slept long before the strange and absurd dream returned. After waking from that cold steel world, she found it impossible to fall back asleep. After tossing and turning in bed for a while, Alice decided to get up and take a walk. In the MIB headquarters lobby late at night, there were not many people around. Apart from the twin aliens Bo and Boo, who were still busy, only a few staff members were on night duty. Despite the bright lights in the lobby, the atmosphere was eerily quiet, a hint of night creeping in. Dressed in her pajamas and slippers, Alice sat down on a chair in the lobby. The cold touch of the metal instantly brought her mind back to alertness. However, the surrounding cold, silvery tones made her feel as though she remained trapped in that steel dream, a sensation that wouldn't fade away. Oh, who was working late and originally intended to grab a late-night snack, felt a tug at her heart when she saw Alice sitting alone in the lobby. She brought over a cup of hot milk. "Can't sleep?" Oh asked, handing the warm drink to Alice before sitting beside her. "Thank you," Alice replied, a glimmer of gratitude flashing in her eyes. "I just slept for a bit and woke up, so I came out for some fresh air." Though O was also a woman, her years of dealing with aliens left her somewhat awkward when it came to interacting with children. After a moment of silence, O bit her lip and finally spoke up, "So, how do you feel about being here?" Holding the warm cup, Alice looked around before her gaze settled on the twins, Bo and Boo. She slowly replied, "This place is amazing. It feels very sci-fi, like a dream come true for many kids." "And for you? Is this also a dream place for you?" O continued to ask. Alice shifted her gaze and smiled slightly. "I haven't dreamed in a long time." O furrowed her brows slightly, sensing a premature maturity in Alice's words. "Are you saying you don't have dreams? Why is that? Maybe I'm just too realistic." "There's nothing wrong with that," Alice maintained her polite yet evasive smile, sipping from her cup before lowering her gaze, seemingly unwilling to continue the topic. "Did your parents send you to school?" O skillfully shifted the conversation, noticing Alice's avoidance. "No, it was Professor Charles who found us." "We? Are there many of you?" "Yeah, Brittany, Charlie, Sasha, about a dozen kids, but a few have already been adopted." Alice paused, then added, "Professor Charles said they're doing well now." "Is it true that someone would adopt mutant children?" O blurted out before realizing her mistake and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way." Alice smiled lightly, unfazed. "I understand what you mean. Besides Brittany and me, the other kids don't have mutant abilities, they're just ordinary children who had to wander for various reasons." O fell silent again. With her extensive experiences and having seen many facets of life, she quickly grasped the underlying meanings in Alice's words. However, her resources were limited, and there were some things she couldn't intervene in without first-hand experience. "Do your friends and classmates know about aliens?" O asked again. "I haven't told them. On Halloween night, there are people everywhere in costumes, and since some people look different after becoming mutants, I can't be sure that what Jay said is true." Alice lifted her head, looking directly into O's eyes with determination. "I promised Kay I wouldn't tell anyone about this, and I can keep that promise." O reached out to smooth Alice's slightly messy hair, smiling gently. "I believe you can do it." The next morning, Kay and Jay arrived early at the MIB headquarters. They brought Alice and the wheel along to the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C. because there was a super warrior, Jetfire, who was the closest to New York. Jetfire was an early explorer from Cybertron, a legendary figure whose combat prowess was on par with the leaders of Cybertron. The wheel was completely unaware of Jetfire's purpose for coming to Earth, but the tales of Jetfire's exploits made him shine with admiration, even his damaged eyes seemed to glow. The museum, usually bustling with tourists, was now empty, with not even a staff member in sight. After the wheel pointed out the location of the super warrior Jetfire, Kay made a phone call, and subsequently, the government stepped in to close the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum for a day. All the staff were given a day off, and even the roads near the museum were completely blocked off. The wheel walked around the museum and finally stopped in front of a Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft, his eyes filled with reverence as he said, "This is it. A great legendary figure. The Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft? This is so cool. When I was a kid, I dreamed of being a pilot, flying a super cool fighter jet through space. But later I learned that fighter jets can't go into space." "Hey! Mr. Jetfire, we have something we'd like to ask you, could you transform for us?" Jay shouted at the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft. "Shouting like that won't help, a dormant Cybertronian needs a sufficient amount of energy to be activated." "If the Allspark were here, it wouldn't be a problem, but unfortunately," the wheel said somewhat dejectedly. It was frustrating to have his idol right in front of him but not be able to meet him. Alice looked at Kay in confusion, and Kay shook his head slightly, signaling Alice not to tell the wheel about the whereabouts of the Allspark. "Isn't it just energy? Electricity is a form of energy, you Cybertronians aren't afraid of electricity. If it comes to that, I can have someone send over an energy cube. There's no rule saying you have to use the Allspark."
Jay said casually, then began searching for a transformer in the museum. This was indeed a good idea. After all, Cybertronians were not picky about energy. As long as it contained energy, they could absorb it.
K and J found several bundles of wires in the museum's storage.
Unable to find anything to secure them, they tied the exposed copper wires directly to the fuselage of the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft.
Once powered, sparks began to crackle from the Blackbird's fuselage, and the chandelier connected to the transformer flickered on and off.
Jay looked up at the flickering chandelier and asked in confusion, could it be that electricity doesn't work?
As soon as he finished speaking, a series of clicking sounds came from the Blackbird, accompanied by the unique sound of a Cybertronian transforming and the sound of the chandelier shattering due to excessive current, with shards of glass falling to the ground.
After the clicking stopped, there was a violent coughing sound, followed by an old yet resonant voice saying, "What the hell is this place? Answer me, you trash.
You short-spined creatures, behold the infinite glory of Jetfire."
After years of dormancy, Jetfire's explosive temper was like someone waking up grumpy.
He shoved aside the model aircraft hanging in midair and, leaning on a landing gear crutch, staggered out while cursing.
"Will, this doesn't seem quite like what you described," Alice said, pointing at Jetfire, who looked like a grumpy old man.
He must be getting old and confused. After all, his age is a factor. The Will shook his head helplessly, finding the reality of his idol's image vastly different from what he had imagined.
Before Jetfire could cause more serious damage to the museum, Alice successfully immobilized him. Suddenly unable to move, Jetfire let out a long sigh. "Have I really rusted to the point of being completely immobile? I used to be so brave, how pathetic."
"Sir, you can calm down and sit down to talk slowly. It's hard for us to have a proper conversation like this," Kay shouted up at Jetfire, his neck feeling stiff from looking up for so long.
"Ha? I can move again? What did you do to me?"
Realizing he could move, Jetfire plopped down onto the ground and pointed at Kay, asking, with rusty parts falling off his backside. "Respected Jetfire, it was her, this girl. She can control metal, and she has taken control of your body," the Wheel said, pointing at Alice.
"It's you? What's so special about you, you short-spined little thing?"
Jetfire leaned down, extending his finger towards Alice, intending to pinch her, but she gently pushed him away.
"I am Alice Bartolino. I'm not a little thing, I'm human." "Human?"
Ha! Jetfire suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "If there had been humans like you on Cybertron, the Decepticons wouldn't have been able to stir up any trouble at all." Faced with her nemesis, and yet he could laugh so freely, Alice suddenly felt a fondness for this hot-tempered old figure.
"Aren't you a Decepticon yourself? Why are you laughing so happily?" Jay asked in confusion.
"No, you're mistaken.
I'm a Maximal, but not all Maximals are Decepticons.
I've switched sides to the Autobots. It was an exhilarating choice because I've had enough of their pessimistic, hate-filled lives."
"So you're saying you no longer work for those despicable, twisted Decepticons?"
The Wheel perked up at what Jetfire said. "Hey, just yesterday you claimed to be a great Decepticon warrior."
Jay immediately called out the Wheel's inconsistency. "Did I say that? I don't remember. I'm a Maximal now, I'm an Autobot."
The Wheel's change of tone was as quick as could be, and his shamelessness left no room for rebuttal.
If the Decepticons had won the war, they would have destroyed the entire universe. By the way, I almost forgot to ask, are the Cybertronians still in a civil war? Which side has won? Jetfire finally remembered this important question after a long speech.
Currently, both sides are at a stalemate, but the Decepticon leader is missing, so there's no need to worry about them destroying the universe for now, Kay said, pulling out the symbols Alice had written. "We came to ask you to help us understand what these symbols mean." The symbols Alice wrote were in the language of the Super Warriors, and they triggered Jetfire's nearly forgotten memories. "That's right.
My mission. The Fallen. That bastard who left me here to rust. And my mission, I need to find the Dagger of the Edge and a key." "The Dagger of the Edge? A key? What do they mean?"
"There's no time to explain, hold on tight, don't move." Suddenly, blue arcs of electricity burst from Jetfire's fingers, enveloping the four of them in a flash, and with a loud bang, the museum instantly lost track of the four. In a desert in Egypt, tens of thousands of kilometers away from the United States, a few people who had suddenly disappeared from the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum were ejected from the sand as if by magic. This happened so quickly that Alice barely had time to grab Kay, preventing him from being thrown about like the others.
"What the hell are you doing? You almost got me killed, you know that? Couldn't you have given us a heads up before taking action?"
Jay said, holding his sore waist and pointing at Jetfire as he shouted, but from the strength of his voice, it was clear he hadn't sustained any serious injuries.
Shut up. Didn't I say I was going to open a space bridge? This is the fastest way to get to Egypt, Jetfire replied defiantly. Did you say that? You didn't say anything at all. Jay was frustrated by Jetfire's muddled memory. Sir, could you tell us what's going on? What made you so anxious to bring us to Egypt?
The sudden appearance in a distant location didn't frighten Kay at all. He maintained his poker face, calm and composed. You are a very polite human, I like your attitude, Jetfire said, pointing at Kay, and then sat down on a rock to begin his story.
Thousands of years ago, the Cybertronians visited Earth.
Their mission at that time was to find stars and obtain energy cubes by destroying them to sustain their existence. Energy cubes were like the source of life for Cybertronians. Without them, they would gradually oxidize and corrode, ultimately becoming rusted scrap metal. Initially, there were 7 leaders who ventured into space to search for stars, and they followed one principle: never destroy planets with life. The 7 leaders discovered what is now the source of life on Earth, the Sun. After building a machine to destroy the Sun on Earth, they found the existence of ancient humans. According to their original plan, they should have left Earth, but one of the leaders, the Fallen, insisted on activating the machine to annihilate humanity. Activating the machine required a key known as the Matrix of Leadership. During the struggle to seize the Matrix, the other 6 leaders were no match for the Fallen. To uphold their principles, the 6 leaders made the ultimate sacrifice, using their bodies to create a tomb and burying the Matrix within it. The Fallen knows the location of the machine buried in the desert. If he finds that tomb, he will surely destroy your world. With your abilities, you cannot contain the Fallen, his terror exceeds your imagination. When the Sun no longer exists, your planet will become a dead star, Jetfire said, pointing at Alice with a grave expression. Though Alice's abilities were a nemesis to the Cybertronians, Jetfire had witnessed the Fallen's might and did not believe that a human child could stand against him.
Egypt is so vast, where exactly are we supposed to search? You have to give us some hints, Jay said. The hint is hidden in the symbols.
When dawn shines upon the dagger of the edge, the 3 kings will reveal the entrance. I remember that the ancient Sumerians referred to the Gulf of Aqaba as the dagger of the edge. The Gulf of Aqaba is part of the Red Sea, and its shape resembles a dagger, separating Egypt and Jordan, Kay pondered aloud.
Are the kings referring to the pharaohs of Egypt?
Alice tilted her head slightly, a look of confusion in her eyes.
Egypt is most famous for the pyramids of the pharaohs. Could the Matrix be hidden in one of the pharaohs' pyramids?
Unlikely. The pyramids were built after the death of the 6 leaders. The ancient Egyptians couldn't have built pyramids on top of alien corpses.
The Matrix of Leadership may not be in the pyramids, but I believe it must be related to them in some way.
After all, the pyramids in Egypt weren't built just anywhere. Many were constructed based on the distribution of the stars in the sky, Kay said.
Right, the stars. Jay's words sparked an idea in Kay's mind.
The Great Pyramid of Giza, the Pyramid of Khafre, and the Pyramid of Menkaure were built based on the 3 brightest stars in Orion's belt. Kay pulled out his palm-sized portable computer and entered the names of the 3 stars. The computer quickly calculated and soon displayed the locations they pointed to on Earth. Petra. Petra, located in southern Jordan, is an ancient city with a rich history and one of the most famous archaeological sites in Jordan. Setting aside its profound historical background, the stunning facade of the city carved from rock is enough to leave future generations in awe.
Alright, it seems we've unraveled a timeless mystery.
Next, we just need to teleport to Petra to find the Matrix of Leadership.
I'm all set, let's start the teleportation.
This time, I'll show you my skills and definitely won't fall as badly as before, Jay said, looking expectantly at Jetfire. However, the old warrior's expression was one of helplessness as he indicated he lacked the energy to open the space bridge.
Are you kidding me? Jay was furious at Jetfire's unreliability, unable to remain calm. It's over 1,000 kilometers to Petra. Are we supposed to walk there? Or do you want us to drive one of those remote-controlled cars? The wheel, who was also caught in the crossfire, retorted angrily, "What does that have to do with me? Are you looking down on my height? Do you want to fight? Come on. Who's afraid of who? I've been feeling pent up, and I could use a place to vent."
Kay ignored the 2 of them, taking out his phone to contact headquarters and request MIB to send a plane.
No. Absolutely not.
You never know how powerful the Decepticons are, they could be monitoring any communication devices. The cautious Jetfire decisively prevented Kay from contacting anyone. However, Alice and the others couldn't possibly walk hundreds of kilometers to find civilization, so in the end, they had no choice but to have Jetfire transform into a dilapidated, drafty jeep that looked like it could fall apart at any moment, and they set off toward Petra. Though the jeep transformed by Jetfire wasn't slow, the ride was extremely bumpy, and everyone inside felt like they were about to fall apart.
This is definitely the worst vehicle I've ever been in.
Jay couldn't help but voice his complaints, only to receive a kick from Jetfire that slammed him against the back of the seat. After that, Jay finally kept his mouth shut. When they reached the border checkpoint, they faced the risk of being detained for not having passports. However, Alice and Jay quickly disabled the surveillance camera, and one of them used a memory eraser to make their escape, allowing them to pass through the border without issues. By the time they arrived at Petra, it was already deep into the night. The ancient city, which looked magnificent during the day, now appeared eerie at night, with the howling mountain wind whistling through the massive arches, producing a mournful sound as if lamenting the city's lost glory. "There's nothing here," the wheel said, turning on his flashlight to illuminate the empty ancient city, looking disappointed. "No, there is something," Alice said, raising her finger to point in a direction, her eyes revealing a sense of certainty.
"It's just behind that wall."
In front of Alice, no metal could hide its traces. When she opened the stone wall of the ancient city, the unique metallic qualities of the Cybertronian beings became evident in the air.
"It's them, my great ancestors, my great leaders. I've searched for thousands of years, and I've finally found them."
Jetfire slowly bent down, gently caressing the cold steel inscribed with ancient Cybertronian writing, his red eyes shimmering with sadness and nostalgia. Although he had never seen these ancestors in person, the spiritual energy they left behind was enough to benefit him for a lifetime. To avoid disturbing the remains of his ancestors, Jetfire refrained from entering the burial chamber. The others squeezed through the gaps in the remains and began searching for the matrix of leadership. The space inside the burial chamber was extremely vast, and looking up, one could clearly see the solemn faces of the 6 leaders. Perhaps due to the sealed and oxygen-deprived state of the chamber, time had not left much rust on these 6 leaders.
"I found the matrix of leadership,"
the wheel suddenly shouted. Alice looked down and saw a streamlined matrix glowing softly with blue light resting in one of the leader's palms, appearing particularly mysterious. "It's beautiful," Alice couldn't help but reach out her hand. The blue matrix slowly floated up and landed in her hand, only to transform into a handful of iron sand.
Everyone was momentarily stunned at the sight. Faced with the matrix turned into iron sand, Jetfire also looked bewildered.
Logically, such a powerful matrix should not have succumbed to time, yet it had turned to dust.
Looking at the iron sand that had once been the matrix, Jetfire let out a long sigh. "Well, this is good too.
This way, the Fallen will never be able to activate the deadly machine." After a day of travel, the 3 settled into a hotel not far from the ancient city in New Petra. Despite the suspicious sight of 2 formally dressed foreigners bringing a little girl in a dilapidated car at midnight, the hotel owner didn't mind as long as there was money to be made. The 3 of them took separate rooms, and the wheel was thrown to Jay by Kay. Through the wall, Alice could vaguely hear the banter between Jay and the wheel. Accompanied by their noise, Alice, exhausted from the day, quickly fell asleep. In her dream, she saw 6 giants, and against their enormous forms, Alice appeared incredibly small.
"You possess extraordinary power and remarkable qualities.
You are worthy of our trust. You must not let the Fallen obtain the matrix of leadership.
Your future will not be limited to just one planet."
When Alice opened her eyes, the voice of the giants echoed in her mind, and the blue glow of the matrix of leadership filled her vision. Alice reached out her hand, and as soon as she touched the matrix, it instantly transformed into a flowing liquid like mercury, coiling around her wrist like a small snake, before morphing into a delicate and beautiful bracelet. Alice held up her arm, staring at it in shock for several minutes.
She never said she wanted to accept this. This was incredibly presumptuous.
Unable to fall back asleep after the unexpected bestowal, Alice tossed and turned for half an hour before getting up, deciding to take a walk on the streets as dawn broke. The hotel had no garage, and the jeep was parked in a small alley next to the hotel. However, when Alice walked into the alley, she was astonished to find the jeep missing. At the top of Petra, Jetfire sat quietly, gazing at the gradually brightening sky in the east, like a statue that had stood for 1,000 years.
"Did you often watch the sunrise like this?"
Alice floated in the air behind Jetfire, watching the sun about to rise above the horizon with him.
"The last time I witnessed the sunrise was a long, long time ago."
Jetfire slowly extended his hand, gently stroking the metal plates on his chin that resembled a beard. The metal beard clinked against his metallic hand, producing a crisp sound. Alice looked at the beard on the old warrior's chin and suddenly recalled the wheel, who also had a beard. She couldn't help but wonder how these metallic beings grew something akin to human facial hair. Did they need to shave like humans too? Is the sunrise on your home planet, Cybertron, similar to that of Earth? Alice asked, sitting on Jetfire's shoulder and gripping the metallic strips on either side of his face, unsure if they were beards or hair. Cybertron doesn't have sunrises or sunsets. Our sun was destroyed over 100,000 years ago. You see, stars in the universe do have their lifespans, Jetfire explained. Alice's face filled with astonishment. Does that mean Cybertron is always in total darkness, unable to see anything? Jetfire chuckled heartily as he patted his leg. We mechanical beings are quite different from you carbon-based life forms. Even in darkness, we can clearly see everything around us. But you must understand that although Cybertron lacks a star like the sun to shine upon it, it is still filled with light. From the 3D projection in Jetfire's hand, Alice seemed to glimpse a once mighty and radiant mechanical empire. The architectural style, natural landscape, and cultural features were vastly different from Earth, and the light emanating from the Allspark filled all of Cybertron with hope and brightness. That version of Cybertron is truly beautiful. Alice exclaimed sincerely. Are you planning to return to Cybertron? That was Cybertron from tens of thousands of years ago. Jetfire slowly closed the 3D projection, a hint of melancholy flashing in his eyes. Today's Cybertron has become a wasteland. It is war, endless war that has destroyed it. But hasn't the war ended? What can be destroyed can be rebuilt, right? Many countries on Earth were built upon the ruins of the past. Alice questioned, confused. No, the war hasn't ended. As long as the Fallen is alive, as long as the Decepticons' ambitions persist, the war will never end. Jetfire's words carried a deep sense of desolation. Despite his fiery temperament and love for weapons, deep down, he yearned for peace and tranquility. The sky in the east gradually brightened, with streaks of golden light first piercing through the gray horizon. Soon, a bright but gentle sun rose slowly from the horizon, casting a dazzling golden hue over the desolate landscape. Well, old man, if the Fallen didn't exist, what would you plan to do once we find the Allspark and the Matrix? Alice softly asked as the first rays of morning sunlight kissed her face. What else could we do? Of course, we would return to Cybertron to seek out more Cybertronians. Since we destroyed Cybertron ourselves, we should rebuild it, Jetfire replied. But... Suddenly, Jetfire's eyes widened in shock as the Matrix appeared before him, its silver streamlined shell reflecting a white halo in the golden sunlight, shining brilliantly. I see the 6 leaders, perhaps that is their spirit. They entrusted the Matrix to me. I feel that you holding it would be most appropriate. After all, you've endured thousands of years in search of it. Deep down, Alice didn't want to take on the significant responsibility of guarding the sun and the world. She felt she couldn't decide about the Allspark, but she could choose to return the Matrix to Jetfire, especially since he had become the guardian of the sun. Alice's intentions were good, but instead of the ecstatic reaction she expected, Jetfire suddenly reached out and tightly grasped her in his massive hand. Tell me. What did the leaders say to you? Alice, tightly held in Jetfire's hand, felt as small as a Barbie doll. Due to the old warrior's excitement, he squeezed her too hard, and Alice suddenly felt a wave of suffocation. If I die, you won't learn anything at all. Realizing what he had done, Jetfire quickly released her and patted his forehead, looking apologetic. Sorry. I'm getting old, and I can't gauge my strength anymore. Little girl, could you tell me what the leaders said to you? My name is Alice Bartolino. Oh, right. We haven't formally introduced ourselves. I'm Jetfire, a warrior and scientist from the planet Cybertron. Honestly, I love being a scientist more than being a warrior. It's a pleasure to meet you, little Alice. Now that we've been properly introduced, please tell me what the leaders said to you. Jetfire made an effort to sound amiable, trying to tone down his usually fiery temperament. Alice tilted her head, thinking for a moment before saying, they said, I have extraordinary power and that the Matrix must never fall into the hands of the Fallen, that's all. Because of your power, the leaders entrusted the Matrix to you? Jetfire pointed at Alice, a hint of confusion crossing his features. It seems that way, but I think it'd be fine for you to keep the Matrix. Alice's words were cut off by Jetfire's sudden outburst. Take care of the Matrix. Since the leaders entrusted the Matrix to you, you must be responsible for it. Hey, this isn't fair. The Matrix and the Fallen are both Cybertron's things, so it should be your responsibility as a Cybertronian. Only a true super warrior can defeat the fallen, but now all the super warriors of Cybertron have perished, and their descendants are unaccounted for.
How can an old man like me defeat the fallen? Do you understand what it means to care for your elders?
Jetfire exclaimed, forcefully shoving the Matrix into Alice's arms.
Take it. Since the leaders chose you, you must have the ability to defeat the fallen. Don't forget, it's the sun that's about to be destroyed, it's your world at stake, and you have a responsibility to protect it.
As the morning light poured down, Kay and Jay led the wheel far away. Jay held up a bag and shouted, "Alice, I've brought you breakfast, hurry down, it'll be cold and won't taste good if you take too long."
Remember, this is something only the two of us know.
You mustn't tell anyone else, and you need to find a way to enhance your strength. For everyone, and for yourself, the fallen will never allow anyone who poses a threat to live. Jetfire whispered his final advice to Alice before jumping down from the ancient city, kicking up a cloud of dust and dropping a few parts along the way. Alice looked at the matrix on her wrist, which had returned to its bracelet form, pouting slightly with a sense of helplessness. Kay had arranged their departure from Egypt, somehow procuring 3 passports, and even managed to get Jetfire's transformed Jeep on the plane, flying straight back to the United States. On the way back to the MIB headquarters in the Jeep, the old but fast vehicle caught the attention of many street racers. Upon returning to MIB headquarters, Jetfire could only temporarily reside in the garage, but the maintenance staff took care of him, ensuring he wouldn't lose parts with every few steps. Finally, he managed to regain some of his former glory.